Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I'm going to give a call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the 9th report of the Petitions Committee for the 48th Parliament, together with one petition and 22 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. There are currently 97 petitions open for signatures on the House e-Petitions website. The petitions cover a range of topics including transparency in government, health, visa matters, freedom of speech, the Middle East and age verification laws. More certifications will follow at the committee's next meeting. The range of petition topics on the e-Petitions website shows the varied interests of petitioners and their willingness to engage with Parliament. The petitioning process remains an important mechanism for Australians to put forward issues that matter to them. Speaker, I look forward to updating the House further on the work of the Petitions Committee.
Thank the member for Dunkley. I call the clerk.
Committee and delegation business. Presentation of a delegation report. Number 1, Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Delegation.
Give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Delegation to the United Kingdom and Poland from the 9th to the 15th of November 2025. Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, it gives me great pleasure to present the committee's report of its delegation visit to the United Kingdom and Poland in November 2025. The aims of the delegation were to strengthen bilateral relations between our countries, to advance our understanding of progress under the 50-year Australia and United Kingdom nuclear-powered submarine partnership and collaboration treaty, the Geelong Treaty, and to learn about Australia's international defence cooperation in support of Poland and the Ukraine. We returned to Australia with a reinforced sense of shared values, solidarity, and a deep appreciation of the need to uphold and strengthen critical alliances. Resoundingly, we heard our own concerns of the indivisibility of Russia's war on Ukraine and the increased tensions in the Indo-Pacific region reflected back to us by UK and Polish parliamentary counterparts. In the United Kingdom, we observed a trench warfare and drone demonstration by the Australian Defence Force personnel training Ukrainian armed forces. Movingly, the Ukrainian military officers spoke to us about the psychological impacts of the ongoing conflict, with many veterans traumatised by the sound of Russian drones. We were reminded of the past and present service and sacrifice of our own Australian Defence Force men and women when we attended the Australian High Commission Remembrance Day service at the Australian War Memorial in London. Our consultations with parliamentary counterparts underscored the importance of the Australia-United Kingdom defence cooperation under the Geelong Treaty. Knowledge transfer was highlighted by our parliamentary colleagues and industry representatives as key to the success of the AUKUS program. They told us of the barriers to workforce migration and challenges in recruitment and retaining workers to long-term infrastructure projects such as shipbuilding. These insights are discussed at great length in the Defence Subcommittee's inquiry report into the Department of Defence annual report 2023-2024. Now more than ever, Australia relies on effective trade relationships with like-minded countries. We heard about the value of the Australia-United Kingdom Free Trade Agreement with a range of industry representatives as part of the Australian-United Kingdom Bilateral Economic Roundtable. In Warsaw, the delegation had the privilege of hearing first-hand perspectives from both Polish and Ukrainian ministers of the impact of Russia's war in Ukraine and the vital need for global support to uphold the international rule of law. We took solemn note of Australia's need to understand hybrid warfare, drone incursion and disinformation in an environment of increased weaponisation of migration, infrastructure and food security. We heard that Poland's projected defence expenditure this year is nearly 5% of its GDP. Ukraine's defence spending in 2024 was nearly 40% of its GDP. Ukrainian ministers spoke of the impact of the war on their country and the people of Ukraine, the increased drone and missile attacks, largely affecting civilians, and forced displacement with over 2.5 million Ukrainians without homes. We were greatly impressed by the dedication of support organisations and the UNHCR in assisting Ukrainian refugees in Poland. While attending the Rebuild Ukraine conference in Warsaw, we were both impressed and inspired by Ukraine's determination to rebuild in the midst of conflict. We were both gratified and humbled to hear that Australia is held in high regard in both Poland and Ukraine, and we note their appreciation of Australia's $1.3 billion military and humanitarian assistance commitment. Australia and Poland share a deep history of collaboration with our troops fighting side by side in Tobruk during World War II and elsewhere. The delegation's presence in Poland emphasised the strong relationship between Australia, Poland and Ukraine. We were honoured to affirm Australia's enduring and unequivocal support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. On behalf of the delegation, we'd like to extend our sincere appreciation to governmental officials, Defence Force personnel and organisations in the United Kingdom and Poland who graciously allowed time to meet with the delegation and share their insights and experience. We deeply appreciate the warm welcome and the hospitality we received. I'd like to acknowledge the assistance provided by the staff of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade at the Australian High Commission in London, led by the then High Commissioner, the Honourable Stephen Smith, and at the Australian Embassy in Warsaw, led by Australia's Ambassador to Poland, His Excellency Mr Benjamin Hayes. And particularly, we'd like to thank other staff who were there in Warsaw who provided invaluable assistance in developing the program for Poland and their generous support during the delegation's time in Warsaw. I'd like to thank my fellow delegation members, Senators Dean Smith, Senator Deborah O'Neill, the member for Hinckley and the member for Adelaide. The delegation was ably supported both prior to and during the visit by the delegation secretary, Ms Leanne Galloway, and I want to particularly thank her for a wonderful contribution to the success of the visit. Mr Speaker, I commend this report to the House.
I'm going to give the call to the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I too rise to talk about the report, and without repeating too much of what my good friend the member for Blair has said, and I agree with everything, the purpose of the visit, of course, was to strengthen our bilateral relations, to inform ourselves of the key interests of Australia, the United Kingdom, Poland and, of course, the Ukraine. Even though we didn't travel to the Ukraine, we had members of their defence departments, etc., travel to Poland on the second part of the trip. It also allowed our delegation to discuss the value of the Australian United Kingdom Free Trade Agreement with a fantastic round table at the High Commission and further conversations of the UK's approach to trade and economic security, considering the geopolitical shifts that have impacted the global trade environment. We were honoured and we had the privilege of hearing first-hand perspectives from, of course, the Polish and Ukrainian government officials in Poland, in Warsaw, detailing the realness of the war on Ukraine and the impact on the people who are in need of vital global support, but also the impact on the Polish nation as well. The delegation, of course, expressed its deepest respects on behalf of Australia for Poland's humanitarian efforts and support for Ukraine. Mr Speaker, one of the things that stood out for me was in the UK, where we met staff and government officials of Ukraine in the United Kingdom, defence veterans who were being trained by Australian Defence Forces. These are people on the front line in Ukraine who come over to the UK, trained up as leaders on the front line and then sent back to the front line. And it really brought home the horrors of war and what these people are going through. But our hats are taken off to them, especially to the Ukraine soldiers who were there, but also to the Australian Defence Department, who's doing such a great job. And it gave us a first-hand ability to understand what's taking place in the trenches in Ukraine. As I said, we were able to meet many Ukrainian soldiers, and they brought to the light the effect of drone warfare, as they were severely, many of them traumatised, but just the sound of the flying machine. Mr. Speaker, I can honestly say that it really gave us an understanding of what's actually happening and how important it is to support Ukraine. It seemed that we also had many discussions in Poland with Polish officials, and obviously we congratulated them on their international assistance and scale, of course, of becoming the third largest defence spender of NATO countries. Poland wanted to talk to us about our child protection digital platform, which opens the door to future conversations on agreements, etc., focusing on cyber security. And recently we had many of those Polish members of Parliament and Deputy Minister visit Australia only a few weeks ago, where these discussions continued. Topics of defence were brought up, including the importance of understanding that hybrid warfare and the risks of manipulation by social media and information, misinformation as well, and the critical state of Russia's drone incursion and disinformation. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to commend and thank, of course, our Chair, the member for Blair, the Secretariat and all the members. It was an extremely worthwhile trip which gave us knowledge and insight into the horrors and one of the most horrific breach of international law in Ukraine, and also in the UK, seeing the Ukrainian soldiers being trained. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the report as well to the House.
The time allotted for statements on this report has expired. I give the call to a member for Blair.
Speaker, I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Member for Blair.
Speaker, I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 1. Interactive Gambling Amendment. Stop the Gambling Ads Bill 2026.
Give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present the Interactive Gambling Amendment, Stop the Gambling Ads Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum. We signed the wrong ones. You signed the wrong ones. Thank you.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Interactive Gambling Act 2001 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the member for Curtin.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today I present a bill to stop the gambling ads. This bill enacts the cornerstone recommendation of a committee inquiry that I was honoured to participate in, chaired by the late Peter Murphy, who handed down our unanimous recommendations more than 1,000 days ago. This House has heard me speak about the need for gambling reform many times. So today, as I present this bill, I want to give a voice to others who don't have powerful lobby groups operating in this building, who do not make big political donations, who cannot control the media narrative, but deserve to be heard. The Alliance for Gambling Reform has been collecting stories from people around Australia who want to see this action. Here are some of their stories. I used to think that gambling was socially acceptable, not realising that it was costing me more than my hard-earned money. Over a period of 25-odd years, I gambled away my family, a multitude of friends and my home, before I realised what I'd done and what I was still doing. Then I nearly gambled away a second family before a close friend with different addictions helped me to realise that I was addicted to this pastime. Now I see the gambling ads shoved in my 12-year-old daughter's face every time we want to enjoy time watching our favourite teams playing. I nearly cry thinking how close I came to losing her, but I don't. Instead, we have discussions about how I and many of my friends fell for the marketing. Gambling doesn't make it more fun to watch sports, it doesn't help you bond with your mates, it drives you to drink and other illicit coping mechanisms. A wife shared how her husband's gambling addiction had ruined her dreams for a good life. Gambling harm has already completely eroded and killed my relationship with my husband. I started out empathetic and compassionate to help my husband overcome this mental health condition that is gambling addiction, but my help and compassion were preyed upon and made harder by the relentless onslaught of gambling available in Australia. We would get on top of going to pokies in venues, and then online pokies became available. Sports betting became easier through apps. There really is no escape from this nightmare now. There's nowhere to help us. The only option seems to be to dissolve the marriage and the family. I implore the Australian government to do better. A parent shared their story of their son's gambling addiction. Just over 2 years ago, my son lost everything, including his wife and kids, all due to easy online gambling. He also tried to take his own life. He tells us he's not gambling anymore, but we're not sure if this is true. Hopefully for his sake it is. It's taken a toll on all of us. I almost had a nervous breakdown and I'm constantly in tears when I think back on the events that took place. When I see these gambling ads constantly on TV, I literally have to change the channel or close my eyes and block my ears. My son loves his football, so he constantly sees this thrown in his face as well. Something needs to be done now to stop these ads before more stories like mine happen. A man shared his story of how gambling had affected 3 generations of his family. He says, "I lost my dad to suicide in 2014, directly related to horse racing gambling. I myself lost everything that meant anything to me due to a pathological addiction to poker machines. And now I see my nephew, who's 15, bombarded with iPad ads designed to get kids hooked. We must ban this disgusting blight on society that preys on the most vulnerable, for our children, for our better world." A First Nations Australian provided a perspective from the centre of the country. "My town is suffering. The people here are suffering. Gambling addiction means there's no food on the table and no money to pay bills. I see here in Alice Springs exactly who is hardest hit by the gambling culture, and it isn't white fellas and it isn't anyone who can afford to lose money." There are hundreds of these stories and I wish I could share them all with the Parliament. Reading them one by one, what really hits you is how broad the impact of gambling harm is. Gamblers speak of what it has done to their families, to their mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, to their friends and to their sons and daughters. Gambling addiction tears families apart. The Prime Minister doesn't want to act on gambling because he thinks people should take responsibility for their own actions. But he doesn't consider how your life can be ruined if someone in your family cannot escape their gambling addiction. Gambling ads are a big part of this. Banning ads for online gambling is not a full solution to the harm caused by the gambling industry, but it is a start. This bill phases in a comprehensive ad ban for online gambling over a period of 3 years. It's designed to ban the most high-impact ads and ad times first, while giving broadcasting companies time to manage the losses to their ad revenue. By the end of the 3 years, all ads for online gambling would be banned from television, streaming services, social media, stadiums, buildings and beyond. The Prime Minister wants people to take personal responsibility, but it's not a fair fight for people to go up against billion-dollar companies. This bill makes the fight slightly fairer. It does not ban gambling, and that's not what I'm advocating for. In fact, I'm willing to take a punt right now. I bet the Prime Minister will continue to protect his buddies in the multi-million-dollar gambling industry instead of the people whose stories I read today. I bet the Prime Minister will continue to mislead the public about the government having responded to the Murphy report. I bet the Prime Minister will continue to keep his backbench in line by telling them that they just need to trust him for another year. I bet the Prime Minister will continue to point the finger at offshore gambling companies instead of dealing with a problem that exists here. I bet the Prime Minister will come up with some reform light package that continues to put the responsibility on the individuals, like an education program about gambling harm in schools, in the totally unfair fight between kids and a multi-billion-dollar industry. I bet the Prime Minister won't even debate this bill and won't stop the gambling ads. Why? Because he is listening to the money, not to the people. And I cede the remainder of my time to the member for Clark.
Is the motion seconded? The member for Clark.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I second the member for Curtin's bill, and I'll just add a few additional comments, if you don't mind. It's an honour to second this bill because it would do what the Albanese government has revealed itself as too weak and too scared to do, and that is to finally ban gambling advertising. Now, Speaker, I've stood in this place countless times since I was elected in 2010 and quoted the research, the statistics and the reams of evidence about the ill effects of gambling addiction, the cost to the community, to individuals and to the economy. I even chaired the Joint Select Committee on Gambling Reform. So in June 2023, when Peter Murphy handed down a unanimous cross-party report on gambling harm with 31 clear recommendations, I was hopeful. Hopeful because this isn't the minority government of 2010, which was so fearful in the face of a campaign from the gambling lobby. No, in this parliament, Labor has an historic majority. The opposition are still in disarray. We have Peter's blueprint for reform, and there's broad support for at least banning gambling advertising. In other words, the government has all they need to stand up to the gambling lobby. And that's why it's particularly galling that more than 1,000 days since the Murphy report was handed down, and still the government has shown all the spine of a jellyfish. In fact, in a particularly outrageous example of this lack of guts, the Minister for Communications personally told a former gambling addict and reform campaigner that she shouldn't speak to the government, but instead to go and convince the wagering companies, television networks and sporting codes of the need for reform. Good grief. Doesn't the Minister know what her job is? It's not to wait for the companies she regulates to come and beg her to regulate them. No, it's to act in the public interest and in the interests of the hundreds of thousands of Australians experiencing or impacted by a gambling addiction, and to enact reforms. But of course, Speaker, I don't blame the Minister entirely, because as we all know, it's the Prime Minister that's the real blockage here, because he's scared of the media and gambling companies, as well as the sporting codes. Hence, he resorts to gaslighting and obfuscating, and by crowing about reforms that were initiated by the Morrison government. And when I called for a free vote on the matter, the Prime Minister deferred responsibility by saying that the Labor caucus makes decisions and that there's caucus solidarity. Well, Speaker, there's solidarity and there's subordination. And at the moment, it looks to me like a case of caucus being completely subordinate to the Prime Minister. Frankly, Speaker, the current impasse is scandalous. So I say to the PM again, if you can't bring yourself to take on the parasites benefiting from gambling, then get out of the way and let the rest of us do the work for you. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the bill be read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has now expired and the debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be in order of the day for the next sitting. The call to the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 2, Australian Citizenship Amendment, Stripping Terrorists of Australian Citizenship Bill 2026.
Call to the honourable member for New England.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Australian Citizenship Amendment, Stripping Terrorists of Australian Citizenship Bill 2006 and the explanatory memorandum. I move.
I'll call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Australian Citizenship Act 2007 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the member for New England.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, I was booted out of this place under a Section 44 case because apparently I had dual citizenship for a country that I'd visited for approximately 5 days. My father, who was not a citizen of that country, my mother was not a citizen of that country. It just so happened that for a period of time I was entitled to citizenship, and therefore I was no longer able to be a member of this parliament. I want to thank people because it allowed me to have a world record 3 times as Deputy Prime Minister of Australia. However, if I'm not allowed to sit in this parliament because of dual citizenship, why should I be allowed to stay in Australia if I committed a terrorist offence? If your affection for another country is so much that you want to keep the citizenship of that country, and you, whilst here in Australia, decide that what you will do as a terrorist offence is murder people, kill people, as we have seen, unfortunately, then you should live your virtue and go back to the other country, wherever that may be. What is the reason that you should be staying in Australia? Why should you stay here? You obviously don't like the place. In fact, you hate Australia. So if you hate Australia, leave Australia. It's really quite simple. You can't have a potpourri of allegiances that on a time of testing shows that they are weighted towards another nation away from the nation that we all live in. It has got to be seen that having Australian citizenship comes with rights, comes with obligations. And those obligations are negated if you act in such a way as to the complete detriment and harm of the Australian people and also of the culture, the egalitarian nature of Australia. What this says, I thought, is the bleeding obvious, that if you are come from a part of the world which has sowed a seed that says there is not to be, that you find the culture of Australia anathema, and you hold that so strongly that you pursue a terrorist act, then surely that strength of affinity, of love of that alternate nation, that alternate culture, should see you deported to it. Then you should be living with your heart's content in another part of the world, becoming their problem, not ours. I mean, why, when you think about it, if you keep Australian citizenship and ultimately we become responsible, because we don't have the death penalty in Australia, we become responsible for jailing you, the cost of that is more than if you stayed in a first-class hotel in Sydney. It is a massive cost to the Australian taxpayer. So this bill is about stating the bleeding obvious. It's about saying that if you held dual citizenship, and you obviously be aware of that dual citizenship, and that dual citizenship is a reflection of an affection for another nation, and your affection for Australia is in such a form as that you have gone out to commit a terrorist act, quite obviously with the intention of killing Australians, of killing the people who are of the culture, who are of the ethos, of the people who have given you comfort, given you succour, given you security, giving you the opportunities of free health, free education, giving you the egalitarian nature, giving you freedom before the law, giving you equality before the law, giving you opportunity, giving you basically a classless society. If that is so at odds with where you are, if that offends you so much that you wish to go and commit a terrorist attack to kill your fellow Australians, then why on earth aren't we kicking you out of this country? If you have that alternate nation where your love resides, then that is where you should be booted out to. That is where you go. So I can't quite understand why I mean, I accept that other people might say, well, yeah, that's fair enough, and we might get something of a similar form that's supported by other parties. I want to acknowledge, obviously, member for Flynn from the National Party for his support on this. So it is something that's seen as a bipartisan, on a bipartisan basis because of logic. It's not something that I sort of parochially want to hold to as my own, and the only party I've mentioned here right now is the National Party. So if this is something that can be supported in such a form as to bring logic back into this, I think you will be overwhelmingly supported by the Australian people.
I thank the honourable member. Is the motion seconded?
I can reserve my right.
Thank the honourable member for Flynn. The question is now that the bill be read a second time. The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the next sitting day. The clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 3 for a motion in relation to fuel security.
The honourable member for Groom has the floor.
I move the motion relating to fuel security in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you very much, Speaker. Australia's fuel security remains dangerously exposed, and in moving this motion, Speaker, I'm reminded of how long it took this government to accept the fact that we were in a fuel supply crisis. For weeks we were told there was no supply issues, and we had that denial going on in this place in question time over and over again. And what did we do, Speaker, on this side of the House? We laid out the blueprint for the response. We said, simply look back to 2021 when we had the AdBlue crisis, when the coalition government forced the hand of the ACCC, forced the hand of the distributors to make sure that what was needed went to the people who needed it most. We made sure that our trucks kept moving, our farmers kept farming, our miners kept mining. We did that and we offered that blueprint. We said, here's what to do. Instead, what did we get? We got a minister telling our farmers to work from home and buy an EV. And, Speaker, that message went down very well in my community. They really appreciated that. They thought that was excellent. That was excellent. But why do we get this pretense? Why do we get this pretense from this minister? Because, quite frankly, Speaker, Chris Bowen is the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Big on the climate change. Big on the climate change. Wants to be president of COP31, put all of his attention into that. That's his focus. That's the international stage he gets to stride on. That's where he gets all the big pats on the back. But when it comes to dealing with energy security, energy affordability, he has done very little to help this country. And I point out, this is a minister who directed refineries in Australia to send liquid fuel that they were making here, overseas. We were sending our liquid fuel away. And of course, the whole period, what we've seen from this minister is the attempt always to blame everybody else for what's been happening. At the start of this crisis, it was right-wing scaremongering that was causing the crisis. Then it was panic buying. Minister, you cannot panic buy from an empty servo. We have empty servos throughout my region and just to the west. That's what we're dealing with. That's what we're experiencing. And, Speaker, this is an important conversation because energy is the economy. Cheap energy is what drives national prosperity. We see that around the world. Other countries that are getting ahead of us, that are moving faster than us, they have cheap energy. And we've walked away from that. We've walked away from that. And it goes beyond just wanting to bring back manufacturing. It goes beyond wanting to see more investment in farming or mining. It talks to our national strength. Speaker, there is no military-industrial complex without an industrial complex. If we can't make things, then we have no ability to supply a frontline. And that, Speaker, is the greatest deterrent that we can have against foreign aggression, is our ability to supply a frontline, and we have left that aside. We have decided that it's more important to follow the climate change part of the minister's remit than it is to focus on energy. But we are a little bit alone on this. Speaker, the world's devotion to net zero, to focusing on climate change, is shifting. We've seen that the US, the UK, Canada, around the world, What's Japan doing right now? What Japan's doing in this fuel supply crisis, they're ramping up their coal-fired power stations because they want that cheap power. They know they need it. They know that's the way to get it. They're not afraid of saying the thing that is obvious. They're not afraid to say the emperor has no clothes. They are not afraid to say that coal is cheap, it's reliable, and it's an important part of the economy. But don't just trust me on this, Speaker. I may have my criticisms of the minister's work, but nothing tops what we hear today in the ABC. An article from PK, Patricia Cavalis. This is the ABC, Speaker, the far right-wing, fear-mongering media piece that it is. And I'll quote from that article. Energy Minister Chris Bowen has been the subject of deep internal criticism for what one senior Labor figure told me was his condescending style and failing to meet the moment with his language. Yeah. That's accurate. That is pinpoint accurate. Goes on further. Mr Albanese has now stepped in, standing next to him to deliver what have been daily updates about the government's handling of the fuel crisis. So not only does this minister get someone to come in and do his job for him with the fuel crisis coordinator, he also gets the Prime Minister to hold his hand in press conferences because he is out of touch, he is completely out of control on this issue. And if there's one little adage that we can see from this, Speaker, it's quite simply you can lead Chris Bowen to water, but you can't make him think. We've given him the answers, we've shown him the pathway, but he refuses to listen and he's putting energy security last.
Thank the honourable member. Is the motion seconded?
Motion is seconded.
I thank the honourable member for Forrest and give the call to the most honourable member for Ford.
Thank you very much, the most Deputy Speaker. I'm sure.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? Are you going to speak on this? If you could just, for the benefit of Hansard, come to the microphone.
I reserve my right as second to speak.
And can we restart the clock, please, for the honourable member for Ford? Thank the clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I noticed that the member for Groom has moved his motion and now has left the chamber. But while I'm sure he's gone back to his room to follow this debate closely, it would have been nice to be able to address some of the things directly through you to him, Deputy Speaker. But because I've got to say, I mean, you know, there's so many things in his speech there that it's difficult to know where to start. I thought when he was talking about there being a lack of industrial complex in this country, apart from looking at the past, which really does make it amazing that anybody from that side can stand up to here and talk about our deindustrialisation, which occurred under decades of rule from people from the other side. But he must have been very pleased, the member for Groom, with his candidate in the ever-continuing leadership race within the Liberal National Party, talking about the member for Canning talking on the Insider yesterday about how this is not the time to make a last stand for neoliberalism in Australia. I'm sure that the member for Groom was very pleased with that statement, with that interview. But it does ignore the fact that at the moment his leader, the leader of the opposition, and the shadow treasurer, I think if there are two warriors for neoliberalism within this place, it is those two. And so I think that the member for Canning and the member for the Groom would be rightly concerned that they are wanting to take that last stand against neoliberalism, because it is very much that approach that has left us in the situation we're in today. It is that approach that saw 4 out of the 6 refineries that this nation would have otherwise dearly loved to have at the moment close under them. It is very much that complete abrogation to take a role in the energy transformation within Australia that occurred under the former government. That complete lack of being involved in the development of those key assets that has landed us in the situation that we're in today. And when you look at the fact that what they want to do, and to hear him sneer at the role of climate change and energy, to hear him sneer at the Ministry of Climate Change, in that really does, I think, give an indication that What I don't understand about the opposition, Deputy Speaker, is that it's a bit like looking at one of those optical illusions where where the opposition are trying to tell you that actually the lines aren't parallel, but the lines really are parallel when you take a look at it. But sometimes it can be so convincing that I just don't really know what they're getting at. Why they would want to get rid of the home battery scheme. What I'm trying to say is they are so convincing. But actually, when you look at what they're trying to say, it just doesn't make any sense, except that they're coming from this ideological position, that somehow renewable energy has to be bad. But actually, why would they get rid of the battery? Why would they get rid of the home battery scheme when it has resulted in 200,000 Australians now being able to basically take themselves off the grid? I don't get it. But again, I mean, I think what I'm trying to say, I guess, is that it is this approach that they've taken through their time in government that has meant that we have ended up in the situation where we're in today. I wish I had a bit longer, really, to talk about a lot of the good things which this government is doing. But I think that just listening to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy yesterday, when he was talking about what we've got here, firstly that Australia now has 39 days of petrol, 1.6 billion litres, which is up very slightly, diesel 30 days, which is pretty flat at 2.7 billion litres, and jet fuel 30 days, also 828 million litres. What that tells me, says the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, is that fuel is flowing strongly out the door, especially to regional Australia, but it also continues to flow in the door, and that every expected arrival has arrived, and that our international supply chain remains secure at this point, as we've said all of the way along, and that's important to reassure Australians. But instead of trying to reassure Australians, the opposition is determined to make a political point, to prove its ideological point more than it is to actually look after the economy and look after the people of Australia. And I think they should really take a bit of a hard look at themselves before they criticise the government any further.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question is that the motion be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And the saying goes, never waste a crisis. And indeed, this is a crisis in Minister Bowen's own words. During a crisis, it's reasonable for Australians to look to their government for leadership, for options, for a plan. Instead of the spin and rhetoric that we heard well articulated by the member for Groom from the Minister for Climate Change and a little bit of energy, I'd like today to instead focus on what the government isn't doing. And the government isn't proposing serious policy reform that will enable Australia to once again be an energy independent and sovereign resilient nation. How did we get here? We got here because net zero policies have prevented oil developments in Australia from being funded and financed. Our large banks have publicly and loudly declared from 2023 that they will no longer fund oil developments in Australia. And then we wonder why. We are a nation that is dependent on more than 90% of our liquid fuels being imported from overseas. So why are we not talking about banning those from holding, those who hold banking and credit licences in Australia from defunding a legitimate and lawful exploitation of hydrocarbons in this country? That is action number one the government could take today to set the conditions for Australia to resolve this crisis and emerge from it a stronger nation. Industry super funds and their activist directors that are plonked on company boards are more focused on DEI than they are on drilling. That needs to change, and it needs to change now, because this also caused a finance problem. Ultimately, our banks and finance companies responded to activist pressure. So let's bring on a real debate about limiting shareholder activism in Australia, where it distracts companies from doing what they ought to be doing. Project approvals in this country for oil and gas developments are pushing towards a decade, and of course that can blow out where they're subject to extensive lawfare. So use of AI and other technologies to get approvals down should be the goal of this government during this crisis. Why is it that we can't use AI to get projects approved in 3 months? Why is it that we see these endless and largely baseless, very vexatious appeals clogging up our courts and holding back our companies from developing energy infrastructure in Australia? Well, a big part of it, of course, is the Environmental Defender's Office that this government continues to feed money to. We saw most recently in the case of the Barossa project that, of course, the EDO and their cronies in the Green movement had used a totally baseless expert, so-called expert, to hold up a $1 billion project on the basis of an absolute fiction. That needs to stop. It needs to stop now, and the government should be taking action in this respect. When it comes to the importation of oil, and indeed everything that comes to and leaves from this country in a ship, the obvious imperative is that we have a capability as a sovereign nation with skilled seafarers. It takes 10 years to train a ship's captain, but only 18 months to build a tanker. The importance of starting this process today, during the depths of an energy crisis, can't be overstated. Every day, LNG, coal and iron ore ships leave Australia bound for markets throughout Southeast Asia, and we have an opportunity to get seafarers on those ships. If we adopted UK-style income tax exemptions for seafarers outside the country for more than 180 days a year, that would narrow the gap between employing Australians and employing international seafarers, ensure the government shares just a trifling amount of the cost, and sets us up for long-term success. Because the answer isn't always more spending. And that's where this government's going wrong, even in the depths of an energy crisis. Expedited approvals and creation of special economic zones, or even thinking about investment incentives in an industry-focused way rather than a geographically focused way, is the sort of big-picture thinking that you'd expect from a government who was prepared to lead this country out of a crisis with a view to leaving us stronger, more prosperous and more resilient as a country. Thinking differently about this means costing these sorts of initiatives differently as well. Ultimately, there's no taxation revenue to forego where there is no industrial activity occurring in the first place. We need solutions from the government, and we're getting none.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, what a truly bizarre contribution from the member for Forrest, can I say? Extraordinary, bizarre and a bit wild. Because what the member for Forrest has just got up here to do is to bang on about denigrating net zero when net zero has given many, through an incredibly challenging time, electrification, which has helped inoculate them from an incredibly difficult time when it comes to fuel. And the member for Forrest has gotten up attacking industry superannuation that the coalition throughout their entire time in this place has always spoken against, has always said that they didn't agree with, and superannuation is something right now that is securing the futures of millions of Australians across this country. And the member for Forrest got up and he started talking about cronies and DEI. And I tell you what, right now is not the time for that kind of contribution, because right now is a serious time. And fuel is not just unleaded, and it's not just diesel either. Fuel is what helps us get from home to work and back again. Fuel is what helps us get produce from farms to the supermarket to people's tables. Fuel is what helps cart the kids around to Saturday morning sports. And fuel helps us make sure that Australians get the support they need when their health is in trouble. And Deputy Speaker, it is a critical part of our way of life in this country. And right now, Australians are truly feeling the rise of those costs. They're feeling it at the hip pocket. They're also feeling it when they go to the grocery store. And they're feeling it when they pay their bills. And this is something that is impacting so many people and families across our country. And it's important that we take that impact seriously and that we act, which is what the Albanese Labor government is doing. And it's because right now there is a war in the Middle East. There is global uncertainty. And this is being felt not just in our country, but in so many different places across the world. And what that demands is not cheap talk. What that demands is not puffery from the member for Forest. What it demands is a plan and putting that plan into action. And the Albanese Labor government has done just that, Deputy Speaker. We are not only globally well placed, but we have also focused on three core things in terms of making sure that we can get Australians the relief that they need. Firstly, we know that we need to get fuel into this country and we need to keep fuel in this country. And that's why the Albanese Labor government has temporarily amended the fuel standards. It's why we've released 20% of the baseline stock holding. It's why we brought our reserves back to this country so that they could be accessed when Australians needed it. And it's why we're underwriting the purchase of fuel being sold on international markets by the private sector. The second thing is getting fuel to the people who need it. And it's why we were in this place last week moving legislation to ensure that truck drivers are treated fairly and to make sure that the movement of goods is protected through a difficult time. And it's why this government has been a driver of coordination, not just between experts and not just between stakeholders, but between leaders across our country, with a task force designed to make sure that we continue to coordinate and continue to take action and continue to roll out that plan. And Deputy Speaker, what beggars belief in this place from those opposite is that they oversaw the closure of 2/3 of the country's refineries. What beggars belief in this place is that the opposition stalled fuel reserves on the other side of the globe, on the other side of the world, on another continent. And what beggars belief is that they oversaw the closures of urea facilities. Australians deserve better than that.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question is now that the motion be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the honourable member for McPherson.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I rise today to speak on fuel security. Now, fuel security is an issue that is not an abstract policy issue. It's a national security, economic stability issue and an issue in relation to the daily life of Australians. But before I start, I'd like to just touch on the contribution of the member for Moreton. And can I just say, the member for Moreton said that, and I quote, "Right now is a serious time." I hope the member reminds the Prime Minister and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy that it is a serious time. The next time that they enter this chamber during question time, they avoid answering our questions and they laugh in the opposition's face. I hope that the member reminds the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy that this is in fact a serious time. Right now, as a country, and this motion touches on this, we are quite dangerously exposed. As a country, we're importing over 90% of our refined fuel, and we hold some of the lowest reserves in the OECD. And that's very important because it leaves us vulnerable to global shocks, to conflict and to supply disruptions. And when that happens, it's not just Canberra that feels it, it's families, it's farmers, it's truckies, it's regional communities. And at a time when we are uncertain about fuel supply in this country, we're seeing mixed messages coming from those opposite. We're seeing first it was no problem, then we heard don't panic, then we heard that, it's the fault of Australians who are going out and buying too much petrol. And now we're hearing language surrounding a national crisis, with advice to people across the country to work from home. Now, not only does that kind of mixed messaging provide uncertainty, but it also undermines the level of confidence that I think Australians require at this time from their government. Because if supply is truly strong, why is it that shipments are being cancelled or delayed? Why are Australians being told to change their behaviour, and why are fuel stations running out of petrol? And on Friday, I received contact from constituents to advise me that in my electorate of McPherson, one of the most well-known fuel stations down the southern end in Balinga had gone through this experience, and my understanding is they continue to do so. This points to a system failure, not just supply, but it also in relation to distribution. Now, the Coalition has been trying to bring the government to act for some time over the last few weeks. And now we're seeing it in this place that despite the fact that we've had 4 out of the last 5 sitting weeks here in Canberra, we have a situation where the government is looking to, all of a sudden wake up to the fact that there is a fuel crisis and try to get some legislation through the Parliament. And let's not forget that ensuring fuel gets through the system is the responsibility of the minister. But what are we seeing? We're seeing this part-time energy minister instead outsourcing responsibility to task forces, to the ACCC, to people who don't always believe in fuel itself. The Coalition has come out in support of halving of the fuel excise, and I say to the Prime Minister and to every Australian who can look at their representatives, especially those who have representatives who are members of the government, they should be able to look at them and say that every single day that the Prime Minister doesn't do that, Australians are paying an extra $16 million in fuel, right in the midst of a fuel crisis. And when fuel doesn't reach where it's needed, and when the supply is low and the costs are high, we see a whole heap of other consequences. We see food production being disrupted, regional economies are suffering, freight slows, and many other consequences. Now, the Coalition has in the past recognised fuel security as a national vulnerability. This happened during COVID. We saved Australia's last 2 refineries, legislated the Fuel Security Act, introduced the minimum stockholding obligation, and delivered a 40% increase in diesel reserves. We can't have the government's endless pursuit of net zero coming at the cost of basic supply security. And that's why I say to this government, come to the table, get some action on the plate, and let's address this issue for the benefit of Australians.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. And with that, the question is now that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recognise that households and businesses and farmers are facing fuel uncertainty right now, and I know that this is something that is having rippling effects across Australia. The thing that I also know is that the people of Australia recognise that it was not the Australian government that has organised the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and that it's not because of Australian government decisions or actions. But what we are seeing right now is the largest disruption to global energy supply since the 1970s. This is a crisis that we are currently living through, which has been triggered by a war that has blocked the channel through which 20% of the world's oil passes. And what Australians deserve to know, that this government is a government that is listening and acting, and we are continuing to act immediately and decisively. And we're doing this because we recognise that farmers and truckies, regional families, and those people in cities as well are feeling what is happening at the fuel price pumps right now. Interestingly, the motion that is before us calls for actions that we have actually already taken. Minimum stock holding obligations, we've implemented them. The minimum stock holding obligation covers 98% of all diesel and 100% of petrol and jet fuel in Australia, and we strengthened the diesel requirements further in 2024. On the question of transparent reporting, we publish the MSO stock data every Saturday. When the crisis hit, we moved fast. We released 762 million litres from the strategic reserve. We amended the fuel quality standards to unlock a further 100 million litres of fuel supply per month. We also convened the National Oil Supplies Emergency Committee 6 times since the 1st of March. And this weekend, the Prime Minister announced that the government will underwrite additional fuel shipments directly, carrying the financial risk so that suppliers can secure cargoes that otherwise could not be afforded. This is legislation that will be introduced into the House today. Independent energy analysts have called this the right move. We are making changes to protect Australia's security. But those opposite deserve a moment because they brought this moment. 4 refineries closed under the coalition. 4. 2 of them, while the current opposition leader was the energy minister. When BP closed the Kwinana refinery, the only refinery in Western Australia, he said closure of the refinery will not negatively impact Australia's fuel supplies. When ExxonMobil closed Altona, he said it again. He was wrong. And rather than build storage here, the coalition spent $100 million storing oil in Texas, 14,000 kilometres away, less than 2 days of Australia's supply on an entirely different continent and a different hemisphere. The people of Australia are not watching this debate to see who scores points. They're watching because they are worried, because they are filling up the tank and watching the number climb. Because fuel prices flow through to groceries, to freight, and to everything on the shelf. The pressure is real. And that's why we've empowered the ACCC to strengthen penalties to go after price gouging. It is why we targeted relief specifically at regional areas where supply chains are the longest. And it's why this government has delivered tax cuts for all 14 million Australian taxpayers, with the average worker around $43 a week better off from the 1st of July. This motion condemns the government for failing to act. The facts say otherwise. We implemented the obligations that they only promised. We kept open refineries they let close. We store fuel here, not in Texas. But the most important thing that I can say is not about them, but it's about families in our electorate and farmers in regional WA and the truckies keeping this country moving. Australia needs a government who's focused on them and not fighting the opposition. And that's what we're doing. We're fighting for the good people of Australia.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question is now that the motion be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the honourable member for Barker.
I thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on a motion, and I do so at a time when Australia's fuel security is not just under pressure, it's dangerously exposed. Our nation is a nation that runs on diesel. The mining sector, the agricultural sector, the transport sector. I think everyone in this place can agree on that. In fact, there is no argument. But politics, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the art of knowing what comes next. The problem we have with the Minister for Climate Change and Energy and the Prime Minister as well is not that they don't know what comes next, but they don't know what just happened. That's the problem. I had the privilege of sitting in this place during one of the most challenging times in our nation's history, as did you, Mr Deputy Speaker, through COVID. And I know from being around tables where senior decision makers were making decisions during that crisis that they weren't focused on what happened just now, but they were focused on what was about to happen and what was going to happen after that. You see, that is the point. We had a Minister for Climate Change and Energy who for a couple of weeks said, crisis? What crisis? No crisis. Nothing to see here. Now, I don't think he just said that in question time. From what we can see now, that was informing his decisions day by day. So at the time where decisions had to be made, critical ones to get in front of the curve, not flatten the curve, Mr Speaker, but to get in front of the curve, he was sitting down
presumably with his head in the sand going, no problem, it'll all go away. Now, the member for Swan just made an interesting contribution. I think she used the word crisis about a dozen times. Because you know what? Even for those opposite, and particularly the minister, he's been mugged by reality. He's been mugged by the reality it actually is a crisis. You know, when you pull up to a petrol station, the Bowser's on empty. I had this experience myself, Mr Speaker. This was about 4 weeks ago. I was coming back to Canberra. I was travelling from Mount Gambier to Adelaide. I had about 100 kilometres of fuel and I thought, oh, I'll just pull into Narrcourt and fill up. Oh, guess what? There's no fuel in Narrcourt. I barely could believe it. I posted a photograph about that. Lo and behold, 200,000 people looked at that photograph. I made it just to Keith. It's 100 kilometres down the road, and never ever in my life have I had the experience where I've thought, plenty of times I've had the experience, look, Tony, you've overcooked it, you won't make it to the next town, but I've never had to think at the same time, gee, I hope that town has fuel. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But the reality is those opposite have now been mugged by reality. And if we're talking about what comes next, can I say to those opposite, supply is one problem. It's the preeminent and first priority, of course, because without supply, as I said, a nation that runs on diesel grinds to a halt. But let's talk about price right now. I spent Saturday morning with, in fact, a business operator I sat next to in Year 8, all the way back when. He runs Southwest Freight, a small to medium trucking enterprise. You're familiar with this industry, Mr Deputy Speaker. His fuel bill's gone from $5 million a year to $10 million a year. He's looking at trucks parked up in his yard. I then, over the course of the weekend, had the great opportunity to meet up with some dairy farmers in my electorate. A heap of them came to a particular dairy because they knew I was going to catch up with one farmer. And they said, Tony, one dairy farmer, we run 11 diesel engines. Now, this is a dairy farm that's not on the grid, not because they want to be green but they're just simply not on the grid. They have to rely on diesel generation for the electricity to run their pumps, their irrigation systems, and indeed the dairy. These aren't people that can pass these prices on. So in effect, what we have is those opposite who have spent the large share of the last decade demonising fossil fuels and the people that drill for them, refine them and deliver them to our economy. And right now, they're asking for forgiveness and praying that the very people they've demonised over the course of the last decade can get them out of this very, very hot water. To those opposite, accept our proposal to reduce fuel taxes in this country, give Australians some relief and do it today.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution and I give the call to the honourable member from Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese is looking at every practical measure that we can to shield Australians from the very worst of this global uncertainty. And globally, it is a crisis. What we're seeing at home is the need to really manage not just the supply of fuel that comes to our shores, but also the distribution, so that it fairly gets around our country. And National Cabinet is convening again today to further coordinate activity and make sure that what we're having is national consistency. Now, we know Australians are following events in the Middle East, and we also know that they are seeing and feeling the consequences here at home. In my own electorate, a peri-urban electorate, where you can't easily switch to public transport for every purpose, we are really feeling the effects of an uneven distribution of fuel, and that certainly in the last week or two has had its impacts. We need to see, in my area where we have agriculture, many construction workers, many tradies, we need to see steady diesel as well as petrol. And that, of course, is the role that together at a federal and state level, working with the industry, will be aiming to achieve. I mean, I think it's obvious to all of us that the longer this goes on, the more significant the impact will be. The longer the Middle East war goes on, the harder it gets for us. And so our job as a government is not just to think about now and the immediate needs, but also to think forward and to make sure our farmers, our communities like mine, our more regional communities, that they can all get the fuel that they need. I want to particularly talk about one part of the community, and that's the Hawkesbury turf growers. A major concern for them is ensuring that their business, which uses diesel in every part of the business, on the tractors, on the mowers, on the pumps, on the harvesters, on the trucks, and they need to have access to a supply. And I want to ensure that when we talk about distributing diesel across the country, we don't forget the peri-urban areas, which are so dependent on it. Like everyone, they're finding price increases and resorting to temporary levies to their clients to cover it, but it's a big issue for jobs that are some way off but have already been quoted before this fuel price rise and availability hit. There are also cases of turf growers getting yelled at petrol stations when they go in with their regular vehicle, their regular trucks and containers to get their diesel fuel. And I just would encourage people to think about who else. It's not just day-to-day drivers, you know, mums and dads driving kids around. We've got turf growers, agricultural people, equine sector, who all have a pattern of adopting their fuel. They're just doing what they always do at the petrol station, and they deserve respect for that, and they deserve to be able to access the normal supplies that they would. You know, as the member for Macquarie, my job is to raise these issues with the government, and that's what I've been doing. I'm very pleased to see the things that we've done to support consumers. We've passed new laws to double the penalties for petrol companies who are taking unfair advantage of this situation. We've got the new National Fuel Supply Task Force, and its coordinator, Anthea Harris, has been working to ensure that all the different bits of the system are talking together. Absolutely crucial that that happens. We've released 20% of Australia's fuel reserves, and that's been particularly targeted at regional areas. We've temporarily changed petrol and diesel standards so more fuel can flow. And that's why there is a supply of fuel now. And that's why it isn't a crisis here now, but there are distribution issues that are impacting the ease and readiness with which people have been able to access it. We have also made it easier for Australia's refineries to access government funding when they run at a loss, because we don't want any brakes on their ability to produce. You know, the ones that remain, the two that remain after we suffered the opposition for those nearly a decade, those two are vital to our supply, and we're supporting them. We've also indicated a change to the law so that we can bring more fuel and help subsidise, underwrite whatever mechanism is needed to bring fuel in offshore. These are practical things, and we'll do everything that is needed.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. Being that there are no further speakers, the debate for the adjournment and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And with that, can I call upon the clerk?
Private members' business, notice number 4, Australia-EU Free Trade Agreement.
And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the motion relating to the Australian-EU Free Trade Agreement in terms in which it appears in the notice paper.
The member for Hunter has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. The conclusion of negotiations on a free trade agreement between Australia and the European Union is not just another trade deal. It's a landmark agreement that opens a door to one of the largest, wealthiest markets in the world, 450 million people and a combined economy worth around $30 trillion. At a time when global trade is becoming more uncertain and competitive, this agreement sends a clear message. Australia is outward-looking, confident and committed to strengthening partnerships with like-minded economies. For too long, many Australian industries, especially in agriculture, have faced barriers into the EU market. Tariffs, quotas, complex regulations have made it difficult for our producers to compete on a level playing field. This agreement changes that. It will eliminate tariffs on a vast majority of Australian exports, making our products more competitive, affordable and accessible across Europe. For regions like the Hunter, this is an absolute game changer. The Hunter is one of Australia's great economic regions. It is diverse, resilient and proud. It is home to not only world-class coal and energy exports, but also to a thriving agriculture, advanced manufacturing, tourism, Australia's finest thoroughbreds, and one of the most iconic wine regions in this country. We are known for wines, mines and equines. Hunter Valley wine is recognised globally for its quality, heritage and unique character. But despite that reputation, access to European markets has not always been straightforward. This agreement will change that by removing tariffs on Australian wine exports, helping our winemakers compete more effectively and in a valuable and high-income market. That means more opportunities for our vineyards, more certainty for our producers and more jobs flowing through local communities, from cellar doors to logistics and hospitality. It's not just wine, Speaker. This agreement delivers significant benefits across the broader agriculture sector as well. It removes tariffs on products such as dairy, grains, horticulture, honey and processed food, while improving access for beef and sheep meat through expanded quotas. For farmers across the Hunter and regional New South Wales, this opens a market that has been effectively closed for decades. It means greater diversification for export markets, something that is critical in today's global environment. It means reducing resilience and reliance on a single trading partner and strengthening economic resilience. And it also means creating more well-paid jobs right here at home. The benefits do not stop at agriculture. The Hunter is also a region at the forefront of Australia's energy transition. From traditional energy exports to emerging industries like hydrogen and critical minerals, the region is positioning itself as a key player in the future of the global energy. This agreement supports that transition by eliminating tariffs on Australian energy and resources exports, including critical minerals and hydrogen, and by providing greater certainty for investors. That is crucial. Attracting investment will drive new projects, industries and jobs in regions like the Hunter. Under this agreement, investment flows between Australia and the European Union will become easier, helping to unlock that potential. We also know that modern economies are not built on goods alone. Services from education and tourism and to financial and professional services are a growing part of Australia's export story. This agreement creates new opportunities for Australian services providers by making it easier to operate in the European Union, including through streamlined recognition of professional qualifications and improved mobility of workers. That means more opportunities for Aussies to take their skills to the world and bring the experience back home. This agreement will also deliver benefits to Australian consumers. By reducing tariffs on imports from the EU, it will also lower costs for businesses and provide Australians with access to a wider range of more affordable goods, from machinery to vehicles and to everyday household products. This agreement is about more than trade figures and tariff schedules. It's about people. It's about winemakers in the Hunter looking to expand into new markets. It's about farmers seeking a fairer price for their product. It's about the worker who benefits from new jobs created by increased export and investment. It's about ensuring that all Australia remains competitive, resilient and prosperous in a rapidly changing global economy. In times of turbulence, we do not turn inward, we reach outward. We build stronger partnerships, we open new doors and we back Australian industries to succeed on the world stage. This agreement does exactly that. And Speaker, I commend the motion to the House.
Is the bill seconded?
Second the motion. Reserve my right to speak.
I thank the most honourable member for Blair, and with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on this motion because, quite frankly, I want to set the record straight. Because what we're being asked to recognise today by those opposite is not a triumph for Australian producers, because on any fair reading, this agreement falls short for the very people who grow our food and fibre. The government wants to tell Australians this agreement will open doors, but I'm here to tell you too many of our farmers will see those doors slammed firmly in their face. And don't take my word for it. Let's examine what the industry itself has said, because, you know, they're the people at the coalface. It's not the Minister for Trade, but the farmers, the foresters, the food producers otherwise in this country. Here they are. They've passed judgment on this agreement. The National Farmers Federation has been very clear. They've described the outcome as incredibly disappointing and warned that it fails to deliver meaningful new access for key agricultural exports. The Australian wine grape growers, an industry peak close to my heart, not because I'm a huge consumer of their product, but I represent more wine by value or volume than any other person in this place. What have they said? Well, they said after years of negotiation, they expected better. And from the red meat sector, the backbone of so many regional communities, the message is even more direct. The sheep meat producers of Australia have said this agreement has sold them out. Trust me. From an agricultural peak, that's strong language. Think about it. It has sold them out. That's language you don't hear often. The Australian Forest Products Association has also been pointed in their criticism. It's hardly a ringing endorsement when they say it lacks opportunity. And I'm worried about the risk for cheap European imports to flood our market. So when the motion claims the agreement will guarantee new and sophisticated market access, we have to ask, where is it? Because the evidence from those on the ground, those that work in these industries selling their product internationally 24/7, can't see it. What I see instead is a pattern. High expectations, rushing off to a press release, slow delivery, and a government more interested in headlines than outcomes. Because, of course, this agreement was settled, I'd argue, so the Prime Minister could get a selfie with another world leader. And while Labor celebrates tariff reductions, they ignore the reality of tariffs were never the real barrier in the first place. Quotas, standards, protectionist measures, settings remain firmly in place, limiting the ability of Australian producers to compete on a level playing field in any event. This is a fundamental problem. So you can't claim success by pointing to theoretical access, when in practice, our producers still can't get their product into the market at meaningful volumes. And let's be clear, regional Australians and the farmers and the fibre producers of this nation, they don't want symbolic wins. They can't pay their mortgages or, in fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, their diesel bills with symbolic achievements or outcomes. They need economic outcomes that deliver. In electorates like Barker, I can assure you I meet with farmers, growers and processors every single week. They want fair access, they want certainty, and they want a government that's prepared to stand up for them at the negotiating table. Instead, what they see is a deal that concedes too much and delivers too little. So let's look at just one of the things that was conceded in this agreement. It hasn't received much attention, but I've got to tell you, it sparked my interest. It was agreed as part of this agreement, in one of the articles, that there was a proposal to phase out, an undertaking to phase out fossil fuel subsidies. When I read the words fossil fuel subsidies, I can only think they're talking about the diesel fuel rebates that apply for farmers who use their equipment off-road. Now, if you're talking about conceding too much, there it is. That phrase in itself should send the shivers down the spines of Australian farmers. This is a government that's prepared to throw away the diesel fuel rebate, in many cases the only thing that keeps them viable.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question before the House now is that the motion be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Hunter for this important motion. Acknowledge his strong commitment to the regions and to our farmers and producers, not only in the Hunter but across Australia. Now, we've been in power for 4 years. The Coalition was in power for 4 years before that during the negotiations and couldn't land this agreement. So it's petty and mean-spirited in relation to this issue that the Coalition continues to whine and moan and carp and whinge about this agreement, when if they had led to this agreement, this would be the new Jerusalem has been achieved, Valhalla has arrived, you know, heaven on earth is here. if they had landed this agreement. But of course, they're whinging and moaning and carping. This is so typical of the Liberal and National parties when Labor does trade agreements. So we've signed a landmark, once-in-a-generation trade agreement with the European Union, the world's second largest economy. And where's their trade nationalism, the Liberal and National parties? Where's their Team Australia they used to give us lectures when they were in government about? No, they are over there whinging and carping and moaning. The Australian-EU trade agreement will lower trade and investment barriers between Australia and the EU, a massive $30 trillion economy with around 450 million people. It's a terrific outcome. It's worth $10 billion, the Australian economy, on an annual basis. Of course, our relationship with Europe is grounded in a shared belief in democratic institutions and human rights and inclusive societies. This world's a pretty unpredictable place at the moment, and the best way to navigate it's with those who have like-minded attitudes and middle partners like the European Union and the countries that make them up. And that's why last year the government committed to step up our cooperation with the EU. This is a comprehensive, balanced, commercially meaningful agreement that will reduce the cost for Australian consumers, open up new markets, those opposite can't deny that, to Australian producers and diversify our trade. It's a win-win. It removes tariffs on key Australian exports, including wine, seafood and horticulture. It means our clean, green, high-quality Australian produce, including beef, lamb, dairy, rice, sugar, will have access to consumers in the European market. It's good for my home state, good for Australian beef and sheep meat producers from Queensland, destined for European supermarkets. Local beef farmers in my electorate will benefit with greater opportunities. Also, two of the country's biggest meat processors, JBS Dinmore in Ipswich and Kilcoy Global Foods in the Somerset region, based in Kilcoy and Camina, have the opportunity for more market access to the EU. These businesses employ thousands of people in my electorate, and there's greater opportunity. Now, this is a hard-fought agreement which will benefit Australian consumers and businesses, more choice in goods and services at cheaper prices, including important inputs for our manufacturing and primary industry sectors. Also, the services sector will also benefit. Nearly $10 billion it's worth to Australian economy, and that agreement provides greater opportunities for suppliers, investors and professionals, and that's critical as well. It's worth noting our growing relationship with Europe extends beyond trade and investment. Last week, the government also announced the signing of a new Australia-EU security and defence partnership, which will strengthen cooperation across defence industry, maritime security and cyber security, as well as countering terrorism and disinformation. I note those opposite, some industry groups would have been critical of the beef and sheep meat quotas in the agreement, so I just want to point out a few facts. When we were elected in 2022, beef exports in total were worth $9 billion. It's now $18 billion, or double that, and growing. Last year, our beef exports to the EU were 4,000 tonnes. This agreement provides a guaranteed preferential access for 35,000 tonnes, more than 8 times the current exports, in a market that's been largely locked out for the last 30 years, where people would take years and years to eat an Australian steak. As part of the agreement, there is an ability to go back and see if we can increase volumes and get a better outcome in the future. And for sheep meat, the agreement allows for nearly 31,000 tonnes, 5 times our current market access. Where are the NFF on this? They should be supporting this agreement, not criticising it. Overwhelmingly, this is a good deal for Australia, and agriculture has come out of and supported it. 95% of industry supports it. Ultimately, the government's made a balanced judgment and a national interest assessment of the deal in its totality, given the improved offers we've received from the Europeans and given the timing, the need to send a message together. We still believe in free trade over protectionism, and now is the time to sign this agreement. And here's the rub. The trade agreement with the Europeans has just been signed with India, with no agricultural access at all, and no future agreement that EU enters into will have achieved that agricultural access. So this is a good agreement.
Thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question before the House now is that the motion be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand here today to speak for the pastoralists and the broadacre farmers in regional, rural and remote Australia. These hard-working men and women who wake up before the sun to feed this nation and indeed the world. Right now, those farmers are feeling a deep sense of disappointment. Actually, let's call it for what it is. They feel betrayed. The government has sold out Australian agriculture with this unfair deal with the European Union. Speaker, it says in front of me and behind me that this is a EU free trade deal. Well, what is free about quotas, tariffs and other trade restrictions? And remember, in the EU, they subsidise their farmers. This agreement was pushed through during a crisis, and it is a missed opportunity. As I said last week, it's a dog's breakfast. For variety today, I'll call it a dog's dinner. The EU continues to protect its own interests, while Australia's left picking up the tab once again. Our Trade Minister gave up too easily. He stayed at the table when he should have walked away. No deal would have been better than this bad deal. Instead, we have a lopsided arrangement that treats world-class producers as second-class citizens. But, Speaker, it's not just me and the coalition howling at the moon. This is coming from industry, the very people we should be listening to. I quote from the Meat and Livestock Australia. Australia's red meat sector has been profoundly let down by this outcome. To land a deal so far below what suppliers have secured is generally bewildering. From the Australian Meat Industry Council, quote, the meat industry has worked tirelessly and been very clear with the Australian government about the importance of a meaningful outcome in an agreement with the EU. This outcome is worse than those achieved by Australia's competitors, and it caps and restricts Australia's trade. From the NFF, quote, farmers will be rightly concerned that after years of negotiation, this deal hasn't delivered commercially meaningful access for Australian agricultural exports. They will now pay the price for this subpar EU deal for decades to come. Australian wine grape growers, quote, after years of negotiation, they expected better. Speaker, let's look at the numbers, because the math simply does not add up for our regions. Let's consider the beef sector. This agreement allows just over 30,000 tonnes of access over the next decade. Our industry experts were crystal clear. 50,000 tonnes was the absolute minimum required to stay competitive. Speaker, this is stark reading. On sheep meat, the result is just as insulting. We got 25,000 tonnes, while New Zealand sits over 160,000 tonnes. How does the government explain that? Did our negotiations forget how to use a calculator, or did they just stop caring? And Speaker, our sheep farmers continue to take blow after blow, first killing the live meat trade, and now this. Just like this Labor government putting further restrictions on our law-abiding gun owners, the member for Hunter again has drawn the short straw, having to bring this deal up in Parliament on behalf of his constituents. As a regional MP, who gave him this script? Who put the poor bloke up to this? Because I can tell you it certainly wasn't farmers. If the member for Hunter, who I have a great deal of respect for, thinks the industry likes this deal, he's been spending too much time in the cafes and not the paddocks. Every major red meat group in this country is devastated. Asking the member for Hunter to defend this deal is like asking a vegan to promote a steakhouse. It's awkward for everyone involved. Speaker, the truth is that the government signed off on this deal far too easily because they desperately wanted a distraction. They wanted a shiny headline to hide the fact that the economy is weak and fuel supplies are under threat. They wanted to pretend everything is fine when we all know that it is not. But their plan has backfired. Speaker, we had a real chance to make trade fair, and we totally blew it. We need to start putting Australians' interests first, because our farmers deserve a government that fights for them, not a government that signs every piece of paper that is put in front of them.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Paterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. This Australia-European Union Free Trade Agreement, let's face it, it's been 10 years in the making, and while I sit in this place today and hear those opposite bemoan this deal, They couldn't get one. They couldn't ink a deal with the Europeans. We have, and in a moment that could have been a glorious, magnificent Team Australia moment, once again, the coalition carping, being negative, they just can't come to the Team Australia party. And what a shame it is for our farmers. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. As chair of the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Primary Industries, which until this term was known as the Ag Committee, I'm constantly reminded of the strength, resilience, ingenuity and just grit of our ag sector. And I've spent the weekend with my friends in Western New South Wales. Went to farewell an old friend, but spent a lot of time with very long-time friends who are all in the ag sector, and they are some of the best people. They produce some of the highest quality food and produce and fibre the world knows. They're efficient, sustainable and innovative. But for too long, many of them have faced a simple reality. No matter how good their product is, some of the world's most valuable markets were effectively out of reach. And that's what makes this agreement so significant. For decades, the European Union has been a market that was in practice closed to many Australian ag exports. High tariffs and restrictive quotas limited our ability to compete. Well, this agreement changes that. It opens the door to a market of around 450 million high-income consumers, people who value quality, provenance, sustainability, all the hallmarks of Australian agriculture. And importantly, it gives our producers a fairer chance to compete. The agreement will eliminate the vast majority of EU tariffs on Australian ag products. That includes key exports such as wine, most dairy and rice products, tree nuts, horticulture, honey, olive oil, processed foods and cereals like wheat and barley. Removing these tariffs is not just a technical change, it has real practical consequences. It reduces the price of Australian products on the shelf in European markets. It makes our exports more competitive. It helps level the playing field with other countries that already enjoy preferential access. And for some products, it will open the European market to Australian exporters for the very first time. It means new customers for our producers. It means greater confidence to invest, expand and innovate. And it means more jobs and stronger economies in our regional communities. Of course, not every product will immediately benefit from full duty-free access, but even in these areas, the agreement delivers meaningful gains. For products such as beef and sheep meat, rice and sugar, the agreement locks in new and improved access through expanded tariff rate quotas. And that is important because it means increased volumes that can enter the EU market under more favourable conditions. Again, giving our producers greater opportunity to grow their presence in that market over time. They are practical, tangible outcomes that will make a difference on the ground. The agreement's also about diversification. In an increasingly uncertain global trading environment like we are witnessing at the moment, it is more important than ever that Australia broadens its export markets. By strengthening our access to the European Union, the world's second largest single economy, interestingly, we reduce our reliance on any single market and build greater resilience in our ag sector. For our farmers, diversification isn't an abstract concept. It's about managing risk, it's about ensuring that when conditions change in one market, there are opportunities to turn to. This agreement helps deliver that security. It also reinforces Australia's reputation as a trusted supplier of high-quality agricultural products. European customers are discerning. They care about where their food is produced. They care about traceability, animal welfare and sustainability, and these are areas where Australia really excels. By improving access to this market, we're not only increasing exports, but we're showcasing the very best of what Australian ag has to offer. And I do want to send a quick shout out to the Prosecco producers, because I know Prosecco was one of the really important points of this negotiation. We've kept that very important Italian heritage here in Australia. We know that it's a really important part of what you do. Thank you for doing it.
And the question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to represent a region that grows, makes and manufactures things the rest of our country rely on. And from protein to pellets, our products, and they are world-beating products made by world-leading people, are sought after from the Middle East to Southeast Asia. I'm proud that our region produces 23% of Australia's milk output. I'm proud that our region produces about 26% of Victoria's beef production. These are very high-quality products. And I also believe that opening up access to international markets is good for my region because it gives us access to countries around the world where we just can't eat everything we produce in my region. We export about 2/3 of what we produce in this country, and that's a good thing. And I belong to a coalition where we have a proud record of winning free trade agreements from India to Japan to Korea, to China and the United States, and I commend Prime Ministers Howard, Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison. And in fact, before entering this place, I was in New Zealand and I listened to a speech by the then opposition leader, now Prime Minister of New Zealand, Christopher Luxon, and he said that through COVID, what Australia had done so well is gone around the world, and that was under a coalition government, and just sign up free trade agreements. And he said to that audience of which I was a part of, that if he was elected to government, that was something that he very much wanted to do on behalf of New Zealand. And I note that he's going ahead and doing that very, very well. But I have a few issues, Mr Deputy Speaker, with this free trade agreement, because I was at Farm World on the weekend, which is one of Australia's best agricultural field days, and I said to my dairy farmers, what do you think of this free trade? And they said, Mary, it's no good for us. Mary, we've been sold a pup. It is no good for dairy farmers in Monash, it's no good for dairy farmers in the Gippsland region, and I dare say it's not good for dairy farmers across Australia, because for regions like ours, dairy is the backbone of industry and it really matters. It's not just an industry though, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's jobs, it's families, it's small businesses, it is an ecosystem that's interconnected, and they are all relying on our dairy farmers to do their very best. And this free trade deal is a bad deal dressed up as progress. I've got a number of issues with it, because a lot of dairy farmers will say to me, we are not price makers, we are price takers on the international market, and this deal puts them at a significant disadvantage. If you look at beef, you know, the government are calling this a win, but for Monash farmers it doesn't stack up. A 35,000 tonne beef quota, which falls well short of expectations and is less than what other countries have secured. And I've got to ask, why has the Prime Minister allowed that to happen? Why has he put dairy and beef farmers at a disadvantage to other farmers around the world who seem to have gotten a far better deal? And this is big. It's a big issue for my electorate. It's a big issue for South Gippsland, where there are 7 dairy cows to every 1 resident. And so you can see just how much of a significant issue this is. But I did say to my dairy farmers at Farm World on the weekend, who are dealing with rising fuel costs, they're dealing with fertiliser pressures and increasing imports that are squeezing margins that are already compressed. And their concerns go to farm profitability, processes and regional jobs. And I've got to say, you know, on fertiliser, we had the opportunity to have a coal to fertiliser project in the Latrobe Valley, but what has taken 6 years in Victoria under the Victorian State Labor government took 6 months to get up in New Zealand, because that project proponent said, you know what, Victoria, Australia, they're just too hard to do business with. So we'll go somewhere else that will open us with open arms, that wants to welcome jobs and investment and sovereign capability, and they've just done that in New Zealand. So I think when we're looking at free trade or sovereign capability or jobs and investment in Australia, it is not a good deal that the government have cut out here with the EU, and on a day-to-day basis they are not doing a good deal in the interests of dairy farmers, of beef producers, small businesses right across our economy, and Australians deserve better.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week I had the honour of being in this chamber to hear Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, speak about the importance of alliances in a world that is becoming more uncertain day by day. Her message was clear, and it is one Australians understand instinctively. Strong nations are built on strong partnerships. At a time of growing global instability, deepening our ties with trusted allies isn't optional. It is essential to our prosperity, our security and our future. That is why the agreement signed just last week, after 8 long years of negotiations, matter. These agreements include a comprehensive free trade agreement, a new security and defence partnership, and Australia joining Horizon Europe, the world's largest research and innovation program. These agreements will help shape Australia's future, but they are not abstract ideas. They have real meaning for real communities, including Dunkley and the greater southeast region of Victoria. So what does the EU free trade deal mean for Dunkley? It means opportunity, it means backing made in Australia, and it means making sure what we produce here can be sold, scale and succeed globally. Dunkley is built on small businesses, skilled workers and growing industries. For my community, this deal is about jobs that last, investment that sticks and growth that benefits local families, not just balance sheets. Earlier this month, I met with the Greater South East Melbourne Manufacturing Network. GSAM represents manufacturers across one of the fastest growing regions, a region that contributes around $85 billion in gross regional product. The southeast of Victoria is Australia's manufacturing powerhouse. It employs more manufacturing workers than any other region in the country and supports thousands of local businesses. And the truth is, Deputy Speaker, we are only just scratching the surface of what is possible, particularly in advanced manufacturing and highly skilled, well-paid jobs. That is why a strong trade deal with the European Union matters. It opens the door to one of the world's largest markets. It attracts new investment, and it helps local businesses adopt the technologies they need to grow and compete. In my role as the MP for Dunkley, I also work closely with the Committee for Frankston-Mornington Peninsula. Through the committee, I see firsthand the opportunity across our region, from food producers to winemakers to local agribusiness. This agreement helps unlock the investment our region deserves, investment that matches our ambition and our potential. There is no doubt this deal will deliver growth and opportunity in Dunkley and across Australia. But this agreement is about more than growth. It's about resilience. The world is changing fast. Supply chains are shifting. Strategic competition is intensifying. Australia must be smart and deliberate about how we protect our economic strength and national sovereignty. One of the clearest lessons from the pandemic was the risk of relying on too few partners. When global systems failed, Australians paid the price, and we learned a simple lesson. Diversification is not ideology, it is insurance. That is exactly what these agreements deliver. They reduce risk. They strengthen resilience, and they ensure Australia is not dependent on a single market, but connected to a network of trusted partners. Importantly, these agreements are built on relationships this government has worked hard to rebuild. Turning inward does not make us safer. Cooperation does, trust does, partnerships do. For the people of Dunkley, this is about being part of a future where local businesses grow, innovation thrives, and workers have secure, well-paid jobs. a future where Australia stands strong, not alone, but alongside partners who share our values and our ambitions.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the member for Hunter stood before this House and painted a picture of promised lands and open doors. But the farmers of North Queensland, the reality is that they've been left shivering on the welcome mat. We're told that this agreement opens a $30 trillion economy. Yet when you look at the fine print, the only thing that's been opened is our own flank to a heavily subsidised foreign competition. This is not a free trade agreement. It is a national surrender. And to call it success is to deliberately ignore the pain that it will inflict on regional Australia. In my electorate of Dawson, sugar is the lifeblood of our towns. We are the largest cane growing region in the country, and we expected that our government would fight for the people who feed this nation. Instead, we've watched as the Labor government walked into a room with professionals and behaved like amateurs. Cane Growers CEO Dan Callaghan said to only secure an additional 35,000 tonnes of sugar quota, which is less than 2% of Europe's import requirement, is laughable. He was right to call this an horrendous outcome. When Brazil and its partners walked away with a deal 4 times larger, it is clear that this Labor government has locked our growers into a subpar deal for the next generation. The National Farmers Federation has been crystal clear. Our producers will be paying the price for this capitulation for decades. And look at the red meat sector. Cattle Australia Chair Gary Edwards described this EU trade deal as an appalling result. It is an insult to the hard-working cattlemen and women of Dawson who have been asked to compete with one hand tied behind their backs. Deputy Speaker, it gets even more absurd when you look at the trade imbalance being forced upon our dairy industry. Australian Dairy Industry Council Chair Ben Bennett has pointed to the stark reality. We are looking at nearly $1 billion of subsidised EU imports flooding into our shelves, while we struggle to scrape together $29 million in exports to them. How is that free and how is that fair? It is a one-way street that leads to destruction of our local producers. We are giving up established commercial freedoms for the sake of a diplomatic trophy, and it is our farmers who are forced to pay the price. Then we come to the arrogance of geographical indicators. Labor has decided that a bunch of bureaucrats in Brussels should have the power to dictate what we will call our food in our own country, and to lose the rights to names like feta, Gruyere and Romano, and to accept a measly 10-year reprieve for Prosecco. It's a total betrayal of our culinary industry. It sets a dangerous precedent that Australia is a nation that can be, frankly, bullied in anything. Perhaps the most sinister part of this motion is the hidden green tape. The Albanese Labor government has allowed this trade deal to be used as a backdoor for climate activism. By making binding commitments to the Paris Agreement within this free trade agreement, Labor has given the EU a lever to interfere in our sovereign affairs. They now have the power to suspend trade preferences based on their own arbitrary definitions of environmental standards. It is a sellout of our national interest to allow foreign entities to police our land management and our resource use. Deputy Speaker, the member's motion talks about strengthening partnerships in turbulent times, but a partnership built on capitulation is no partnership at all. We are told that no deal would have been a failure, but VFF President Brett Hosking said it best. No deal would have been better than this embarrassment. We've been hung out to dry, and for the sake of a photo opportunity, this government has chosen ideology over image, over the prosperity of our people who actually feed and clothe this nation. A partner that demands our names, limits our growth and controls our environment is not a partner. They are a predator. This government should have demanded a deal that respects the hard work of the Australian people. I will never accept the future where our producers are forced to beg for scraps at a table that they built.
And the question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise in support of the motion of my friend, the member for Hunter. Building on the long history of cooperation between Australia and Europe, we are taking our relationship to the next level and creating significant benefits for our economy. With the visit of the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, last week, this Labor government has done what Australian governments of both persuasions have been trying to finalise for more than a decade, and that is to conclude negotiations for a comprehensive, balanced and commercially meaningful free trade agreement. This is a once-in-a-generation deal that opens the doors of the EU's 450 million consumers and $30 trillion economy to more Australian businesses and producers that have effectively been closed for decades. As a former diplomat who worked on international trade agreements in my career prior to coming to this place, I can confidently say this is a landmark deal in the history of trade for our country. The Australia-EU Free Trade Agreement will strengthen our economic and strategic partnership with the EU, a global power that shares our values while bringing significant economy-wide benefits to Australia. It will help diversify our trade relationships, unlocking a massive high-income market. It will eliminate EU tariffs on Australian goods, benefiting our exporters. It will lower the cost of inputs sourced from the EU, benefiting our manufacturing sector. And it will create new opportunities for our services sector to do more business in Europe. Deputy Speaker, I want to look at some of the sectors of our economy that are set to benefit the most from this free trade agreement. Firstly, this deal is a win for our farmers and our agriculture industry. As the beneficiary of an agricultural education and as someone who has spent plenty of time with the sheep farmers in my partner's family, I'm pleased to see the Australian farmers and producers being able to access new opportunities for many of their products. The agreement will eliminate EU tariffs on agricultural products, including wine, tree nuts, horticulture, honey, olive oil, wheat, barley, cereals, processed foods, and most dairy and rice products. For Australian beef producers, it means up to $500 million of new access per year, $218 million of new access for our lamb producers, and our fishers seeing the removal of tariffs on various products, some as high as 26%. This deal is a win for farmers and our agriculture sector. Secondly, this deal is a good for our energy and resources sectors, eliminating tariffs on our exports and giving greater certainty for investors. EU companies, including battery manufacturers, have indicated that removing tariffs on our critical minerals will make Australian exports more competitive and increase demand. Attracting foreign investment is critical to the success of our energy transition, and this deal opens the doors with modern investment rules providing certainty for investment in both directions. Finally, Deputy Speaker, our service sector is the biggest winner as well. In 2024-2025, our services sector exported to the EU were valued at $9.7 billion. By making it easier for Australians to travel and move within the EU, creating new opportunities in financial services, education, tourism and communications, streamlining the process for recognition of professional qualification. This agreement will further build our service sector presence in Europe, as well as access becomes easier for Australian service suppliers, investors and professionals. Deputy Speaker, it seems, though, that not everyone in this place recognises the value of this deal to our nation's economy. Not everyone can see the value of hundreds of millions of dollars for agricultural products, nor the value of critical minerals exports. But on this side of the House, we have put in the work to close a deal that has been in the work for more than a decade and that unlocks billions of dollars to the benefit of our economy. This government is focused on building income for our country.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Members, I have received a message from the Senate returning the Treasury Laws Amendment doubling penalties for the ACCC Enforcement Bill 2026 without amendment, and I call the Leader for the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the introduction and passage of 3 bills and the terms circulated to honourable members in the chamber. For the information of members, these are the bills that were announced over the weekend to be introduced by the Minister for Climate Change and Energy and the Treasurer. There will be a cognate debate on all 3 bills together. So once they're introduced, we'll go straight to the debate, obviously with the relevant representative of the opposition speaking first. We are not curtailing individual speaking times. We're leaving them as they would ordinarily be. But at 5:30, to make sure that we can get legislation across to the Senate for tomorrow, the bill would go through all remaining stages in consecutive votes at 5:30 p.m. If amendments have been circulated, they will be taken as though they have been moved and voted on as well. I commend the resolution to the chamber.
I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and the opposition will support this motion to suspend standing orders, but I would say a couple of things, if that's okay. First of all, it's good to see the minister here, and it's good to see the minister actually moving to do something. The only trouble is it's taken over 1 month since the Iran war started for him finally to realise that we have a national crisis and to start moving, to start pulling his finger out and doing something. And so that is why we're happy to agree to this. I would say also that we appreciate that this is the parliament working as the parliament should work. We were offered a briefing, we had a briefing, we were able to consider what had happened. We'll have a proper debate of this bill here today, of the 2 or 3 bills that are here today. That's how the parliament should work, especially when we're dealing with a national fuel crisis. So we're happy to support this, but we say to the government, you should follow the precedent that you have followed today on all bills in this House, because this is the way proper government should work. You have made a complete hash and mess of this national fuel crisis. It is a complete hash and mess. Australians are hurting. They can't get fuel and they are paying through the roof for fuel. And so it's good to see finally the penny has dropped. 1 month too late, and we're hoping that National Cabinet and the states and territories will be able to help the government again with some announcements after that. But because this is the government actually doing something and realise this is a national crisis, we are happy to support this suspension of standing orders.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. And we'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. All those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Minister.
Thank you. Thanks. Mr Deputy Speaker, I present the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment Strategic Reserve Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
For an Act to amend the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Act 1991 and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I move this bill now be read a second time. The events of the last few weeks have been a reminder to all of us that while Australia is an island, we are not removed from the world. Right now, a war is being fought on the other side of the world that is having a real impact on Australians here at home. No country will be immune from the impacts of this conflict. But governments can and must act. That's exactly what this government has done, acting decisively and planning for the new challenges that might arise. We've boosted fuel supply by releasing up to 20% of the baseline minimum stock obligation for petrol and diesel. Those stocks are flowing across the country to the areas they're needed the most. We've acted to get more fuels into the Australian market by temporarily amending the fuel standards. We've fixed refinery support to underpin the important role that these facilities play in domestic supply. We've appointed Anthea Harris as Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator to support coordination across governments and sectors. And we're working directly with international suppliers to keep the scheduled arrivals on track. The longer this war goes on, the more severe the impacts will be. This global crisis continues to present new national challenges, which is why we'll continue to take new national actions. Today we take the next step to ensure Australia remains prepared. Our focus is on acting now to insulate Australians as best we can from what lies ahead. The fact is that the broader international environment is becoming increasingly volatile. Cargo is available on the international market, but it's becoming more expensive and riskier commercially. Oil prices are moving sharply, and the risk premium for purchasing discretionary cargoes is rising. Work to scope deals and secure additional fuel is already underway. That's why today's bill is so urgent. This bill creates a strategic reserve to secure the supply of strategic materials that are vital for Australia's economy. These include fuel, critical minerals and other goods and materials that may be impacted by disruptions to supply chains. The Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment Strategic Reserve Bill 2026 will ensure Australia's preparedness to address supply chain disruptions of materials and goods or things. This includes fuel and other commodities such as fertiliser experiencing disruption as a result of market volatility and geopolitical events, including the current conflict in the Middle East. Specifically, though, through this bill, the Albanese government is taking steps to shield Australians from potential future fuel supply chain disruptions. This bill establishes a new fuel security trading power to acquire additional fuel in the international market for domestic use. This fuel security support from the government will not be business as usual. It must be additional supplies that are available on the international market. It will underwrite the purchase of shiploads of fuel to get here to Australia. Export Finance Australia will have a very flexible suite of measures to work with companies. It can provide insurance, derivatives, loans and other arrangements to make sure those companies can go and get those cargoes for Australia and for Australians. These new fuel security powers will put Australia in a strong position, securing fuel supply where it may be cost prohibitive for private suppliers to source on commercial terms without government support. Building on Export Finance Australia's expertise as Australia's export credit agency, the bill provides Export Finance Australia with the commercial and financial functions necessary to deliver the strategic reserve's objectives. The legislation will give EFA a broad financial toolkit to use on the national interest account that will go beyond the debt and equity tools it currently has available on the national interest account. I want to thank and acknowledge Minister Farrell for facilitating the use of Export Finance Australia, who are well suited to the task ahead of them. I've already met with EFA and I thank them for their work. On behalf of and at the direction of the government, the EFA will have the ability to secure, supply, sell and selectively stockpile fuel, critical minerals and other strategic materials. These powers will help secure Australia's fuel supply, address regional fuel shortages or supply caps impacting on critical services and position Australia as a trusted and stable partner in high-value, vulnerable supply chains. As outlined, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill responds to the immediate challenge of fuel security, but it will also include measures to strengthen Australia's economic security in the medium to long term. This bill also gives legislative effect to the government's election commitment to develop and implement a new $1.2 billion critical minerals strategic reserve. This will cement Australia at the forefront of global efforts to stabilise critical mineral markets and shore up reliable access to critical minerals vital for Australia's economy, national security and for our future Made in Australia ambitions. And at this point, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to pay tribute to the Minister for Resources for all her work in making this policy a reality, including her deep engagement with nations in our region and including the United States. This is a signature achievement to the great credit of the Minister for Resources. Australia has some of the largest deposits of critical minerals in the world, minerals vital to renewable energy, defence technology supply chains. This bill provides Export Finance Australia with the commercial and financial functions necessary to construct complex financial arrangements that deliver on the objectives of the reserve. These new tools will allow the EFA to construct financial arrangements via offtake agreements with fixed or floating prices, trading in forward offtake contracts, intermediate demand and supply aggregation, physical stockpiling and contracts for difference. This bill will ensure that the reserve can help meet critical minerals demand, support offtake stockpile critical minerals if needed and help to provide price certainty. As the government announced in January, the reserve will initially focus on antimony, gallium and rare earth elements. The Minister for Resources is more versed in these terms than I am. The integration of critical minerals into today's strategic reserve builds on the Albanese Labor government's work to secure investment in Australia's critical minerals sector. I want to acknowledge again the work of all involved, particularly Minister for Resources. This will create more high-paid jobs for Australians and deliver resilient and sustainable critical mineral supply chains. In addition to safeguarding Australia's economic and national security, the reserve will position us to collaborate even more closely with key international partners to develop integrated, end-to-end critical mineral supply chains. Further development of Australia's abundant supply of critical minerals will diversify global supply chains and strengthen economic partnerships with other nations. We look forward to working with the United States, Japan, the Republic of Korea, Europe, Canada and the UK as we implement the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve. The fact that these new fuel security measures build on the government's existing commitment to create a Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve is not insignificant. It reflects the fact that our focus on building Australia's economic resilience and resource security predates this crisis and will continue after it. Our government is undertaking every practical measure to shield our nation from the worst of this global uncertainty. While Australia continues to receive sufficient fuel overall, this bill will help position us to manage fuel supply chain disruptions and ensure we have a wider range of tools available to respond to Australia's everyday needs. Establishing this strategic reserve is in our national interest now and in the future. We will not wait for the crisis to deepen before we act. We will prepare for what may come, and we will act ahead of the curve. What we do today will shield Australians from the challenges of tomorrow. I commend the bill to the House.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate is made an order of the day for a later hour this day. And I call the Treasurer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill No. 1, 2526 and the explanatory memorandum.
First reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the ordinary annual services of the government for the purposes of responding to circumstances relating to the fuel security response and for related purposes.
I call the Treasurer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today, the government introduces the 2025-26 Fuel Security Response Appropriation Bills. These bills are Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill No. 1, 2526 and Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill No. 2, 2526. These bills are all about ensuring that we are prepared and best positioned to deal with the very real challenges that we are facing. The war in the Middle East is causing huge disruptions to global fuel supply chains. Australians are seeing the consequences of this foreign war here, with high oil prices flowing through to the Bowser and localised shortages, especially in regional, rural and remote areas. So the bills I'm introducing today are about giving government the flexibility to continue addressing these challenges in a timely way over the coming months. They will establish a new $2 billion advance to the Finance Minister provision to enable funding for fuel security response measures that are urgent, unforeseen and unable to be funded through existing funding. Bill No. 1 seeks an appropriation authority of $800 million and Bill No. 2 seeks an appropriation authority of $1.2 billion. These are not commitments to new expenditure. Instead, they establish a safety net for the next 3 months until the end of the current financial year in case specific government departments require urgent funding to deal with fuel security challenges. This new provision will only be available to the following entities: Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, Department of the Treasury, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sport and the Arts. Now, like existing AFM arrangements, funds will only be allocated if the Minister for Finance is satisfied applications meet strict criteria, including that there's an urgent need and that this need was previously unforeseen. The Speaker, we're living in extremely uncertain times, and from an economic point of view, it's clear that this war cannot end soon enough. But until that happens, we have a responsibility to take measured and mature steps to shield our economy and the Australian people. These bills are an important part of that. Now, the new steps announced today are in addition to all of the action we're already taking to address the impacts of the war, including adding hundreds of millions of litres of diesel and petrol by releasing some of our minimum stock obligations, temporarily reducing the sulphur content standards to ensure more fuel can be sold here in Australia, and providing more support to our domestic refineries, providing more certainty to the private sector by underwriting fuel imports where appropriate, empowering the ACCC to crack down on misconduct, including by doubling penalties up to $100 million. Our work with the ACCC to authorise major suppliers to get fuel where it's needed in the regions and ramp up fuel price monitoring, and engaging with international partners to strengthen supply chains and fuel security. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend Bill number 1 to the House.
Members, to correct the record, I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 1, 2526. We've called the Minister, and in accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. In respect to the next order of business, I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of the Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 2, 2526, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 2, 2025-26 and the explanatory memoranda.
First reading. A bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for certain expenditure for the purposes of responding to circumstances relating to the fuel security response and for related purposes.
I call the Treasurer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I commend Bill number 2 to the House based on the same reasons I've just outlined a moment ago.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate is made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I call the Clerk.
Government Business, Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment, Strategic Reserve Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I call the member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I say at the outset, Australians are hurting. And after 4 years of this Albanese government, Australians are worse off. And they know our country is heading in the wrong direction. Now, the Iran war may have started 4 weeks ago, but Labor's war on fossil fuels started 4 years ago. And Deputy Speaker, what we've seen in this crisis is a government which has been slow to act. Just 3 weeks ago, we had the Energy Minister standing opposite from us here, telling Australians, telling the opposition that we were scaremongering when we were raising concerns about the lack of fuel supply to key industries around the nation. The Shadow Energy Minister and many of my colleagues stood to ask questions about Australians who were experiencing a lack of fuel supply in their communities, which is impacting their families, impacting their jobs, impacting their small businesses, impacting their farms. And the minister said we were scaremongering. These were legitimate supply chain issues being raised by members on this side of the chamber, and Australians were feeling insecure and are still feeling insecure because they don't believe this energy minister is doing his day job. Now, after accusing the coalition of scaremongering, the shadow minister came into the parliament just 2 days later, and announced a national fuel crisis. So on the Tuesday, we were scaremongering, but by Thursday, it was a national fuel crisis. And, Deputy Speaker, from where I sit on the front bench here, I get a very good view of the government backbench. And what I've noticed in the last couple of weeks, Deputy Speaker, is every time the Energy Minister gets to his feet, out come the phones. Look very closely at the phones. Look at my Facebook, look at my Instagram. Whatever you do, don't engage with the Energy Minister because he is making a fool of you. He is making a fool of you because he can't do his day job. So, Deputy Speaker, the national fuel crisis, which the Minister denied existed, is now very apparent. Now, if the aged care minister wants to start having a chat, he can have a chat straight after me, and he can explain to me, Deputy Speaker.
Order, please.
If the Minister for Aged Care wants to make a contribution, he can stand up and explain what he's doing to ensure fuel is reaching its rightful destination to the people who are trying to provide care for older people in Australia. Okay, so the Aged Care Minister wants to keep intervening. Now, Aged Care Minister, when you do stand up and make a speech, perhaps you can tell Australians about the 100,000 people who are waiting to receive their care at home packages. Perhaps you can tell Australians about the 4,000 people who have died waiting for a care at home package. Now, the Aged Care Minister keeps chipping away. He should focus on his day job as well. Now, Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister finally convened a National Cabinet meeting after knowing we had a problem. But the Minister didn't bother going. So Australians are saying to this Minister, simply do your day job and ensure the flow of fuel reaches the communities which need it most. Now, going into this crisis, Deputy Speaker, the Minister had two important jobs. He had to secure supply and get to the critical industries that need it the most, primarily in regional Australia, and he had to prevent price gouging. And we look at the evidence over the last 3 weeks, and we can see once again this minister has failed at either of those jobs. So the Coalition will be supporting the legislation for the Chamber today with some of our own amendments, because we will always act in the national interest, and will particularly always act in the interests of those small business people, those farmers, those fishermen, the foresters, the miners, who rely on a stable supply of fuel to create the wealth that our nation relies upon. But I would urge the Minister, in going forward, to start listening himself, to start listening to some of the peak bodies around Australia and their contribution to this critical issue. And just this week, the National Farmers Federation has put out a media statement calling on the National Cabinet to prioritise food supply. Now, Deputy Speaker, you understand, I understand, the regional members understand. Fuel supply is food supply. And what the NFF has said is that they want to see agriculture-specific plans to secure fuel supply for farmers and fishers, including clear trigger points for government action. They want to see a clear direction also on fertiliser supply into the medium term, including the establishment of a dedicated fertiliser roundtable and the government underwriting the purchase of fertiliser by the private sector as it does for fuel. And they want to see targeted small business support for those who, across the supply chain facing acute financial pressure. And the President of the NFF has made it very clear, Hamish McIntyre has made it very clear why this is important. And I quote, "Farming is always a gamble, but right now too much is out of farmers' control. Our reliance on imported inputs is again being exposed, and it's putting farm businesses under serious strain. At the end of the day, if farmers can't access fuel and fertiliser, they can't produce food. It's as simple as that." So I do urge the Minister to listen to the peak bodies, particularly around regional Australia, when he seeks to deal with the issues going forward. Because, Deputy Speaker, if this situation deteriorates, and obviously everyone in this chamber hopes the war in Iran ends quickly and supplies are restored, but if the situation deteriorates further, Australians have a right to know what the government is planning. We want to see more openness and transparency in this place when it comes to the plans the government's making. Is it looking at demand management? Is it looking at fuel rationing? Is it looking at fuel mandates? We believe they should be focused on supply, but we want to know what the other plans the government is looking at may look like in the weeks and months ahead if this situation deteriorates. We would be concerned that demand management measures would have a chilling effect, a further chilling effect on the economy, when we're already seeing our farmers and others making decisions on their business structure to try and accommodate the increased fuel supply, the increased cost of fuel and the infrequency of supply. So we do want to know whether the government has plans, if conditions deteriorate, to prioritise our critical industries like agriculture, like fishing, like mining, like the transport sector, health and emergency services, aged care services. What is the government planning if this situation deteriorates further? So, Deputy Speaker, the opposition would argue that we are facing this fuel crisis at the worst possible time. After 4 years of economic mismanagement by the Albanese government, households are already poorer and they're already more exposed. They can't afford more price shocks like this. Australians, as all the economic evidence points to, are already working harder, they're paying more and they're getting less, and now this supply shock is compounding that pressure right across our nation, but particularly in the outer suburbs, particularly in rural and regional areas where fuel, liquid fuels, are a vital part of the social and the economic life of our communities. This is not an abstract issue, Mr Speaker, and I'm sure everyone in this chamber is beginning to understand that fuel adds to the cost of everything. When the fuel supply is disrupted and prices rise, it immediately flows through to prices that our families are paying at the grocery checkouts in the middle of a cost of living crisis. It impacts on our freight, it impacts on farming, and obviously we want to see the government taking action that actually makes a difference to get the fuel to where it's needed, to take those price pressures off Australian families and business people and our farming sector. What makes this situation worse, though, Deputy Speaker, is that Australia entered this crisis in a weaker position than it should be. After 4 years, Labor has failed to build our sovereign fuel capability. Instead, they now want to fund imports of the very fuels that they have restricted here at home. If these fuels are important enough to stockpile, they are important enough to support domestically. There needs to be a recognition in this place and throughout the nation that the world has changed dramatically in the past 10 years, but even more so in the last 4 or 5 years. Our sovereign capability to make more things in Australia, whether it be fuel, whether it be fertiliser, whether it be other critical inputs, has become more and more exposed by the just-in-time supply chains when they are disrupted, as they have been from the war in Iran. The contrast here is very clear. The former coalition government took practical steps to strengthen our fuel security, securing our last refineries, legislating the Fuel Security Act and establishing minimum stockholding obligations. We focused in government on capability, on resilience and making sure Australia could stand on its own 2 feet. Let's be clear though, we will support practical measures that improve supply in a crisis, including this bill, but also it's important to reinforce a simple fact, Deputy Speaker. This is not a silver bullet in terms of a legislative response to the crisis Australians are facing. It does not get the fuel to empty service stations today, and it doesn't bring down prices for families tomorrow. That is why we encourage the government to keep acting and continuing to act in the interest of our industry and the interest of Australian families. It should remove the barriers it's put in place on domestic production. It should back Australian energy supply and ensure fuel can get to where it's needed across the country. And most importantly, it should immediately implement cost of living relief measures by halving the fuel excise and the road user charge, which, under the Coalition, we have proposed to fully and responsibly offset to avoid any inflationary pressures. The government could take that action today, Deputy Speaker. The government could provide immediate cost of living relief by reducing the fuel excise, by halving it, and halving the road user charge in the interests of Australian families, in the interest of the Australian transport sector. Now, I think, Deputy Speaker, the government probably will act in relation to those levies, and I urge them to follow the approach of the Coalition by fully offsetting those reductions that we have proposed. So, Deputy Speaker, when fuel costs rise, it flows straight through to our groceries, to our freight, to our farming and small businesses. And at a time when Australian living standards are going backwards, this is applying enormous pressure on families as they try and manage their household budget. So the Coalition will always support practical, targeted action that helps secure supply and stabilise critical supply chains. This bill is designed to do that. It allows the Export Finance Australia to step in during extraordinary disruptions, supporting the financing, insurance and logistics needed to secure essential imports like fuel and fertiliser. We believe it's a sensible objective, but in a crisis, the government should be prepared to act quickly to keep supply chains moving and to ensure essential goods can reach Australians quickly. And that is why we have supported the bill, and the member for Wannon will be moving amendments at a later time in the House today. But I would also point out, Deputy Speaker, that there are risks in the supply chain which aren't covered by this bill. So why this bill will seek to underwrite the risks faced by major fuel companies, there are small business owners now in our nation and independent fuel distributors who are saying, what about our risk? What about our risk if we're buying fuel at these inflated prices? If the war ends, which we all sincerely hope it does, and prices drop quickly, what about the risk they're carrying in terms of fuel in their tanks, in terms of having bought at an inflated price and then having to sell into a market which is cheaper? Now, you might say, well, that's a good problem to have, and the Australian consumers will benefit from those lower fuel prices, and I hope that day comes sooner rather than later. But if we're going to be in the business of underwriting these major fuel companies through legislation like this, the independent suppliers and the retailers, those mum and dad operators, are right to be raising their concerns about what about the small business viability of the operation I'm running, perhaps in rural and regional Australia, perhaps as a sole operator. When you're already doing it tough, is the government aware of the risks we're exposed to? We have seen in the past governments provide direct financial support after crises, whether it's a natural disaster or terrorism-related incidents. Those businesses are now saying, what does it look like for our business going forward if the government is prepared to make decisions like this through legislation to underwrite the risk of these major suppliers? So, Deputy Speaker, I will finish where I start and just make the very simple point. Australians are hurting. Australians are feeling the pain of the insecurity surrounding the fuel crisis and fertiliser crisis. They want to see coordinated national leadership by this government, and they want the government to understand that when the opposition raises concerns in relation to fuel supply, don't say we're scaremongering. Acknowledge that we're here to do our job on behalf of rural and regional Australians and make sure the fuel gets to where it's needed to the most at a time of critical importance for our nation.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Australia is stepping up to lead globally on critical minerals and rare earths. I fully support the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment Strategic Reserve Bill, which gives legislative effect to the Albanese Labor government's landmark commitment to implement a national critical minerals strategic reserve, as well as the strategic reserve for other fuels and critical supplies. I want to speak mainly about the Strategic Reserve for Critical Minerals. This is a $1.2 billion commitment that will form a core component of this government's determined and consistent efforts to position Australia at the forefront of global efforts to bolster the world's reliable and trusted access to critical minerals and rare earths. In an uncertain world, our resources are instruments of economic resilience and a source of strategic strength and relevance. My department has been developing the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve, its structure and what is required to get the best outcomes for Australia. This bill before the Parliament today was originally designed to enable the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve. And the work the government has been doing to adjust the financial tools available to Export Finance Australia for the reserve are eminently suitable to be applied to other commodities where supply may be constrained. Adjustments made to this bill to address issues caused by conflict in the Middle East that are affecting Australian supply chains demonstrate how ministers and departments of this government are working together to squarely meet the challenges the nation is facing. While those opposite simply never miss a moment to politicise a national challenge, this government gets on with the job of securing strategic materials where needed for the benefit of the Australian people. And I heard the comments of I think the title is the Leader of the National Party in the House of Representatives, where he spoke about the need for fuel refining capacity in this country. Well, I couldn't agree more, but I also did not see the member for Gippsland, or the now Leader of the Nationals in the House of Representatives, be so keen to support Western Australia's fuel security when BP announced its closure in 2020 in Kwinana. So maybe they'll reflect on their record in government, where they saw four fuel refineries in this country go out of business. So this government, this Albanese Labor government, is taking immediate steps to address the immediate challenge of fuel security. And I want to take this moment to thank my friend and colleague, the Trade Minister Don Farrell, and his whole team for his cooperation on the amendments to the EFA bill, and also my friend and colleague, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, and his team for the work they have all done in making sure this important national action is taken. In relation to the critical minerals part of this reserve, it reinforces Australia's role as a trusted supplier of the commodities the world needs, and it signals Australia's clear-eyed intent to forcefully step up to diversify global critical mineral supply chains. Critical minerals are vital for Australia's economy, for our national security and for our future made in Australia. But Australia knows, just as our friends and partners across the world also know, that the playing field is not fair. Australia has some of the largest deposits of critical minerals in the world, and it is a conundrum that substances we talk about so often are not well understood. They exist in most products that we use every single day and nearly every moment, and they are essential to our national defence. Yet many do not perform well in what commentators refer to as the open market. That is because an open international market for low-volume rare earths and critical minerals is a mirage. Market dominance, opaque trading arrangements and trade bans make for uneven playing fields. A field so uneven it is unplayable. As the US Vice President said at the Critical Minerals Ministerial convened by the Secretary of State in Washington in February, which I attended, and I quote, "The international market for critical minerals is failing, consistent investment is nearly impossible, and it will stay that way so long as prices are erratic and unpredictable. Supply chains are brittle, driven by forces beyond any individual country's control." This bill that we bring to the House today is an important step in taking back some of that control. The bill gives Export Finance Australia new tools to deliver the critical mineral strategic reserve, including offtake agreements with fixed or floating prices, trading in forward offtake contracts, intermediary demand and supply aggregation, physical stockpiling and contracts for difference. These tools will ensure the reserve can meet demand, deliver offtake, virtually or physically stockpile critical minerals and provide some price certainty. Importantly, the reserve gives Australia the tools to construct financing arrangements between Australia, strategic partners and the private sector to build out critical mineral supply chains. We undertook to establish the reserve by the second half of this year, but the bill is now before the House to address the immediate challenge of fuel security, but also our future economic and industrial security as well. This demonstrates our government's commitment to building a strong critical minerals industry and meeting the challenges facing the sector. The reserve will operate imminently, but its start date is in the hands of this Parliament. And I encourage the opposition and the crossbench in the other place to work with this government to get it up and running as soon as possible. I know the opposition has this morning agreed to support this bill. I've yet to hear comment on the critical minerals part of that, so we will surely get comment on that soon. Critical minerals are vital inputs for defence technologies on which our security depends. As the government announced in January, the reserve will initially focus on antimony, gallium and rare earth elements. They are also essential to clean energy technologies and advanced manufacturing. Secure supply of these minerals will support not only the development of our own capabilities, but that of our close partners. But these minerals are just the starting point. The government will update the reserve's target minerals over time as market dynamics, strategic interests and geopolitical situations evolve. The reserve builds on the work this government has done to secure investment in our critical minerals sector from day one since June 2022. This government has supported the industry to create more secure jobs here in Australia and to bolster our economic resilience. We have invested more than $28 billion in critical minerals and rare earths, including $7.5 billion for production tax incentive to encourage onshore processing, $5 billion for the critical minerals facility to help get projects off the ground, $1 billion for critical minerals investments by the National Reconstruction Fund, and $500 million earmarked for such projects through the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility. We've also, very importantly, provided $3.4 billion to Geoscience Australia for the Resourcing Australia's Prosperity program to find the next generation of critical minerals deposits. More than $150 billion in various grants programs, and also to investigate really important common user critical minerals processes facilities with state and territory governments. The Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve positions Australia to collaborate even more closely with our key partners around the world. Over the last 4 years, we have worked with our counterparts internationally to advance our shared interests in these commodities. This is a global challenge, and Australia is at the forefront and playing a leading role. Australia's landmark framework on critical minerals and rare earths for the United States will unlock a $13 billion pipeline of projects, and I want to take this moment to acknowledge the work of the President and Chair of the US Export-Import Bank, John Jovanovich, who works with our CEO of the EFA, John Hopkins. Together they are collaborating and cooperating on these projects and doing excellent work to grow this industry. Our agreement with the United States is in addition to agreements with Canada, Japan, Germany, the United Kingdom, France, the European Union, as well as our formal membership to the Quad Critical Minerals Initiative and, very importantly, the G7 Critical Minerals Production Alliance. We remain committed to working with our international partners to diversify global supply chains and devise joint solutions to the challenges facing critical minerals markets. This is in the world's interests, but also in the interests of industries and workers here in Australia. Our deposits of both traditional commodities such as iron ore, coal and gold, and our deposits of critical minerals and rare earths are the envy of the world. The resources sector of Australia has delivered security and prosperity and strategic relevance in a difficult world. That was built through sheer hard work and commitment by generations of Australians, despite some might say, when they missed the point of Donald Horne's now immortal words, it sure wasn't luck. Australia will continue to mine our traditional commodities and our strategically important critical minerals and rare earths. This government, through the Strategic Reserve and our extensive work, is ensuring we match our geological advantage and our enormous resources industry capability with a strategy fit for a changing world. One that builds our industrial and strategic capability while strengthening our communities. We will capitalise on this opportunity to create secure jobs at home here in Australia and to take a global lead in diversifying the world's supply chains. I support all aspects of the Strategic Reserve within this bill. It ensures our fuel security as well as security of other strategic materials and will ensure our security of strategic critical minerals and rare earths. And Australia, under the leadership of this government, is stepping up to take responsibility to lead globally on critical minerals and rare earth elements, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. When I first came into this role, I made the point that Australians want to see their standard of living restored and they want to see their way of life protected. And nothing threatens their standard of living or their way of life more than not having access at an affordable level to the energy and fuel they need, Deputy Speaker. And we're seeing right across this great country now the fear, the concerns that Australians have about whether they're going to get fuel and what they're going to pay for that fuel, Deputy Speaker. Now, after 4 years of an Albanese government curtailing investment support for our endowment of natural energy resources, we're presented with a bill today to help fuel suppliers to acquire the fuel we need as we stare down this energy crisis. And we, of course, are supportive of emergency measures to secure our fuel supply. But make no mistake, this is happening at the worst possible time. Absolutely. This is happening at the worst possible time. And the economic situation Australians are facing in their household budgets, in their businesses, is dire, Deputy Speaker. It is absolutely dire. And Australians are feeling as though this is the straw that is breaking the camel's back. That's how they feel right now, because this government has let them down time after time over recent years. They were promised that inflation was beaten. That's right. They were promised that prices were going to go back to that comfortable range between 2% and 3% that the Reserve Bank targets. They were promised this. They were promised that interest rates were coming down and they were going to stay down. The Treasurer sacked and stacked the Reserve Bank board. He sacked and stacked them. Got rid of the old board and stacked it with his appointments. Statement of fact, Deputy Speaker. And then, lo and behold, interest rate cut during the election campaign. And we were told during that election campaign that was it. Yep. Interest rates were down. Inflation was down. In the bottle. It was all beaten. They'd beaten the beast. The dragon, exactly. They'd beaten the dragon. Well, what do you know? It didn't take long before inflation started to surge again, Deputy Speaker, as they pour out money, record levels of government spending from those opposite. Record levels of spending from those opposite. And we know that has been quite literally pouring fuel on the fire, Deputy Speaker, and inflation continues to surge, and it'd be hard to find an economist right now that doesn't think that inflation is going to continue to surge in the coming months, not just because of what Labor was already doing, but now we have an additional disruption. And, of course, many smart economists across the world were saying the reason why you have to get inflation and interest rates sustainably under control without a resurgence is because a disruption might come along. Many were saying this across the world. If you take John Cochrane, one of the world's leading experts on inflation, he's been saying this for years. You've got to beat it. It can't start to resurge. The moment it does, if a disruption arrives, you're in trouble. And that is exactly what's happened. They got the warnings, Deputy Speaker. Now, the result of this is we have the highest inflation of any developed country in the world. Highest inflation, rising interest rates. Australians now paying $28,000 on a typical mortgage. $28,000 on a typical mortgage. After tax, exactly right. Finding $28,000 that they didn't have to find before, it is no wonder that they are angry, they are frustrated, they are confused by this government because they've been told so many things, the gaslighting Prime Minister, the gaslighting Treasurer, the gaslighting Energy Minister, that's for sure. This has gone on and on from those opposite, and yet what they're experiencing is entirely different. It's entirely different. Now, Deputy Speaker, the economy isn't working for them, and it extends beyond just inflation and interest rates. It's not growing in any meaningful way for households. 7.5% aggregate growth in the economy since Labor came to power, but population, mostly immigration, has grown by exactly the same number, 7.5%. That means, from a household perspective, there's been no growth for 4 years. This is the new magical no growth. I think this is how they were going to try to beat carbon emissions. The problem was the carbon emissions haven't come down, Deputy Speaker. That's right. They have completely failed in their no growth economy mission. They've succeeded in achieving no growth for households. They just haven't lived or seen out the green dream they were trying to achieve. So this is the context within which we look at this fuel crisis. This fuel crisis right now. Now, Deputy Speaker, we've said with National Cabinet happening today, there are 4 imperatives for the government. 4 imperatives for the government. And I went out to petrol stations on Friday, on the weekend, to make the point that Australians are suffering. We paid $3.16, $3.15.9 to be exact, for diesel 2 days in a row. The leader of the National Party and myself, he makes the point the National Party paid for the fuel both times. For once the National Party's paid for something. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. We are a happy coalition though, aren't we? We are a happy coalition. But the truth was, to pay $3.16 a litre for diesel, I mean, that is absolutely extraordinary. And that's why we said last Friday that it was time to slash the tax. Now, Deputy Speaker, I've just received a note to say that the Prime Minister has followed our lead under pressure from us. He didn't want to go into question time and get asked questions about why he wasn't prepared to take 26 cents a litre off the price of fuel for Australians. I mean, who is driving the show here? So the first objective, and this is the right outcome for Australia. Let's be clear. This is the right outcome for Australians. We have led the way. We have set the agenda. We are showing leadership, and those opposite are following. It's taken, look at $16 million a day, the delay, frankly. $16 million every day that is delayed for Australians in their hip pocket. But we are pleased to see this outcome. We'll work in a bipartisan way to make sure this is put in place as quickly as possible. So there's number 1, slash the tax. Number 2, move the fuel, Deputy Speaker. Now, it's pretty simple. The Energy Minister stands up in this place each day last week and tells us that there's more stocks than there ever were. More stocks than before the crisis began. Well, if there are more stocks than there were before the crisis, and yet there's 600 service stations or more without fuel, it doesn't seem to me to be too complicated. The common sense of Australians would say move the fuel to the service stations. It's there. Move the fuel, Deputy Speaker. There's a second part of moving the fuel, which is to make sure fuel from offshore gets to our country. And this bill is playing a role in supporting that. And we do support that part of what this bill is doing. I think this is an important initiative, and we will absolutely support that. But, Deputy Speaker, it has taken too long. I mean, they were moving the fuel. They were moving all of the petrol from one of our 2 remaining refineries offshore. They were exporting it. They needed to move that fuel not off to Asia or wherever it was going. They needed to move the fuel to regional communities and those 600 servos that didn't have fuel. The third thing this government needs to do is make the situation transparent. Why is it we have to walk into this place each day and ask the Energy Minister how many servos are without fuel before he actually answers the question? He should be putting this out every day. He should be telling us where the stocks are, where there's shortages, and what he is doing to fill those shortages. And that will give Australians the confidence they need to know that this situation is under control. This Energy Minister has spent most of this crisis telling Australians that it's their fault. That's it, gaslighting. That it's their fault. That it's a jerry can-driven demand surge. Look, you know, frankly, this bloke will look for anyone he possibly can to blame. But the truth is, it's been his fault in not moving the fuel to where it needed to go and not being transparent Deputy Speaker, about what the situation is. We need real-time data coming in and explaining to us where the gaps are and how he is moving with the oil companies, the energy companies, the fuel companies to get that fuel to where it needs to go. The fourth thing this government needs to do is tell us where this is going to go from here. Now, we've seen reports of all sorts of secret plans to, ration, and do we go back to the odds and evens? I'm old enough to remember that. Christmas 1973. It was a pretty tough Christmas. Are we going back to that? We're going back to that. Is it going to be $40 a tank, a limit of 40 when you go to the Bowser? What is this government planning to do? Now, they keep telling us there's enough fuel, so I don't know why they would be going down that path, Deputy Speaker, but what we need is an energy minister and a prime minister that is prepared to be upfront. And they need to do that straight away. So we got 1 out of 4 so far. They've slashed the tax. I'm delighted to get a note to say that they've come on board on that. There's 3 to go. Move the fuel, make the situation transparent and explain to Australians, front up to Australians about where you're going from here. I should be clear about that final point. We do not support heavy-handed mandates. We don't want a situation where Australians are feeling like they're back in a COVID-like situation where the government is telling them what to do. It's got to be supply-driven. We want to see it supply-driven. Labor loves demand management. They've been trying to push this through the electricity sector where they say to people, just use less, just use less. Well, if that's what's necessary, explain it to us, be transparent. But in the absence of that, they keep telling us that the fuel is there, it's coming on shore, and so we don't need those heavy-handed mandates. Now, Deputy Speaker, this is part of a longer-term issue with this government, which is their complete and utter failure to get oil and gas and other resources, for that matter, out of the ground. We need a government that is absolutely focused on that. But in bill after bill that has come through this place, existing bills, past bills, we have seen time and time again these exclusions in these bills for oil and gas and other sources of energy in this country. We've seen it with the EPBC, the Environmental Planning Act. We have seen this government exclude oil and gas reserves from the accelerated process that applies to other parts of our economy. The national interest test, exactly right. And the government has done it with ethic as well. They've excluded oil and gas until now. This bill is actually going part of the way to addressing that, only through the national account, not through the commercial account. The government will have to explain why it is that they're not extending it to the commercial account. What that means is every single one of the transactions that EFIC engages in has to be approved by the minister. Well, I guess this minister wants to do as little with fossil fuels as he can possibly do. That seems to me to be his sentiment, and it has been all the way along. But it is also true across large swathes of programs that this government has in place. They have excluded oil and gas. We need our oil and gas in this country, not just sitting in the ground, but coming out of the ground to serve Australians, to make sure we have the crude oil we need to keep the wheels of industry moving, to make sure that farmers can plant their crops and harvest their crops, to make sure that the truckies in this country can keep moving the food to our supermarkets and all the other things that they do, to make sure families across this great country are able to get to where they want to go on their Easter holidays, Deputy Speaker, that they can take the kids to sport and to school. We need a government that recognises that we're not all driving EVs. If people want to buy an EV, knock yourself out, great, but that is just not a feasible proposition for Australians in many cases. And so it is so important we continue to see the oil and the gas coming out from under the ground. We need to dig and drill in this country. We need to dig and drill in this country. That's how we will make sure Australians are able to get what they need. It is also how we will make sure we have a strong economy. You dig, you drill, and you can pay down the bills that way. And that is exactly what we need to see as soon as possible. We do commend the changes being made in this Act. We do think this bill, we do think they should go further. We do think the government should, having made progress on one of the 4 focuses that I've laid out, get on with the other 3.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Calwell.
Thank you, Speaker. One thing we have made sure is that our strategic reserves are here in Australia and not in Texas, like the opposition leader had. And for those opposite to carry on as though they only understand what Australians feel, I represent a community in Melbourne's outer suburbs, and I understand what communities are going through at the moment through this global disruption. Speaker, we're living through a period of profound global instability, and events unfolding in the Middle East, far from our shores, are having real and immediate consequences here at home. Australians are seeing it, and Australians are feeling it. At the petrol pump, in industry and across small businesses, across family budgets under pressure, that is the reality all across the world. A conflict thousands of kilometres away can disrupt global supply chains overnight. It can drive volatility in global energy markets, which can place real pressure on households. So we should be clear, this is not theoretical, it is real and immediate, and it requires a serious, calm, measured approach. In moments like this, governments have a choice. They can stand back and hope markets adjust, or they can step up calmly and with purpose to protect everyday Australians and everyday people right across this country, including industry and business. And this government has chosen to step up, not with panic, not with slogans, but with practical, coordinated action, because Australians expect leadership. And as the Prime Minister has said, we are working around the clock to make sure we deal with the fuel security issues to keep our people, our economy and our nation moving. And that's the task before us. And that's exactly what this legislation supports, working in our national interest. Speaker, let me start with what we've already done, because this bill is not an isolated measure. It is part of a broader, coordinated response, as we've also seen they've just come out of National Cabinet. We have empowered the ACCC to protect motorists from unfair price rises. We have boosted supply by releasing additional fuel into the market. We have acted to increase supply by temporarily amending fuel standards, and we are working closely with industry and with states and territories to ensure that fuel gets where it's needed most, particularly in regional communities. Because supply is only part of the story, distribution also matters, and when demand spikes, some communities feel that pressure first and most acutely. That's also why the government has strengthened national coordination through the establishment of a fuel supply task force, working across the Commonwealth, states and territories and with industry. It's about acting as one country in response to a challenge, not fragmentation, not delay, but coordination. Because in a strategic environment such as this, cooperation is essential. And we must also be honest about what recent events have shown us. While Australia continues to receive sufficient fuel overall, recent events have shown how quickly global pressures can translate into local disruption. That's why preparedness matters, and that's why flexibility and action matters. In an increasingly uncertain global environment, Australia must act decisively to protect its sovereign capability and secure the essentials that keep our economy moving. And when we speak about sovereign capability, we mean it with each letter of the word. Not just being sovereign, like those opposite, but being capable. That's what sovereign capability is about. We are evolving our approach, moving along a strategic critical minerals reserve to consider a broader, more responsive national interest framework. This includes the potential to secure critical fuel supplies as well as other essential inputs that underpin construction and housing. Through Export Finance in Australia, we are establishing mechanisms to finance the import of fuel and other necessary goods and to provide financial derivatives, price support, purchase, sell and stockpile fuel and other necessary goods to ensure domestic availability as and when directed by government, and to financially hedge resulting exposures as appropriate. This would ensure government has sufficient flexibility to deal with the current fuel crisis now and into the future. Right now, the challenge is about affordability and volatility. with prices surging and smaller importers facing the potential to being priced out altogether. It creates a real risk, and that's why this government is acting. While Australia continues to receive sufficient fuel overall, through recent experience, we have identified some structural vulnerabilities in our fuel security framework that we should act now to address, and that we are. These will help position us to manage supply chain disruptions and ensure we have a wider range of tools to respond proactively and without needing to resort to emergency powers. It's a time of national unity, not a time to play politics. This is not about also subsidising business as usual. It's about targeted temporary intervention, supporting contracts that would otherwise not proceed, particularly where they fill urgent gaps in local supply, including in regional areas. If companies can demonstrate that a shipment is essential but commercially unviable under current market conditions, we will step in, ensuring those cargoes come here and not elsewhere. This is a supply-side measure designed to get fuel into Australia and fast. Importantly, this builds on work already underway to strengthen sovereign capability. We're not starting from scratch. We are extending a framework developed through our strategic reserves policy to meet today's challenges. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, the Minister for Resources and the Minister for Trade for their round-the-clock work in dealing with this global crisis. This legislation is vital, it is timely, and it is ready to move quickly. Addressing supply chain risks allows us to provide confidence to the market and ensure continuity of supply. It's about getting ahead of the curve. We are responding to global disruptions with practical, outward-looking solutions that strengthen our resilience while engaging with global markets from a position of strength. And while others deal in hypotheticals and political instability, we are focused on delivery and focused on working to secure Australia's future. And the Prime Minister has just announced, coming out of National Cabinet, that we've just halved the fuel excise and we will reduce the heavy vehicle charge to zero for 3 months. Practical, coordinated approach, a national approach, an Australian approach to a global crisis. It's why this bill matters, because it fills strategic gaps. It gives the government the ability to act early and to act proportionally and to stabilise the system before a situation escalates. It is about the risk mitigation factors, adding supply here in Australia. Speaker, getting fuel where it needs to be in this country is not a simple task. In Australia, it means moving across thousands of kilometres, from ports to depots, from depots to distribution centres, from distribution centres to towns, farms and work sites, and then further still, out to the edges of our economy where fuel is not just important, but essential. Fuel keeps machinery running, it keeps truck moving, and it keeps businesses open. And when that supply is disrupted, even briefly, the consequences are immediate. Shelves not stocked, work is delayed, and costs rise, and communities feel it straight away. So when it hits, it often also does not land evenly in a country as broad and vast as Australia. And when it travels from international markets to shipping routes to domestic supply chains and ultimately to Australian households and businesses, and it often hits hardest in the places that are furthest away, in regional communities and in our outer suburbs, which I am proud to represent, in the logistic networks that hold this country together. It's why it is fundamentally important, the actions that the Albanese Labor government is taking. Because we recognise that in a country like ours, fuel security is not just having supply somewhere, it's about getting that supply everywhere, reliably, as affordable as can be in global market and conditions that we see today, and when it is needed most. This legislation gives the Commonwealth the ability to step in early through Export Finance Australia to temporarily de-risk the acquisition and delivery of fuel, to step in before disruption becomes crisis, to act before shortages begin to bite hard, and to stabilise the system when pressure builds, particularly into regional markets, particularly in moments of volatility like now, and particularly where the consequences of inaction would be felt most sharply. It does this by expanding the powers of Export Finance Australia, allowing it to provide loans, guarantees, insurance and financial arrangements to support price stability and, where necessary, purchase, sell or stockpile fuel and other essential goods. This is practical, it is targeted, and it leverages expertise we already have thanks to the work the Albanese Labor government has already done on our strategic minerals reserve. And let us be clear about what this intends to achieve. It intends to stabilise supply, keep fuel flowing, support businesses to keep operating, support communities such as mine and many right across this country to keep functioning, and reduce the likelihood that we will need to resort to emergency interventions. Because good policy is about acting in the national interest and acting early. It is about recognising risk before it becomes crisis, and it is about putting in place the tools that allow us to respond calmly, effectively and with confidence that this country deserves. But fuel security also, in an economic sense, is not just about supply, it is about also fairness to the everyday Australian. Because when global shocks hit fuel prices, the impact does not fall evenly. And nowhere is that more obvious than in our road transport sector. I want to also recognise a group of Australians who are absolutely central to this discussion, our truck drivers and transport workers. Because when fuel prices spike, they don't just feel it. They carry it up and down our highways, they carry it through our supply chains, and ultimately they carry it into the cost of everything Australians rely on. And in communities like mine in Melbourne's outer north, across Cornwall, many workers are part of that supply chain. They are the drivers, they are the warehouse workers, they are the logistics operators, they are the people who keep goods moving every single day. And when pressures hit this sector, they feel it first. This is not abstract policy discussion, it is affecting people's livelihoods right across my community. And that's why this government is acting. We are amending the Fair Work Act to allow truckies and transport operators to seek urgent relief through the Fair Work Commission, because fairness matters. Costs should not simply be pushed down the chain, and they should be shared fairly. And this ensures that the Independent Fair Work Commission can act quickly, because in a moment like this, speed and timeliness matters, responsiveness matters, and fairness will always matter and be at the forefront of the Albanese Labor government's agenda. Speaker, this legislation also looks to allow Australia to operate strategically through long-term agreements, through participation in markets, through targeted supply acquisition, and through mechanisms that provide certainty in uncertain times. Because if we are serious about a future made in Australia, we cannot leave critical supply chains to chance. We must be deliberate, we must be prepared, and we must always act in Australia's national interests. And today's measures are targeted. Now, in moments like these, tone matters. This is a global crisis, not a political opportunity, not a time for shouting and theatrics like we saw from the Leader of Opposition just before. Not time for noise or to spread confusion or to spread the contradictions in words and policy. The Prime Minister put it plainly, we will do whatever is necessary. It is about being over-prepared. That is the leadership and the responsibility that drives the work of this government each and every day. And our approach to strategic reserves couldn't be more different than to those opposite. We recognise that resources that will power the next generation of industry are of national importance. We believe in sovereign capability, not just putting it in titles, not just acting all sovereign, but also acting capable. Because Australians understand something simple. They need coordination and they need a government that acts. This bill is about energy sovereignty. It is about Australia's economic resilience, and it is about preparing Australia for an increasingly uncertain world that we've heard from our partners who have spoken and addressed the Parliament most recently. And in communities like mine, where people rely on transport to work, where businesses depend on supply chains, where logistics underpins local jobs, this bill matters. It is practical reform, it is forward-looking, and it is exactly what this moment demands. We cannot wait for crisis to arrive before we act. We must be ready, we must be resilient, and we must strengthen Australia's sovereign capability in the things and areas that matter most, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Warren.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And can I say that fortunately, through this national fuel crisis, the opposition has been able to lead. And we've seen that quite clearly because the government, right through the last month, since the Iran war began, has put its head in the sand and pretended that absolutely nothing is going on, nothing is happening with regards to Australia's fuel security and the price of diesel and petrol that Australians are paying at the bowser. Well, finally, it seems like the penny has dropped. And the sad reality is that we're in this situation today where it does seem that the penny has dropped for the government, yet it's far too late for Australians, far too late. They're hurting. They're really, really hurting. And I hope when the Prime Minister comes into question time today, the first thing he does is apologise to the Australian people. You need to apologise to the Australian people, Prime Minister, because you have messed this up. It's been a catastrophe. Your minister should go and you should apologise to the Australian people. The fact that we're here today with this rush legislation coming through, which the opposition has been happy to support because we were given a briefing at 7 o'clock last night, shows that the government is literally chasing its tail with trying to deal with this national fuel crisis. And I'll give you the most classic example as to why they're doing that. We're making changes to the Export Finance Act, so that they can deal with getting oil here to Australia. Guess what they did last year? They sent a message to EFA, a statement of expectations. You're not to touch oil. Yeah. You're not to touch gas. Right. You're not to touch coal. And yet here we are today, they've finally realised oil's important. They had no idea that diesel powers 50% of our energy in this nation. 50%, right? Fishing, farming, mining, all dependent on diesel. They had no idea about the importance of diesel, no idea about the importance of coal and gas to our nation, especially when you have something like a war take place. The government had to be led kicking and screaming to admit that there was a national crisis going on. And now, finally, they seem to be taking some measures to deal with supply. Well, I hope they're successful, and that's why we're happy to support it. But the other thing the government has to do is has to be able to identify where the supply shortages are in the nation and get the fuel there. We've had rain in Western Australia. They're out in their tractors, they're sowing. Have they got enough diesel to make sure they can get those paddocks sowed? It's about to do the same thing in Victoria. Have they got enough diesel to make sure that can happen? New South Wales, South Australia, Queensland, you name it. They need that diesel. And they have to make sure, the government has to make sure that they know where the shortages are and they can get the fuel to it. So far, there is no sign of them being able to do that whatsoever, even though we've been calling for it for over a month. No sign of it whatsoever. And the other thing, where once again the coalition has led on, is a cut in half of the fuel excise. Yeah. It's finally realised, the government has finally realised that people are hurting. People are hurting. People are hurting. There's an example that we've been given of a service which takes kidney patients to get dialysis. And the people who drive to take those patients so that they can get that treatment, they're now wondering whether they'll be able to keep that service going. Because because they can't afford the fuel. Now, we obviously were out on Friday calling for a halving of the fuel excise. It's funny, the Prime Minister did a press conference afterwards and he sort of poo-pooed the idea. Once again, hopefully he's got the dignity to come in here and apologise and say to the Australian people, we messed up on the supply and we've messed up on the price, and I'm sorry. That would be, you know, we'd all say, OK, fair cop if he would come in and do that. We'd say, you know, there's a Prime Minister who admits he's been absolutely incompetent with the way how he's handled this whole thing, but at least he's big enough and honest enough to be able to admit that's the case. I'll be very, very surprised whether we get that. Very, very surprised whether we get that apology. But we all live in hope over this side. We all live in hope. But the sad reality for the Australian people is they're living in hope, but they're living in hope with a huge financial penalty. Hurting, all because of the cost of fuel in this nation. And I wonder what the Prime Minister will say to them, because I think since we said what we thought should happen on Friday, halving the fuel excise, and today, and this will get higher by Wednesday when I understand they're going to introduce the legislation, but the government has raked in another $50 million just in that space of time through the excise. So I wonder whether there will be some sort of offering of forgiveness and saying, sorry, we messed up again because we should have acted when the opposition. And if they could have said, great idea, opposition on Friday, bang, Monday, here we are, introducing that legislation as long as these other three pieces of legislation, wouldn't the Australian people welcome that? If we had the fuel excise bill cutting it in half and the road user charge bill here today, wouldn't they like that? Because then the government wouldn't be raking in maybe another 10 million today, another 10 million tomorrow and another 10 million on Wednesday. And who knows when all these will get royal assent. We don't know that. We do not know that. So, look, Deputy Speaker, we are going to put forward some amendments and they'll be put forward this afternoon on this bill. We think that if you were going to let Export Finance Australia start dealing with oil, with diesel, with petroleum, with coal, with gas, then what you should be able to do is do it not only on the national interest account but on the commercial account as well. So we'll be putting that forward. Very good, sensible. In a national crisis, Export Finance Australia should be given all options. So we'll be making sure we do that, and then we'll be looking at making amendments to the EPBC Act, because one of the things that deeply, deeply concerns us at the moment, just say the government needed to build a brand new storage facility to be able to get the diesel or to get the oil, to get the petrol here, you know what? They'd have to go through the full rigmarole of the EPBC changes.
Exactly.
Thanks to Labor and the Greens and their little grubby deal on the EPBC Act. Now, we want to get rid of that because in a national emergency, we need all the options on the table. And so these will be a good test for the Prime Minister. Again, he could say, yes, 6 months ago we completely messed this up. We got carried away on ideology, not on practicality, and say, you know, I'm going to change it. We've realised this isn't good. You know, governing through ideology doesn't work for anyone. What the Australian people want is governing through practicality. So we'll be looking at those amendments and we'll be circulating them later this afternoon. So, Deputy Speaker, it's good the government is listening to the Australian people. It's good the government is listening to the opposition. I hope the government will continue to act, and I hope the government understands the pain that they've caused, the worry on supply and price. And I'll conclude with this. I really, really do hope we'll see the Prime Minister come into this chamber this afternoon and the first thing he does is apologise. Apologise to the Australian people for the pain he's caused them, the worry he's caused them, the concern he's caused them due to the complete incompetence in dealing with supply. And also he'll apologise for the fact that his incompetence and his government's incompetence has led to a dramatic rise in fuel prices, which is hurting Australians beyond their budget like they never, ever could have imagined.
Yeah. I wouldn't hold my breath.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call a member from Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia is facing a serious fuel supply shock, and it's hitting at the worst possible time. Families in my electorate and right across regional Australia are already under enormous pressure. They are working hard, doing their best to get ahead, but every month it feels like they are falling further behind. Groceries are up, power bills are up, rents and mortgages are up, and now fuel, one of the most essential costs in daily life, is becoming harder to access and more expensive. And in regional communities, fuel is not an option. It is not a discretionary cost. It is how you get to work. It's how you take your kids to school. It's how small businesses operate, how farmers move goods, and how communities stay connected. When fuel supply is disrupted and prices rise, it hits everything. It hits the price of food on the shelf, hits the cost of getting goods to market, it hits the viability of small businesses already running on tight margins, and right now that pressure is real. We are seeing service stations running dry, we are seeing prices at levels many Australians have never experienced before, and we are seeing families forced to rethink everyday decisions, whether they can afford to travel, visit family, or even take their kids to sport. Let me give a real-world example from a pineapple farmer in Yeppoon. Normally this farm relies on 1,500 litres of fuel every week. Right now it's been rationed to 1,000 litres, only around 60% of what it needs. In the short term, this is a small buffer, but if this rationing continues for 2 weeks, pineapple farming operations will stop. The farm will still pick fruit, but it will not plant new crops, so that means in 2 years' time there'll be no fruit to harvest. Deputy Speaker, this is not just a supply issue, this is an economic warning sign. It shows how quickly a fuel disruption today becomes a production crisis tomorrow and a cost of living hit down the track. That is the reality on the ground. But at a time that called for leadership and urgency, what Australians have seen from this government is delay and denial. For weeks, concerns about fuel supply were dismissed. Australians were told there was no problem. Then when the situation worsened, the messaging changed. And when the crisis became unavoidable, then the government acted. Deputy Speaker, this is not leadership. In a crisis like this, Australians expect the government to be across the detail, to be prepared and to act early. Now, in that context, we are debating this bill, and let me be clear, the Coalition will support it, because this bill does something practical. It allows Export Finance Australia to step in during extraordinary disruptions to help secure essential imports like fuel and fertiliser. That is a sensible measure. In a crisis, government should be able to act quickly to support supply chains and ensure that essential goods can reach Australia. And we will always support practical steps that help keep the country moving. But we also need to be honest about what this bill is and what it is not. This bill is not a silver bullet. It does not get fuel to empty service stations today. It does not bring down prices at the Bowsers tomorrow. And it does not fix the underlying problem that has left Australia exposed in the first place. Because the deeper issue here is one of preparedness. Australia is entering this crisis weaker than it should be. After years in government, Labor has failed to strengthen our domestic fuel capability. Instead, we are now more reliant on overseas supply and more vulnerable to global disruptions. And what matters, especially for a country like Australia, where distance and logistics are everything, there is a clear contradiction at the heart of the government's approach. On one hand, they are asking taxpayers to underwrite imported fuel during a crisis. On the other hand, their policies are restricting investment in the very industries that underpin our energy security here at home. Deputy Speaker, that simply does not make sense. If fuel is important enough to import and stockpile, it's important enough to support domestically. National security starts with domestic capability. The Coalition's approach is straightforward. We support practical measures to improve supply in the short term like this bill, but we also believe in building long-term resilience. That means backing Australian production. It means removing barriers to invest in oil, gas and critical resources. It means ensuring our institutions, including Export Finance Australia, can support the industries that keep our economy strong. And it means rebuilding sovereign capability so that in times of crisis, Australia can stand on its own 2 feet. Because we cannot keep lurching from crisis to crisis, relying on emergency measures to paper over deeper structural problems. But, Deputy Speaker, supply is only part of the equation. The other part is cost, and right now Australian families and small businesses need relief immediately. This bill helps finance supply, but does nothing to ease the immediate cost pressures people are facing at the Bowser, and that is the gap that needs to be addressed. The Coalition is pleased that the government has taken our advice and cut the fuel excise in half for 3 months, because this is the fastest, most direct way to deliver relief. It works immediately at the point of sale. It does not rely on complex systems or delayed reimbursements. It does not require small businesses to wait months through the BAS cycle to see any benefit. It puts money back into people's pockets straight away. And the difference it will make is real. Around 26 per litre off fuel prices and $20 off a typical tank. Real savings for households already under pressure. For small businesses, whether it's a tradie, delivery driver, a florist or a cleaner, it means lower operating costs straight away. No delay, no paperwork, no lag. Just relief when it is needed most. And for the transport sector, it is just as important. Truck drivers and freight operators are on the front line of this crisis. They are facing rising costs, tight margins and increasing pressure. Reducing the road user charge alongside the excise ensures that relief flows through the entire supply chain, so it's not just about fuel prices that come down, but the cost of goods as well. Australians are facing a perfect storm, global supply shocks on top of domestic cost pressures. Families are stretched, small businesses are under strain.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43, and the debate may be resumed at a later hour. And the member will have leave to granted to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? Give the call to the member for Wentworth.
As of this morning, 5,841 Australians have taken the time to send an email to their own MPs through the Tax Reform Now campaign asking for responsible tax reform now. They've written to every single MP in this House. In the top 20 electorates receiving emails, 16 are Labor, 3 are Independents and 1 is Nationals held. But this is more than a set of numbers. This is Australians in their own time sitting down and writing to their local representatives, asking them to take this conversation into their party rooms, into caucus, into this House and into the media. They're asking for something tangible. They're asking for a tax system that works again, where the hard work you put in pays off. And regardless of generations, Australians across the country are asking for a future where younger, working Australians have a real chance to get ahead off their own backs. This campaign has not asked constituents to agree on every detail. It is about Australians saying, we need to act, that we need to rebalance the tax system instead of tinkering around the edges. And we need to give the next generation back something that feels increasingly out of reach, and that's hope.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today as Christians in Holt and across Australia prepare to mark Easter, the most sacred time in the Christian calendar. Easter is a time of deep faith, reflection and hope. It reminds us of the suffering, sacrifice and the resurrection of Jesus Christ, and the enduring message at the heart of the gospel: love, mercy, forgiveness and new life. For many families in my electorate, Easter is a time to gather with family, attend church services, pray and reflect on the meaning of Christ's journey to the cross. It is also a time to renew our commitment to kindness, compassion and service, and to carry the spirit of Easter into our homes and our communities. Above all, Easter reminds us that even in darkness there is light, even in suffering there is grace, and even in sorrow there is a promise of renewal. I look forward to attending the Good Friday service at St Agatha's in Cranbourne and joining in my community in reflection. To all those celebrating Easter across Holt and right across our nation, I wish you and your family a blessed Easter. God bless you all.
Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thud, well, that is the sound of my jaw hitting the floor of this chamber, because for the first time this year, the Labor government has actually listened. We went from an energy minister who claimed there was no crisis to a government that has finally listened to the coalition, finally senses prevailed over madness, because when fuel prices soared, they took hold struggling families to buy a $60,000 electric car. When power bills increased by 40%, they told families to spend a lazy 20 grand on a battery. But today, the brutal reality of a family budget has finally smashed through the Canberra bubble. I'm proud to be part of a coalition that refused to back down. We stood firm, we held this government to account, and we forced them to do the right thing for the Australian people. The fuel excise is halved. Well done to the coalition. This is the power of strong opposition. And I'm proud to be part of a coalition that is restoring our standard of living and protecting our way of life. The coalition has turned the tide, resulting in the actual action at the Bowser. We have secured a fair go for Australians. We've slashed the tax and we've given our families back their Easter holiday they so much deserve. Thanks for finally listening, Labor, and thanks so much to the coalition for holding this Albanese Labor government to account.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, these are challenging times for many people in our communities, around our country, in our region and around the world. So thank God for great organisations like Caritas Australia, which is a Catholic NGO offering practical, hopeful solutions in the face of conflict, climate change and poverty, including in the Northern Territory. Through Project Compassion, one of Australia's largest annual charitable appeals, more than 1,700 schools and 1,200 parishes walk alongside those in need each Lent, uniting against poverty and empowering communities to build safer, more hopeful futures. During this Easter at my parish, St Mary's Cathedral, our Agape youth group has held very successful fundraising events for Project Compassion. So well done to them. And now that we have entered Holy Week, please consider a donation to Project Compassion so that Caritas can continue its work for Australians and for humanity. And this is the heart of Caritas, bringing light to dark places, grounded in dignity, solidarity and hope. Caritas and Project Compassion show us that transformation is possible whenever we stand together. So this Easter, may hope, faith, love and reign. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Warringah.
Acknowledge the dedication of Bradley's Head Naval Memorial in Warringah as Australia marks 125 years of Royal Australian Navy service. This is a remarkable honour for our community, with Bradley's Head now recognised as one of just 9 military memorials of national significance in Australia. It recognises a place that is not only beautiful but sacred in what it represents: service, sacrifice and remembrance. HMAS Sydney was the first Australian ship to engage an enemy at sea in the First World War, defeating the German cruiser SMS Emden near the Cocos Islands in November 1914. 4 Australians lost their lives. Bradley's Head is home to the mast of HMAS Sydney, and all passing naval ships still render a ceremonial salute. Bradley's Head holds deep meaning for Warringah, for the Navy and for our national story. It honours Australian sailors, including those lost in later ships to bear the HMAS Sydney name. I'd like to acknowledge the incredible work of the HMAS Sydney Association and the Bradley's Head Management Committee and the many in our community that have worked hard to see this nomination achieved. May it remain a place of remembrance and reflection for generations to come.
Member for Swan.
We're halving the fuel tax for 3 months, and that's to save people 26 a litre every time they fill up. Conflict overseas is pushing up prices at home, and we know that Australians have been feeling the pressure. Whether it's getting to work, dropping the kids off at school, running a small business, every trip counts. people have been facing pain at the pump. Every litre counts, every cent counts. That's why the Albanese government is making every litre of petrol and diesel 26 cents cheaper. That's right, it is the Albanese Labor government that is implementing this. This is policy that will be in place from April to June, and this is real relief for every household at the Bowser. We've been doing not just that, we have been doing more. We have also boosted fuel supply by releasing reserves. We've amended the fuel standards to get more product onto the market. We've also appointed a fuel supply task force, and we've empowered the ACCC to protect motorists from unfair price rises. Australians always look out for each other, and right now everyone can do their part too. Only buy what is needed so the benefits can be shared fairly across the country. These are uncertain times, but we are responding the Australian way by looking after each other, looking after each other's backs.
Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, this is a time of year for hope. Passover tells the story of liberation of a people freed from slavery in Egypt. And of course, Easter and Passover are inextricably linked. The Last Supper itself was a Passover Seder, and Christ's crucifixion took place during the Passover festival. This is a powerful reminder of not just the Jewish tradition, but the Christian tradition as well, and they did not emerge in isolation. They're bound together by history, by faith, and by a shared spiritual lineage. But more than history, these occasions speak to something universal. It's about human dignity, about compassion, about justice, and about love. And yet this season is not only about the history and tradition, it's also a time for pause and reflection. Because at its heart, this season is about renewal, not just of faith, but of purpose as a people. As was written in Galatians, it is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm then, and do not let yourselves be burned again by a yoke of slavery. That message of freedom, of responsibility, and of hope is one that transcends faith and speaks to all of us. So for those who are honouring Passover, Chag Sameach, and for those that are honouring the passing and the resurrection of Christ, have a happy Easter. And to all members of Parliament and to all communities, may there be peace on earth.
Member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. The summer of cricket may finally be over, and what a summer it was. The Australian women's cricket team got an incredible tri-format series victory over India, which is never an easy feat. The men's team retained the Ashes and put Bazball to the sword with a resounding 4-1 win. And now, the cherry on top, the South Australian Cricket Association have gone back-to-back in the Sheffield Shield. The pride of the state, the Redbacks, were guided to a 56-run victory, a well-deserved man of the match to Nathan McAndrew, and a classy ton in the second innings from none other than Alex Carey. They didn't even need the pride of the North, Travis Head, which is maybe for the best for my Victorian colleagues, as this game would have been wrapped up well before the fifth day if he was in the side. And what makes it even more impressive, the Redbacks won it away from home in difficult conditions, the first Sheffield Shield final away win since 2019. So, congratulations to all involved. I'm looking forward to the Sacca going for the three-peat next season. But in the meantime, I'm sure there's a few red tins deservedly being emptied around the state. Well done, the Redbacks.
Member for Barrowa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. In the Barrowa electorate, families, tradies, truckies and small businesses are being hit from every direction. They've already been battered by Labor's inflation, higher interest rates, rising grocery bills and soaring power prices. Now they're confronting a fuel supply crisis and a fuel price crisis at the same time. People are pulling into the Bowser shocked by the price, and too often they're finding there's no fuel at all. The Prime Minister still has no plan, no urgency and has provided no leadership. Only days ago, his part-time Energy Minister was assuring Australians there was no fuel crisis at all. We might not be able to control the war, but we can control how we respond. The Prime Minister needs to get the petrol to hundreds of stations that have run dry and deliver relief for Australians who can't afford to fill up even when they can find fuel. About 50 minutes ago, the Prime Minister announced he will introduce our policy of halving the fuel excise for the next 3 months. Our policy will cut prices by 26 cents a litre and save Australians around $16 million a day. That's an important step. This afternoon, the Prime Minister needs to focus on 3 more of our calls. Introduce a detailed plan to distribute fuel supplies to where it's needed most. Be transparent in providing daily updates on where the fuel shortages are occurring, and introduce a longer-term plan to address the petrol crisis which is occurring on his watch. Easter is only days away, and motorists, communities and businesses in my community need certainty now.
Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I start by acknowledging my beautiful kids in the gallery today and welcome them to Parliament House. Deputy Speaker, to improve housing and housing security, governments must listen to those on the front line. That's why the Minister for Housing and Homelessness, Claire O'Neill, and I recently held the Bonner Housing and Homelessness Roundtable, bringing together 19 local organisations from housing providers and builders to crisis support services and not-for-profits. We discussed how we can unlock more housing, especially for those most vulnerable and for first home buyers. During the roundtable, we also heard from local organisations already making a difference, like the IJ Group in Hemmant building modular homes, charities like Beyond DV with their Hope Hub in Carindale, who support women and children escaping family and domestic violence to find safe housing, and from community housing providers such as Gateway Housing in Murraree, who are crucial in delivering homes under the Housing Australia Future Fund. Deputy Speaker, only Labor is backing the first homeowners' 5% deposit scheme. Already, 458 people in Bonner have bought their first home with a 5% deposit or less. Only Labor has strengthened housing by increasing the Commonwealth rent assistance by almost 50%. 6,785 people in my community of Bonner have already benefited. Labor is delivering housing for all Australians.
Member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this weekend is Easter, and of course there will all be way too much chocolate consumed, camping trips which will probably be rained out in Queensland, and the kids will be excited about the Easter Bunny, which is all a bit of fun. However, for those of the Christian faith, this, I would say, is the most important event on their calendar, because without the death and resurrection of Jesus, there is no Christian faith. For so many Christians that I speak to, they love the fact that unlike so many other religions, the God in the Bible actually got off the throne and came and helped humanity in the form of Jesus Christ. Rather than throwing orders and condemnation at the very people he created for being imperfect, he came to rescue humanity, who really didn't deserve it. The whole gospel message, contrary to popular belief, is one of love, not of judgment. It's a message of hope, not fear. And in these tumultuous times, hope is definitely what people need. So if you don't normally go along to a church regularly or at all, or are feeling despondent, anxious or run out of hope with what we are currently experiencing globally, locally and as a nation, I encourage you to visit a church this Easter and hear the message of hope in this very challenging time for yourself. What have you got to lose? There are a list of Easter services in the Longman community below, and if you can't afford to get there, I'm sure if you called one of the churches, they'd find a way to get you there. Happy Easter, everyone.
Member for Macquarie.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to honour John Fenton, Vice President of the City of Penrith RSL sub-branch, who recently died with his family by his side. John was a highly dedicated and respected veterans advocate who supported thousands of New South Wales veterans over many years, and I first got to know him more than a decade ago as an active member of the Blue Mountains Vietnam Veterans and Associated Forces Group. An Army officer, a Vietnam vet himself, commanding the 17 Construction Squadron Workshop, and a formidable veterans volunteer. John's aim was to drive improvements and support for the benefit of others. Among many roles in his army career, John was posted to the territory of Papua New Guinea for 2 years to train Pacific soldiers, and I know he derives satisfaction in playing a role in bringing that nation to independence. Having visited PNG recently, I know how highly regarded Australia's service was at that time. We were able to honour John recently with a beautiful quilt presented by the New South Wales Governor at the unveiling of the Penrith War Memorial plaque honouring women who have served Australia in both peace and war, which John, of course, had a role in making happen. I will miss this lovely but determined gentleman, John Fenton. Thank you, John, for your service, and may you rest in peace.
Member for Monash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Australians are doing the right thing, but this government is not. Australians are watching what happens at the Bowser and they are rightly concerned. But let's be clear, not every Australian is panic buying fuel. Most people are doing the right thing. They are getting on with running their businesses, getting to work and keeping their farms going. And I'll give you the example, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the weekend, I was at Farmwell, the best agricultural field days in Australia. And I had a farmer come up to me and say, Mary, I'm about to get on with sowing. And I took a fuel can to my local petrol station so I could fill up my tractor, and I was actually turned away because they thought I was using that fuel for panic buying. So I think it's an important message that a lot of our farmers are struggling right now, and they need the benefit of the doubt, which this government's not giving them. But that is the reality of regional Australia right now. It's not the behaviour of Australians, it's a failure of leadership. And if this government is serious, then it needs to act to move fuel to servos where it's needed and provide immediate relief by slashing the petrol tax. The Victorian government's announced free public transport. Well, that's great if you live in the city, but you can't get a train to your tractor, and those people that are doing it tough in towns like Wonthaggi are cross-subsidising that relief.
Yeah. Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to recognise a remarkable local success story in Cessnock, the Hairy Scotsman and Hayley Barber, who recently celebrated 1 year in business. Now, Speaker, starting a small business is never easy. It takes courage, resilience, long hours and no shortage of determination. The early mornings, the late nights are moments where you wonder if it's all going to come together. Yet, as the Scots would say, nae pain, nae gain. And this past year proves exactly that, Speaker. In just 12 months, Harry and Hayley have built more than a barber shop. They've created a community hub, a place where locals can walk in a bit rough around the edges and walk out feeling like a new person, often with a fresh fade, a cupcake and perhaps even a cold beer in hand. And of course, it wouldn't be complete without mentioning Harry himself, a proud Scotsman, often in a kilt, piercings on display, bringing character, humour and a touch of Scottish spirit to the hunter. As they say, aye, he's no backward in coming forward. These milestones is a testament to their hard work and support of the Cessnock community. It shows what can be achieved when passion meets perseverance. So I congratulate Harry and Hayley on their first year and a great success story. I wish you continued growth in the years ahead. And lang may your limerick, which means long may your chimney smoke. Cheers.
Member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Right now, the cost of diesel in my regional Queensland electorate of Hinkler is sitting at levels above $3.20 per litre at many local fuel stations. Prices are visibly hitting Hinkler households in real time. Farmers can't get fertiliser, or if they can, the price has doubled. Cafes are reducing shifts for workers as trade slows. Transport operators are hiking fuel levies to record highs. Many are cancelling what they consider non-essential expenses. Taxi operators tell me the uncertainty is crippling. And just days out from Easter and school holidays, tourists, the drive market bound for my region, are cancelling tours and holidays altogether. The Lady Musgrave experience usually takes close to 150 people each day out to the southern Great Barrier Reef. Owner Brett Lakey said they're getting cancellations daily and people putting their bookings on hold because visitors can't afford the fuel to travel, or they're worried the fuel will run out before they drive home after their holiday. Just to top it off for Brett, he's paying $2,500 extra every day for fuel for his boat. They put a small levy on for passengers, but it doesn't even begin to cover the cost that has more than doubled. The ripple impact is real and it's being felt now. Hinkler is hurting. Regional Australia needs urgency and leadership. Move the fuel to the servos. Let's get Australia moving. Let's breathe some life back into regions like Hinkler.
Yeah. Member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Saturday, I was with the volunteers at the Strathmore Footy Club for their season launch. Their new president, Ben, and his team weren't just kicking off the season, they were also using the opportunity to raise funds for the Royal Flying Doctor Service based out of Essendon Fields. Yeah. That's what community sport is all about, people stepping up for each other. Ben and his committee are working hard, and like all Australians, they deserve a government that works just as hard for them. That's exactly what we're doing. On this side of the House, we are focused on delivery. That's why today we've moved to halve the fuel tax for 3 months to put more money in people's pockets. That's why from July, every taxpayer in Maribyrnong across the country will receive a tax cut. For people in Flemington, Moonee Ponds, Gladstone Park and Airport West, that's real money back in their pockets. Not a promise, not a headline, delivered. And to ease pressure on families when they get sick, we've doubled the number of fully bulk billing GP clinics in Maribyrnong, so more people can see their doctor and walk out without paying a cent. Cost of living relief that's real, that's targeted, healthcare that's there when you need it, that's Labor delivering. But, Deputy Speaker, in these uncertain times, global instability demands serious, steady leadership focused on the national interest, not the next headline. What do we see from those opposite? No plan, no policy, just noise and opportunism. Australians deserve better than that. They deserve a government working every day to make their lives easier. That's what Labor is doing, and that's what we'll keep doing.
Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the good news today is that the government has finally decided to take the fuel crisis seriously and do what the Coalition advised last week and cut the fuel excise and the road user charge. Yeah. This is a positive outcome, but the seriousness of the situation needed to be hammered home by many stories of real hardship across Australia, especially in regional areas, from dairy farmers to grade 6 students. And just for one more example, I was contacted by a husband-wife team who run an owner-driver transport business in my electorate, delivering grain and, when you can find it, fertiliser across northern Victoria and southern New South Wales. And today, at $3.29 per litre for diesel, they are paying $1,320 for the 400 litres they use every day, and that's an increase of $620 to fill their truck. They told me, "We work hard and we love keeping Australia moving, but we cannot continue to operate very long if this continues." It shouldn't have taken sustained pressure from the opposition for the government to finally see sense and act on cutting petrol tax and the heavy vehicle user charge, but it is good that it has happened. But there is more to do on delivery to farming areas, and wheat in the ground and milk for lattes needs diesel to get to the regions.
Member for Bendigo.
Well, this weekend in Bendigo CBD, we close our roads and the street becomes alive. It becomes alive with the Bendigo Easter Festival. It's been running for over 150 years in our town and finishes with the grand finale, the grand parade that we have on Easter Saturday. And the main event that draws so many people to our town, that is led by the Bendigo Chinese Association, our Imperial Dragons that take to the streets. The entire festival runs for 3 days in our town, but across the region there are many reasons why people should come to Bendigo this Easter. On Thursday night we also celebrate 100 years of the Bendigo Easter Fair Society, the organisation that's been charged with running the festival now for over 100 years. It is a great opportunity. We always encourage people to come to Bendigo over the Easter Festival. And now with free public transport available to people in Victoria, people in Melbourne can come for the day to be part of the fund, or with our cuts announced today to fuel excise, more reasons for people to travel to Bendigo this Easter. It is a fun time to be out with lots of free activities on offer for families. It's a great time to be in Central Victoria and great time to celebrate our culture and our heritage, and we're always looking for extra legs to help carry our dragons through the streets of Bendigo.
Member for Moncrief.
Well, Australians have been under enormous pressure every time they pull up to the Bowser. And after months of delay, the Prime Minister has finally acted to halve the fuel tax. But let's be clear, this announcement, while welcome, has come far too late and is only half the job, because cutting the tax means very little if Australians can't access affordable fuel in the first place. Right now, the real concern is supply. Families, tradies and small businesses don't just need cheaper fuel, they need certainty that when they turn up to the servo, the fuel will actually be there. And this is where the government is still falling short. There has been no clear plan to ensure fuel supply, to ensure that supply gets where it needs to go, Prime Minister. This government has shown no urgency in strengthening fuel security and no leadership to address the pressures in distribution that are already being felt in communities. Because when supply is tight, prices rise, and that means any benefit from a tax cut can and will quickly disappear. Right. Australians deserve more than a headline announcement. They deserve a government that understands the reality. This is not just about price, it's about access, it's about reliability, and it's about leadership, Prime Minister. Australians deserve better.
Member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The world is in a state of flux, and while we can't change what's happening in the Middle East, we can impact how it hurts Australian households and how we help them. I've just gotten back from farewelling a friend out west, and I was talking to farmers, truckies, business owners and workers. I heard fertiliser and fuel in many conversations, and everyday costs are rising and hurting people at the pump, and that is why this Albanese government is acting. We are halving the fuel excise, cutting 26.3 cents per litre, and we are doing that from April 1st. It is practical relief. We're doing it in partnership with the states, and I want to thank the states. I want to thank the Prime Minister and the Treasurer and the Cabinet for taking this action. And we haven't forgotten our truckies. Our heavy vehicle industry is under real strain. These are people who keep the shelves stocked and our economy moving. In my own electorate, we've got businesses like Hills Tankers, a small family-run business that is supplying fuel to all the coal mines in the Hunter and keeping them going. They're doing it tough, but they're showing up day in, day out. Who is this for? This is for people in Australia who are under strain. So for the next 3 months, we'll reduce the heavy user road charge to zero. We'll keep backing those people who keep us moving. We're going to ease pressure on households. We hear you, we see you, and we are delivering.
I'll give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. Australians are hurting. They don't know whether they're going to get the fuel that they need. They look at the petrol pump every time they go to fill their cars up, and the price is extraordinary. It's causing them enormous amount of pain. And what they want to see is leadership. Now, the Prime Minister has not been leading. And what the Prime Minister should do today, the first thing he should do is get to that dispatch box and he should apologise to the Australian people for his failure of leadership. We haven't seen a failure of leadership like this since December, and there's twice now in a national emergency.
Concluded. The member's time has concluded. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. I told the member he had 40 seconds. Good lesson to learn. Order. In accordance with the Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has now concluded. Before we begin question time, I'm pleased to advise that in the gallery today is a group of constituents from the member for Eden and Monero's electorate who are participating in 86K for a Cure, a fundraiser for the Children's Cancer Institute in honour of the 86 kids who are diagnosed with cancer every month in Australia. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. On fuel, first the Prime Minister said there was no problem. Just days later, there was a crisis. Last week, the Prime Minister refused to cut the fuel excise in response to our call to slash the tax. Then just 1 hour ago, the Prime Minister finally announced a fuel excise cut. Why is the Prime Minister always the last to lead in a national crisis?
The call to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the latest Leader of the Opposition for his question.
Order. Order. The Minister for Infrastructure. Order. The Treasurer.
Everyone's talking about the interview.
The Minister for Climate Change. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I take from the question, which began by saying, firstly, that somehow the government and myself as Prime Minister didn't say there was an issue with fuel. Like, what, we didn't know that there was a war that has impacted the entire global fuel supply issue network. I mean, it's just beyond comprehension.
Order.
From the same group that came in here and actually asked the question one day, when will the war end? that they thought through in tactics, now pretends that somehow we on this side didn't acknowledge that there was a war and that it would have an impact, which it is, right around the world. What leadership is about is responding in a coherent, strategic, orderly way. And that is precisely what we have done, working with industry, working with state and territory governments, working through all of the issues, concentrating on the first issue, which is supply, making sure that we work with our international partners in the region. The announcement that we made on Sunday about shoring up supply, changing the standards of both petrol and diesel, so there was increased supply there as well, releasing in a coherent, orderly way 20% of the reserves, making sure that it got to where it was needed, and also working through on price, not an ill-thought-out proposal that said we're going to actually increase electricity prices by somehow doing something on fuel, but working it through so that, as well as the Commonwealth taking action, state and territory governments are taking action as well, making sure that we deal with the issue of the road user charge, reducing that to zero in recognition that particularly heavy vehicles are under enormous pressure. That is what good government looks like. Orderly, coherent, making sure we look after our national interests, and that's precisely what we will continue to do.
The call to the honourable member for McEwen.
My question is the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister update the House on the outcomes agreed at today's National Cabinet meeting and explain how those measures contribute to boosting Australia's fuel, security and supply?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for McEwen for his question and for his ongoing issues in everything to do with fuels and motor vehicles as well. Today, I convened after we had an NRC meeting, and after a Cabinet meeting we had our National Cabinet meeting. And there we endorsed the National Fuel Security Plan that we've been working on with states and territories in a coherent way across the board. Both Labor and Liberal National Party governments working in the national interest in a strategic way. Making sure as well that we plan and prepare was the first stage. The second stage, keeping Australia moving, because we don't want to find ourselves in a situation of what happened with COVID, of restrictions that are unnecessary. What we want to do is to make sure that the economy continues to function, make sure that people act responsibly as well. We repeat the message that people should only buy the fuel that they need, making voluntary choices to use less and avoid the impact as well of higher fuel prices. So we are at level 2. It's been agreed, the Commonwealth and state, we've set up the Fuel Supply Task Force with representatives of all state and territory governments working through the bureaucracy. The Minister for Energy is working through with his counterparts. The Treasurer is working through with his counterparts. The Agriculture Minister, the Transport Minister, all working through these issues to make sure that the very real global challenges which are there as a result of a war that can't be wished away and should be above some of the petty politics that we've seen across this chamber, that we work through in the national interest. Now, today we agreed that the Commonwealth would take immediate action to halve the fuel excise on petrol and diesel for 3 months starting this Wednesday. We'll reduce the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero for 3 months, something that was not proposed by those opposite. And in addition to that, the fuel price will be reduced by more than that half reduction because we acknowledge that the GST would have produced a windfall gain for the states and territories as well. And they were cooperative about that as well. Bringing them together through the National Cabinet process, the National Fuel Security Plan that has been established is important. We know this is a global crisis, but we also know that families, businesses and farmers are feeling and seeing the impacts at their local petrol station, which is why we continue to act on supply, but today have made these cost of living measures.
I'll give a call to the order. Members on my right, we'll have silence before the member is heard. The call goes to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. An hour ago, the government followed the coalition and announced a fuel excise cut. Can the Treasurer confirm that, unlike the coalition's plan, there are no inflationary offset to the government's excise cut?
The call. Order. The Minister for Infrastructure is now warned. This continual interjection when anyone's speaking is highly disorderly. I'm asking for her help and everyone's help to make sure that we show everyone respect. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. You'd think with how long they gave him to come up with his first question in quite a while that he'd come up with a better question than that, Mr Speaker.
Order.
Let me tell the Shadow Treasurer the key difference.
Order.
Let me tell the Shadow Treasurer the key difference between the approach that we announced today and the letter that they wrote the Prime Minister, I think, on Friday. The main difference is, in the plan that we announced today, we didn't forget the heavy vehicle users like those opposite did. So those opposite called for a $1.5 billion change, which completely ignored the fact that heavy vehicles were paying 34 cents a litre. And that's how they came up with a costing of 1.5 when the costing is a bit more like 2.5, Mr Speaker. And so if they're saying now, as they're interjecting across the table, that they included that, then they got their costing wrong, Mr Speaker, and that's not the first time that they have done that, Mr Speaker. So the Shadow Treasurer asked me about the key difference. The key difference is that we are providing more relief. Now, when it comes to the budget position, again, another key difference between this side, and that is the underlying cash position that the member for Hume took as the Shadow Treasurer to the last election had an $11 billion bigger deficit this year than what we had, Mr Speaker, and he's now pretending.
Order. The Treasurer will just take a pause. The member for Lingiari is now warned also. Order. The manager on a point of order.
Thanks, Speaker, and it goes to direct relevance. The question was straightforward. Is there offsets or not? That was the question. That was the question.
Resume your seat. I'd like to hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, the Manager of Opposition Business should know what was asked. This question specifically asked about coalition policy. We don't often get a question from that side that refers specifically to coalition policy. This one did.
I want to uphold what the leaders of the House has said, and I've got a direct transcript here of the question that says about the government following the coalition. So if you're going to ask about the coalition... Order! And any help from people on my right, but if you're going to ask about coalition policy in your question, whether the government has followed it, it is obvious. So just ask the manager in future just to make sure that he's also listening to the question. So, no, the Treasurer... Well, Order. The Treasurer is going to respond to the question and he's being directly relevant. So he'll continue.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about the differences between the two approaches. We're providing more relief, and because we've got a much better budget position than those opposite took to the election, we're providing it in a more responsible way, Mr Speaker. We found $114 billion worth of offsets in less than 4 years, which is the kind of responsible economic management which would be unrecognisable to those opposite, Mr Speaker. Now, when it comes to additional savings in the budget, we're at the end of March now. The budget is in the second week of May. and we'll continue to work through all of those decisions and deliberations in the considered and methodical but decisive way that has been a hallmark of the responsible economic management under this government, Mr Speaker, for some years. Now, what this is really about is about providing temporary and timely and responsible cost of living relief to people who are doing it tough. And we know that this war in the Middle East is having extreme consequences for the global economy, and Australians are paying a hefty price for that at the Bowser. And we're doing what this government always does, which is to try and help where we can, to try and provide cost of living relief in the most responsible way that we can. If those opposite really cared about cost of living relief, they wouldn't have opposed our tax cuts or said that they'd repeal them if they'd won the election.
Give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. With the war in the Middle East impacting global supply chains, how's the Albanese Labor government taking further action to strengthen Australia's fuel security?
Great question. Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for the question and thank her for the wonderful work she does for the people of Macquarie on so many levels, Mr Speaker. And on Saturday, as I do every Saturday now, released the minimum stock obligation updated figures, so the Australian people can see how much petrol, diesel and jet fuel we have in Australia. And those figures showed 39 days' worth of petrol at 1.6 billion litres, 30 days of diesel at 2.7 billion litres and 30 days of jet fuel at about 800 million litres. And what that tells me, Mr Speaker, is that although our refiners and our importers are delivering fuel to regional Australia in particular at record levels, the fuel also continues to arrive in Australia and be refined in Australia. Viva, for example, Mr Speaker, which is the refinery in Geelong, has advised me today that their deliveries to regional Australia in the last week are 55% higher than normal. That's a good thing. They are prioritising deliveries direct to distributors who go to farmers and who go to those who are involved in agriculture, and that's a good thing, Mr Speaker. There's a lot more work to do. There's a lot more work to do. I would have thought those members opposite would welcome the fact that 55% higher deliveries, for example, to regional Australia. But we know that there's more to do. And last week, several companies raised with me the fact that the volatility in the oil market was getting worse, that purchasing spot cargoes was getting riskier, and that they were finding those transactions increasingly hard. So the government very quickly worked through those issues last week, and on Saturday the Prime Minister and I announced a major intervention to put Export Finance Australia to work, to enable them to finance and to work with importers to ensure they can get those cargoes, those spot cargoes that are available in the world. They are available.
Order. The member for Maranoa is going to cease interjecting.
We want them to come to Australia for Australians. So the Export Finance Australia will be able to enter into insurance, to hedging, to loans, to guarantees, direct purchases, whatever it takes to work with those companies to get those types of fuel into Australia, but not just fuel. Mr Speaker, the legislation which I introduced to the House today makes clear it is also available for any good suffering under supply chain disruptions, and the government makes it clear we regard fertiliser as a key priority there, and I thank the Agriculture Minister for all her work there with the sector. This is being ahead of the curve to make sure that we are helping companies before the problems arise. The companies told us that they were finding this increasingly difficult, so we announced the legislation on Saturday, introduced it on Monday, and we'll seek to pass it this evening, Mr Speaker, and we'll seek it through the Senate tomorrow, so we can see Australia's importers being able to get that fuel that is available around the world for Australians in good time, in good order, so we can ensure that our fuel supply remains as secure as it can.
Before I call the member for Kooyong, I have a few acknowledgements to do today for guests in the gallery. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the front row of the gallery today are the hard-working firefighters from the great state of Victoria joining us today. I'm also pleased to inform the House that in the gallery today is Mr Alex Volkavensko, the current and two-time UFC featherweight champion and the first Australian-born fighter to win a UFC title. We have members of the some of the brand new members of the National Youth Parliament, Councillor Matt Burnett and the Mayor of Gladstone Regional Council and members of the Local Government Association of Queensland, I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is Ms Karen Lloyd AM, the former Executive Officer of Deaf Australia from 2000 to 2013. I give a call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Treasurer, you've directed the ACCC to crack down on fuel price gouging. But price gouging is not illegal in Australia. Prices are set by retailers and drivers are still angry about getting ripped off at the Bowser. You're cutting excises, but how can drivers be sure that retailers will cut prices?
Give a call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'll come to the member for Kooyong's question, but the Deputy Prime Minister is from a fighting family and he'll want me to say hello to the Volk, who's up there in the crowd. Thank you for joining us today. Mr Speaker, this is obviously a very important question that the member for Kooyong asks, because it goes to our efforts to make sure that fuel suppliers and retailers aren't doing the wrong thing by Australian motorists and Australian truckies, and that's why we have substantially increase the powers of the ACCC and the penalties of the ACCC so that they can come down like a ton of bricks on anyone who is doing the wrong thing in our fuel markets. And in doing that, we're coming after the sources of some of that gouging that the member is right to be concerned about. And so when we came to office, we increased the penalties. We allowed the ACCC to issue on-the-spot fines. Just recently in the Parliament, we passed the increased penalties further to up to $100 million, and that's because we share the concerns which are legitimately raised from time to time that at a time of extraordinary price volatility in global oil markets and Australian petrol markets, the onus is on us to prevent the kind of gouging that the member for Kooyong is talking about. Similarly, I've just actually signed a letter in the last half an hour or so to make sure that the ACCC is particularly attentive to the change that we announced this afternoon, to make sure that the benefits of the change to the fuel excise are passed on to Australian motorists and truckies, to make sure that they're doing the right thing there as well. And so it's an important question, a big part of the work that we're doing, not the only part of the work that we're doing, but to make sure the ACCC can look after the interests of our motorists and truckies.
The call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support the transport industry and address fuel disruptions?
The call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thanks very much. Can I thank the member for Spence for his question, but also for his continued advocacy for transport workers. We do understand that Australians are doing it tough right now, and we're working around the clock to address domestic fuel disruptions that are occurring because of the war in the Middle East. This morning, led by the Prime Minister, National Cabinet met again to ensure a nationally coordinated approach to these fuel disruptions. Following this, the government has announced that we are reducing the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero for 3 months to help ease costs for truck companies who are carrying essential supplies right the way across the nation. This is something that they have called for, and it is an important measure alongside the cuts to fuel excise. If we had have just reduced fuel excise, as those opposite proposed, without the road user charge, it would have had a significant and material impact on our trucking and supply companies, because that is what they did last time, and they left a significant mess for us to clean up in relation to that. These measures will, of course, complement changes to the Fair Work Act to ensure truck drivers can quickly renegotiate their rates with Australia's major retailers. The government will also defer the next scheduled increase in the heavy vehicle road user charge by 6 months. We also raised with state and territories that their charges around registration, that they could also consider those as well. We know transport operators are feeling the pressure of rising fuel prices, and have told us that they're struggling at the moment to absorb that cost. Heavy vehicle operators will see a direct reduction at the Bowser and cash flow relief through full access through the fuel tax credit. We, of course, have also halved the fuel excise on petrol and diesel for 3 months, and halving that will reduce the cost of fuel by 26.3 cents per litre. These changes in road user charging in particular have been called for by the Australian Trucking Association, Australian Livestock and Rural Transporters Association and the Bus Industry Confederation as well, that does so much work in our public transport system. Our government is taking strong action to secure our fuel supply, help people with cost of living and keep Australia moving. Just today we've introduced legislation to underwrite the purchase of fuel, fertiliser and other essentials by the private sector so we can secure more cargoes coming to Australia. And of course this builds on the work we're doing right the way across government, releasing more petrol and diesel onto the market, working with our regional partners to shore up supply and trade of essential goods, getting fuel into regional and agricultural communities that are facing fuel disruptions. We are working right the way across government and across governments to get bipartisanship, united approach to address these fuel disruptions. We are working with industry, unions and supporting businesses, workers and their suppliers.
The call to the honourable member for Cook.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm that 10% of service stations in New South Wales currently have no diesel, and how many service stations in Australia are currently without fuel?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Cook for his question. Indeed, there are supply issues for select petrol stations around Australia. We've acknowledged that. We've acknowledged that that's the case. The minister I'll ask him to add. But what we're doing is actually constructively working through everything that is possible to increase supply. Everything that is possible, whether that be what we did with changing fuel standards for both diesel and petrol, whether it's making sure that the 20% that we released goes to petrol stations, particularly in regional Australia, or whether it be the measure that we announced on Saturday with the Energy Minister. And not everyone on that side has been critical of it, it must be said. There are some that have recognised that there is a war going on and that there's an impact of that war, as most Australians understand directly. So, for example, one said about the measures that we've taken. Andrew Hastie, the Deputy Liberal Leader in the House of Representatives, there's the title for you.
Order. Order. Members on my right, when the House, the member for Cornwall or the member for Melbourne will cease interjecting. The manager on a point of order.
A direct relevance, Speaker. This was a very specific question. Didn't ask for a compare and contrast with the coalition, nothing like that. It wanted a confirmation about fuel station in New South Wales, 10% not having diesel, and what other stations, service stations across Australia.
Yes, it was specific, and you're asking some facts and figures, and you'd like the yes, no, and all of those things. You should resume your seat. There's no point. Well, I'm about to give order. Order. The manager. Order. The Leader of the Opposition is not helping. Yeah. Order. The Prime Minister's asked specific questions about facts and figures. It was a narrow question. I can't compel him under the standing orders to answer those. Don't. The Leader of the Opposition, no, we're just going to continue on. The Prime Minister has the call.
I was asked a question about supply, and that's what I'm talking about. And I know that the Manager of Opposition Business mightn't object to me quoting positively the Deputy Liberal Leader, but I will. Because he went on to say yesterday, I think we need to be doing whatever we can to make sure that we have sufficient supply in this country. He went on to say, so in principle this makes sense. These are big and extraordinary powers, but we are in extraordinary times. I welcome the fact that there's someone over there who does recognise that these are extraordinary times and therefore there are challenges.
Order.
And the sort of question from the member for Cook who asked this question.
Order.
When you have supply pressures, there will be impacts of those supply pressures, and that is what is there, and that is what we are dealing with. But it isn't just some on those opposite who recognise the challenges which are there. Many in the business community that we're working with do the same, Mr Speaker. And Andrew McKellar, the Chief Executive of ACCI, said yesterday, we think it's a very positive step. It sends the right signal. It will ensure that we can stand in the international marketplace and bid to get those stocks when they're available. That's a critical part of the supply challenge at the moment. So we're working on supply in order to deal with the challenge which not just we're facing, but the entire globe is facing out of the fact that there is a war in...
Give a call to the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government responding to the pressures Australians are facing as a consequence of the war in the Middle East?
Excellent.
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Big thank you to the member for Corangamite, not just for the question, but for the great job she does representing the people of the Surf Coast and the Bellarine in Victoria, a beautiful part of Australia. Mr Speaker, the war in the Middle East is doing a great deal of damage to the global economy, and Australians are paying a hefty price for that at the petrol bowser and beyond when it comes to the upward pressure on prices. And what we've announced today are additional steps to try and ease some of the pressures that Australians are feeling as a consequence of that war in the Middle East. We have announced that we'll halve the fuel excise for 3 months from April and cut the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero. And that's all about helping with the cost of living in a timely way, a temporary way and in a responsible way, Mr Speaker. It will reduce the excise on petrol and diesel by 26.3 cents a litre. Now, people are under cost of living pressure. We acknowledge that, but more than acknowledge that, we're acting on it today. We know that that pressure in this instance is coming from the war in the Middle East. We can't end that war, obviously, from an economic point of view. The end of the war can't come soon enough. But in the interim, we're taking a series of responsible, decisive steps to help Australians through a particularly difficult period. Now, what we're announcing today will reduce the cost of a 65-litre tank by around $19. And when it comes to the heavy vehicle road user charge, that will save drivers about $130 on a 400-litre tank and will help take some more of the pressure off the supply chain for food and other essentials. And so this government will always do what it responsibly can to help people with the cost of living, to recognise the pressures that they're under and do what we can to help. Now, this is a really important part of our plan, to respond to the impact of the war in the Middle East, but not the only part of our plan. I commend the ministerial colleagues for the work that is going into boosting supply and making sure the distribution networks are as strong as they can be, making sure that our domestic refineries are encouraged to create more fuel here, the work that we're doing on ACCC and monitoring, all of the work that's happening when it comes to engaging with our international partners. All of this is a really important part of our plan, but particularly the leadership that the Prime Minister showed today in bringing the state and territory leaders together to agree the plan for fuel security, which was released in the last hour or two. And I thank the state and territory premiers as well for the indications that they have given on GST relief. We will get through this, Mr Speaker, but we all need to work together and do our bit. The announcements we've made today are all about that.
Give a call to the honourable member for Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Kidney Support Network in Mackay says volunteer drivers are being forced off the road by the national fuel crisis, putting renal patients at risk of missing dialysis. Why is this Prime Minister always last to lead in a national crisis?
Order. Order. The Minister for Resources. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Dawson for his question. I want to acknowledge the work that our volunteers do, including the ones that he referred to. One of the things about our country is that we're defined by the way that we look after each other. And there's nowhere clearer than in the example that the member for Dawson gave. And that's one of the things that will get us through the pressures that are on right now as Australians looking after each other. That was one of the key elements of the National Fuel Security Plan, not seeking to impose solutions on people, but saying that people should only take what they need so that fuel is available and so that people are able to continue to keep our economy going under what is global pressures which are on. Now, we understand, and I certainly understand, that people are doing it tough at the moment, and that this is creating a great deal of anxiety out there. If you go to a petrol station and you can't fill up, it makes you anxious. And we rely upon, in a country like ours, so much our motor vehicles to get around, which is why we're saying in the Fuel Security Plan, for example, if you can get to work on a train or a bus and that's convenient and therefore leave more fuel around, then that's a good thing. But we understand that not everyone can do that in our country, and particularly in regional communities, and that's precisely why we are doing that. Now, we're working as well across the board, and I note this from someone was talking yesterday, and they said there's very extensive coordination between business and government. There is a graduated approach that has been adopted, and we've seen government acting quickly to implement appropriate arrangements, including standing up the National Coordination Mechanism, meetings of the National Oil Supplies Emergency Committee, starting the National Cabinet process, the appointment of Anthea Harris as the Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator, changes to fuel standards, release of reserves. These are all important and very worthwhile steps, and businesses are being closely consulted as government works through the options. Now, that was Andrew McKellar, the head of ACCI. What is happening is that overwhelmingly, with a few exceptions I can think of, are working together in the national interest. That's what we'll continue to do, including in the interests of the constituents of the member for Dawson, because we understand that these difficulties, which are global, we are not immune from the impact of this war in the Middle East, which is why we will continue to take strong action as we have.
Call to the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. What action has the Albanese government taken to secure fuel for our Australian Defence Force?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Well, I thank the member for his question and acknowledge the incredible work that he is doing on behalf of his community on the Central Coast. The National Fuel Security Plan that the Prime Minister has just announced is a critical step in meeting this moment, because Australians are rightly anxious about the war in the Middle East, the impact that it is already having on fuel prices and supply and what it might mean for the future. And this is a challenge for Australia as it is for the world. And this plan addresses both price and supply. Now, last week, the opposition was out suggesting that the Australian Defence Force was not able to train and to exercise, to hone its warfighting skills in the way it normally would because of a lack of fuel. Well, Mr Speaker, I would like to assure you that this is absolutely not true. And obviously now is not the time to be scaring people for partisan objectives. The Australian Defence Force is training as it always has, and in part because of the decisions that our government has taken. When we came to office back in 2022, we inherited from the Coalition a plan to invest $1 billion in our strategic fuel reserves for the Defence Force over the next 30 years, a plan that was wholly inadequate. And so, well before the events of the last month, very early on, we tripled this investment, brought the spending into the decade, which means that as of today, the strategic fuel reserves for the Defence Force are double what they were when we came to office back in 2022. And so, as a result, right now, exercise Kakadu is underway. This is the largest maritime exercise that our Defence Force undertakes every 2 years. It involves 5 Navy ships, 700 personnel, involves 18 other partner nations, and I can assure you, Mr Speaker, that this exercise is absolutely in full swing. The National Fuel Security Plan is absolutely vital to meet the challenge of this time, and because of the decisions of our government, we've been able to secure the strategic fuel reserves for our Defence Force so that the men and women of the ADF remain absolutely prepared to keep Australians safe.
Yeah. The call to the Leader of the Nationals in the House of Representatives.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Speaker. And my question is to the Prime Minister. The Victorian Farmers Federation President Brett Hosking has just released a statement in relation to farmers' access to fuel, and I quote, "Today's announcements contain no clarity on how fuel will be prioritised if the crisis deepens." Why is the Prime Minister always the last to lead in a national crisis?
The member for Bendigo and the member for Solomon are now warned. The Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the Leader of the National Party in the House, I think is the title at the moment.
Order.
I thank him for his question. And the National Fuel Security Plan outlines very clearly the stages that we're at. We're at stage 2, keeping Australia moving, and that's where we want to stay. But that doesn't mean that you don't plan for contingencies and that you don't be over-prepared for what may occur in the future. As we have said very clearly, 20% of our reserves have been released and they've been prioritised into those regional areas. The decision that we made on Saturday, which will allow for the purchase of additional fuels, and included in that as well, in addition to that, allows for the purchase potentially of fertiliser should it be available anywhere, and making sure that private sector operators can invest over the odds, effectively, of what they would have before this war began on the international market. And I know the member really does know that there is an impact of the war in the Middle East, and that has led to an increase in prices, not just for oil but for fertiliser and other products as well, including PVC piping. There's a range of things that are related. Now, this will allow for the purchase to occur, and that's why it has been welcomed so strongly. Now, the issue of your leader in the other place, the actual leader of the National Party, who's in the Senate, said, obviously, our fuel prices will be impacted by the world price, is what they have...
Leader of the Nationals in the House of and the Treasurer will
Senator Canavan, the actual leader of the Nationals, had to say. Another of the former leaders of the Nationals had this to say: people just need to calm themselves down. Yes, there's an issue with supply and distribution, but certainly we don't want to see a toilet roll situation, because it's one thing to hoard toilet rolls, it's another thing to hoard petrol. Now, I do want to give credit and a shout-out to the member for New England. He contacted me constructively on Friday. We had engagement on Saturday as well about actually coming up with solutions. I give credit where credit's due. My door is open and my phone is on for people who actually want to be constructive and work on the national interest. And I think it contrasts with the party that he used to belong to.
Before I call the member for Blair, I'm also pleased to inform the House that present, who just joined us in the gallery today, is a delegation from the Milano Cortina Paralympic Winter Games, including Ben Tudhope, the dual medalist winning silver in the snowboard cross and bronze in the banked slalom, Grant Mizens, OAM, the Paralympics Australia president and three-time Paralympian, and Ben Troy, Australian Paralympic Team Chef de Mission. Welcome to you all. I give the call to the honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government continuing to back Australia's trucking industry?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Blair for his question and his ongoing commitment to Australia's trucking industry and, of course, many of the truck drivers as well. Our road transport industry is vital to keeping our nation's economy moving. Without trucks and their drivers, the movement of essential supplies across Australia would stop. Now, we know that the conflict in the Middle East is putting pressure on Australians, including on Australia's transport industry and Australian truck drivers. And our government is taking practical measures to shield Australian households, Australian businesses from the worst of the impacts of the war in the Middle East, including our truck drivers. This, of course, includes the National Cabinet's National Fuel Security Plan and, of course, the announcement that our government will reduce the heavy vehicle charge to zero, halve the fuel excise for 3 months, and along with, of course, deferring the next scheduled increase in the heavy vehicle road user charge for 6 months. These measures are important to help reduce the cost for the trucking industries and owner-operators around the country. The Albanese Labor government is also taking action to ensure the cost pressures in relation to fuel are shared fairly throughout the transport industry supply chain. And that's why we have amended the Fair Work Act to enable the Fair Work Commission to respond more quickly to contract change order applications in time-sensitive circumstances. This is to ensure that trucking companies and owner-operators are not left to absorb the cost pressures on their own. This measure delivers a fair go for our transport industry. Now, this has been widely welcomed by transport industry representatives along with unions. This important legislation is currently before the Senate, and I would urge all senators to listen to the calls from truck drivers and the trucking industry and pass this legislation as a matter of urgency. Yeah. Peter Anderson, CEO of the Victorian Transport Association, who is in Parliament today, has called on to support this legislation and said this amendment will bring certainty and direct support to all road freight operators throughout Australia. Bikram, an owner-driver from Brisbane, said, and I quote, "We need this legislation." Australian trucking industry CEO Matthew Munro said the Senate must pass this bill as it stands before it rises for Easter. Our government is taking urgent action to support Australia's trucking industry, and our government will continue to take practical action for our trucking industry.
Yeah. Call to the honourable member for McKellar.
My question is to the Treasurer. For too many young people and families, the dream of owning their own home has become nothing more than a pipe dream. Housing tax concessions have tipped the playing field against first home buyers, causing growing intergenerational inequity. YouGov polling done in my electorate of McKellar and released today shows 62% support for reform of these housing tax concessions. Will the government commit to reforming our housing tax concessions to address worsening intergenerational inequity? Thank you.
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Mackellar for her question about a really important issue. The government hasn't changed its policy or position on the policies that the member raises in her question, but we do acknowledge there are intergenerational issues in our economy and in our society, including in the housing market and in the tax system. And that's why, when it comes to housing, we're spending so much time and money and effort trying to build more homes, playing catch-up after a decade of neglect through the good work of the Housing Minister to try and build more homes so that there are more options for young people in the housing market. Also, the 5% deposits are about trying to make sure that more people can get a toehold in a difficult housing market. And in the tax system as well, one of the reasons why we have provided the 3 tax cuts that we are providing in the way that we are is so that younger workers, and often on lower incomes at the start of their career, get a tax cut. That wouldn't have been the case had we left those original tax cuts undisturbed, and it wouldn't have been the case if those opposite had won the election and repealed our tax cuts. Also, when it comes to the intergenerational issues, that was one of the motivations behind the changes that we made to superannuation. Making superannuation fairer from top to bottom was all about making sure that the tax concessions were fairer for people who already had tens of millions of dollars in super, and we used some of the proceeds of that to boost the superannuation balances of people on lower incomes. I acknowledge the work of the Assistant Treasurer in that regard as well. And so we are working to address some of the intergenerational issues in the budget, in the economy and in our society more broadly. I agree with the honourable member who identifies housing and tax as 2 of the most important areas where those intergenerational issues are most easily observed. When it comes to further steps in tax policy or housing policy, the budget is still a little ways away yet, and any further changes would be a matter for Cabinet in the usual way.
Call to the honourable member for Moore.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Emergency Management. How has the Albanese Labor government been delivering support to communities impacted by ex-tropical Cyclone Narell?
Call to the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Regional Development, the Minister for Local Government and the Minister for Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Moore. I know he's been watching the impacts of ex-tropical Cyclone Narell closely as it's impacted his home state of WA. Ex-tropical Cyclone Narell has, for the first time since 2005, impacted all 3 jurisdictions across the tropical north. For a number of communities, particularly in Queensland and the Northern Territory, Narell has been a very unwelcome visitor in what has been a relentless season, with repeated major floods already impacting a number of communities. Mr Speaker, Narell first made landfall near Cowan in Queensland on the eastern side of the Cape as a Category 4 system, and of course that followed weeks of flooding across the north and northwest related to a monsoon trough and ex-tropical cyclone Koji. It follows extensive flooding in Daly River and Katherine, which is still ongoing. And our governments work really closely with both the Northern Territory and the Queensland governments to activate disaster recovery funding arrangements really quickly to get support where it needs to go. Personal hardship payments are available in Queensland and the NT across a number of areas. But over the weekend, Western Australia felt the brunt of ex-tropical cyclone Narell. The system made its way down the Pilbara coast, bringing wind gusts of 250 kilometres an hour and over 350 mils of rain in Exmouth. We know already a number of homes are without roofs in Exmouth, power is intermittent, lines are down and trees have been uprooted. The impacts to the Ningaloo Reef are also devastating, but clean-up is underway and further impact assessments are being made. Learmonth Airport remains restricted to emergency services only, and the ADF through RAF Base Learmonth is supporting those operations due to damage and debris to the civilian aerodrome. My colleague, the member for Fremantle, and the Assistant Minister for Emergency Management will be on the ground today with Premier Cook, and we've been working closely with the WA Government as this event unfolded. I've been in contact with my WA counterpart, Minister Papalia, to offer support and assistance, and I've also been in contact with the member for Durack to offer support as well. Today, we have enacted our disaster recovery funding arrangements with the WA Government to provide support to those impacted communities. The shires of Exmouth, Carnarvon, Carnarvon and Shark Bay will be eligible for recovery assistance measures, including emergency assistance for eligible individuals and families to meet their immediate and essential needs, including to replace essential household items and to support minor repairs to their homes. Residents will also have access to wellbeing services, and we stand ready to assist further following additional impact assessments. Mr Speaker, the impacts of ex-tropical cyclone Narell have been incredibly destructive across Australia's north and west coasts, and we'll continue to work closely with all state and territory governments as we move through response to the recovery phase. And Mr Speaker, can I just add my sentiments to yours? There are some legends in the gallery today. Ben Tudorhope, who gives Australia hope on the world stage. The group at Tribe Brewery, who are a corporate company providing support to families when they need it most, and to our firefighters from Victoria, first responders who go in to assist communities when they need it most. Thank you very much.
And to associate with the Minister, the member for Maranoa.
Speaker, on behalf of the opposition, can I genuinely thank the Minister for her efforts in coordinating across 3 jurisdictions. Across my home state of Queensland, I know both the Queensland Government and Northern Territory Government, from contact I've had, genuinely appreciate your forward-leaning attitude towards making sure that the disaster has been appropriately dealt with. And I know in Western Australia, from talking to the member for Durack, how quickly we were to reach out on that. And to our first responders who are here today, we should never forget that in a society where we always talk about heroes being on social media, let me tell you, the men and women who put uniforms on and prepared to defend us and protect us in our hour of need are the real heroes. So thank you.
Give the call to the member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The CEO of Ageing Australia, Tom Simonson, has said that due to the national fuel crisis, we are seeing an increase in workers not taking up shifts. Mr Speaker, why is the Prime Minister always the last to lead in a national crisis?
Good question. Very tight.
Order. Order. The member for Bowman. Order. The Minister for Social Services. When the House comes to order, Prime Minister will have the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her question. What we have done is to convene National Cabinet for a second time today. We'll continue to meet. We've agreed a national fuel security plan with premiers and chief ministers. We've announced halving the fuel excise for 3 months, reducing the cost of fuel. We've announced a reduction of the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero, and deferred the next increase by 6 months. We've introduced new legislation today so the Commonwealth can underwrite shiploads of fuel, fertiliser and other essentials. This is something that is an unprecedented action which we have taken, and that comes after the other measures that we've taken. The laws to the Fair Work Commission that the Minister just spoke about, demanding that companies pay truckies fairly when fuel prices spike. The new laws to double penalties for petrol companies for price gouging. We've begun the release of 20% of Australia's fuel reserves. We've changed petrol and diesel standards so there can be more fuel flowing into our market. We appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force coordinator. That group, with state and territory equivalents, has met twice and will meet twice weekly. We've tasked the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring and to issue on-the-spot fines. We've made it easier for Australia's refineries to access government funding when they run at a loss. We've engaged with international partners to keep supplies flowing, including the joint statement I made with Singapore, but we've also engaged with leaders in Singapore, Malaysia, Korea, China, all of our international partners. We've engaged with states and territories on supply and distribution, including through the Energy Ministers' meeting that's been convened. We've activated the National Coordination Mechanism, which has met twice. We've unlocked $2 million in financial counselling funding for impacted farmers, and we'll continue to do what we can in circumstances which are real. You can't just wish away the impact of a war in the Middle East that has seen global fuel supplies be reduced. But we've continued to act each and every day, and some have been cooperative and supportive, and I want to give a shout out to industry in particular we've worked with, and state and territory governments across the political spectrum today were productive as well. But had we not had the largest fuel reserves in 15 years, had we continued to have our fuel reserves in the United States rather than here, the predicament would have been far worse.
Time has concluded. The call to the honourable member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to implement a critical minerals strategic reserve to create secure jobs and to diversify our global supply chains?
Give a call to the Minister for Resources and the Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the member for Hasluck for her question. Just like everyone on this side of the chamber, the member for Hasluck knows the very real value of critical minerals to our national resilience and our national prosperity. These are minerals that are vital for renewable energy, defence technology and advanced manufacturing. Not just EVs and iPhones and laptops, but also radar systems, night vision systems, submarines and advanced weapons. From day one of this government, the Albanese Labor government has been cementing Australia at the centre of global efforts to diversify critical minerals supply chains. As the true party of the Australian resources sector, we are developing our resources, we are developing our regions, building a future made in Australia and creating secure jobs here at home. Today, Mr Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is delivering the election commitment to deliver a landmark $1.2 billion critical minerals strategic reserve. The bill that was introduced earlier today will make the Critical Minerals Reserve operational well ahead of schedule, while at the same time securing that all-important liquid fuel and other commodities in that wider strategic reserve. And I thank the Minister for Climate Change and Energy for the work him and his team have done in relation to the strategic reserve. For the critical minerals part of this reserve, it will allow us to immediately bring forward the great body of work we have commenced with partners like the United States, Japan, the Republic of Korea, Canada and the European Union. Export Finance Australia will have a suite of new financial tools, including off-takes agreements with fixed or floating prices, to enable new projects to get off the ground, providing much-needed price certainty and, really importantly, more jobs right across the country in critical minerals. Mr Speaker, this government is making the most of our amazing geology and our committed resources workers and our committed resources sector by making more things here. It will strengthen our ability to collaborate with international partners and the private sector to diversify global supply chains. We are turning our unique geology to advance the national interest. We will initially focus on antimony, gallium and rare earth elements, all needed for national resilience and our national security. I agree with the United States Vice President when he said the international market for critical minerals is failing, driven by forces beyond any individual country's control. This critical minerals strategic reserve helps us take back control of Australia's critical minerals so we can construct deals and trading arrangements from a position of strength and in the national interest. I know the opposition have said they'll support the strategic reserve. They failed to support production tax credits for critical minerals, so I hope their support of this really important initiative holds.
The call to the member for Mayo.
Question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. Recent Senate estimates revealed that between the 1st of November 2025 and 23rd January 2026, 414 older Australians appealed their support at home package. The department then advised at estimates that just 2 of those 414 appeals were reviewed over a 7-week period. Does the minister believe that just 2 reviews over that time frame is acceptable?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her question.
I believe it relates to the integrated assessment tool and the process of review that is in place. And I'd like to take the opportunity to clear a couple of things up for the member. Firstly, all of the assessments that are completed under the integrated assessment tool, or using the integrated assessment tool rather, under the single assessment system are completed by qualified human assessors with clinical input documented from start to finish. It's about making sure that we've got an assessment process that is efficient, accurate and fair, so that no matter where you live in Australia or who comes to do the assessment, everybody is treated equitably. Since November, we've completed 180,000 assessments. In terms of the review process, which is in place, there's been requests for review of less than 0.5% of those 180,000 assessments. Again, when we have a system that needs to be accurate, efficient and fair, we need to make sure that we can complete those assessments in a reasonable amount of time. Under the old system, people were in some cases being left to wait for up to 10 months in order to get their assessment completed. And by the time the old system completed or finished up, we had about $4 billion in unspent funds sitting within people's accounts. We now have assessment times consistently, Mr Speaker, under a month for median assessment times. So again, at every turn, we have sought to implement a system that is fairer for older people, that is accurate and efficient, and will continue to do so.
The Minister's concluded his answer. Could I call to the member for Patterson?
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. What actions is the Albanese Labor government taking to support our farmers and producers to help manage the disruption from the conflict in the Middle East?
A call to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank our fabulous member for Patterson. And of course, for those of you that know, she did chair a critical report into our food security, which is really coming to the fore in the current climate in which we find ourselves dealing with this impact of this conflict in the Middle East. And of course, she understands just how important it is. And we have been laser-focused, our government, on helping our farmers, our fishers and our producers to help manage the impacts of the conflict in the Middle East. As we've heard, this conflict is impacting globally, and that includes here in Australia. And of course, front of mind for industry here in Australia has been the inputs of fertiliser and fuel, which we know are critical to our food production. And we know there's been challenges around the demand of these, which of course comes on top of some of the difficult weather conditions that our farmers have been dealing with in some parts of the country. But today's endorsement of a National Fuel Security Plan by National Cabinet will deliver a coordinated and consistent response across the country to support all Australians, including our farmers, fishers and producers. We've also heard, of course, from our Prime Minister and the Minister for Energy that our government has announced that we'll work with industry to help to be able to underwrite the purchase of fuel and, importantly, also fertiliser by the private sector to deal with some of these challenges. This will support our suppliers to secure additional supply. And of course, the announcement today in terms of the fuel excise reduction, the heavy vehicle road user charge reduction, and of course it builds on our appointment of the Fuel Supply Task Force and the coordinator to drive fuel distribution, which we know has been impacted in the regions. We're of course releasing up to 20% of our fuel reserves to help address this regional shortage and adjusting fuel and diesel standards to help bring more fuel into the market, particularly into regions. We've also tasked the National Food Council to concentrate on the conflict in the Middle East, and we've commissioned a national food supply chain assessment with the initial report on diesel supply due to me within the month. And we know that a large portion of our fertiliser supply, including urea, comes from the Middle East. That's why we're working with Fertiliser Australia, the National Farmers Federation, other industry bodies, and right across our government to closely monitor the fertiliser supplies and to coordinate alternative supply options. We're working right across government, but also with countries in our region to help secure this additional supply of fertiliser. We're also strengthening our biosecurity processes to manage the risks and allow the prioritisation of fertiliser cargoes at our border to make sure that if we're getting it from alternative places, that we get it into the country quickly. We're using all of the levers available to us to help shield our farmers, our fishers and our regional communities from the impact of the conflict in the Middle East. and I'm continuing to meet with farmers and fishers and producers to manage this, and I particularly want to thank them for how constructive they've been in engaging with the government and for their suggestions and the work they're doing with us.
Call to the honourable member for Grey.
To the Prime Minister. Farmer Josh from Elliston in my electorate has texted me in desperation. He told me, quote, I'm still currently waiting on fuel, and if I don't get some in the next 10 days, with growing season approaching and rain forecast, it will cost our business in the long run. Will the Prime Minister be upfront with the Australian people and inform them of how many service stations are out of fuel?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. The first thing I'd do is say to the member, if he gives me Josh's number, he's just texted you, I'm happy to personally have a discussion with him and do what I can to help him, because that's what we do. And that's what...
Order. Member for Bowman. Order. Order. Members on my left. The Prime Minister is responding directly to the question.
And that is what some members opposite have done, it must be said. Because we're a government that get things done and want to make a difference. And your current leader says, oh, they've suffered enough. Well, you either want to help this guy or not. And if you want to help him, give us the info. We'll follow it up and do what we can. Give us the number and we'll follow it up. I want to make this point as well, because I'm asked about leadership by those opposite, all during question time, and there's a big difference between what those opposite have suggested and what we have done today. We've worked constructively on supply with states and territories. We've worked constructively with industry. We've put out a national fuel security plan. We have, when it comes to the measures to assist with cost of living as well, by doing it through the National Cabinet process, we've ensured that states and territories have agreed that they shouldn't get a windfall gain, and what that will mean is a further reduction in the price of fuel.
Order. The Prime Minister will pause. The Manager on a point of order.
The Prime Minister is now answering a question which he said goes to direct relevance. It goes to direct relevance.
You need to state the point of order quickly.
Yeah, it goes to direct relevance. Yep. The Prime Minister is answering a question which was asked 2 or 3 questions ago. This was about how many fuel stations are currently out of fuel. Why won't you be upfront about it?
The Prime Minister was asked a question about a number, and he was, I can't compel him to do that. What I can compel him to do is to be directly relevant, and half of the answer has been about the person individually involved regarding a text message, and the Prime Minister saying, being upfront about to that member is pretty direct and pretty relevant. I don't think it could be anything more relevant, and I'm just going to make sure if he's answering the question, reading quotes, he's going to be directly relevant to what he was asked about.
Right, Mr Speaker, and I'm asked about supply for this individual, and I've asked for the number so that we can engage with the person concerned, Josh. But I've also, on supply, the Australian Institute of Petroleum, Malcolm Roberts, not the Senator, the other one, the CEO, said this on Saturday in response to our initiative. While the flow of fuel into Australia continues uninterrupted, it is prudent for industry and government to secure additional medium-term supply in the event that the conflict in the Middle East continues for weeks or even months. Support from Export Finance Australia will help secure more spot cargoes for Australia as added insurance in uncertain times. The changes announced represent sensible risk sharing between industry and government. They will strengthen medium-term fuel security. That's an example of the response of industry who knows something about these issues when it comes to the measures that we have taken to secure supply into Australia in the context of a Middle East war.
Give a call to the honourable member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. How is the Albanese Labor government working to keep our children safe from child sexual abuse and strengthen justice outcomes for victims and survivors?
Call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her very important question. Every child has the right to be safe from sexual abuse. There wouldn't be a member of this chamber or a decent Australian who is not sickened by reports of horrific crimes against our children. The perpetrators of this abuse are despicable and they must be stopped. Preventing child sexual abuse and protecting our most vulnerable requires a collective effort, and our government is tackling this issue on a number of fronts. Last week, the Assistant Treasurer introduced landmark law to help those who've experienced child sexual abuse to access the compensation they deserve, preventing convicted abusers from hiding their assets in superannuation. I thank the victim survivors who advocated so strongly for these protections. They've played a critical role in shaping this legislation. In my portfolio, we are delivering reforms to working with children checks so that our systems are stronger, more reliable and more consistent across the country. And if you're banned from holding a working with children check in one jurisdiction, you are banned in all. I am pleased to update the House that 7 out of 8 jurisdictions across Australia have now legislated these reforms, and the final one jurisdiction has introduced legislation that is expected to pass in the coming months. Now, Mr Speaker, 30 years ago, the nature of matters prosecuted by the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions was very different. Today, concerningly, the most prevalent offences are for child sex exploitation, with 1,500 proven offences in 2024-25. Every member of this House would agree that the best outcome is to prevent abuse and stop it before it occurs. One Talk at a Time is Australia's first national awareness-raising campaign aimed at preventing child sexual abuse. It encourages adults with young people in their lives to learn about the issues and have ongoing, proactive, preventative conversations. Where abuse does occur, we must ensure that offenders are caught and convicted. This means backing our law enforcement agencies and the CDPP with the tools that they need to do their jobs. And that's why the Albanese government has delivered $35 million in increased funding for the CDPP, enabling more successful prosecutions to occur. And we must support victims, which is why we've delivered a $12.2 million grant program to organisations that support children who've suffered sexual abuse and who are themselves displaying harmful sexual behaviours. Whether it's strengthening deterrence in offences or backing our law enforcement agencies and responding to new online harms, we'll keep working to protect children from this abhorrent behaviour.
Call to the the difficulty I have with that is people from the opposition were interjecting right throughout that answer. So in this time, I'm not inclined to grant indulgence. If the member for Fisher was interjecting non-stop during that answer, I didn't want to interrupt the minister due to the sensitive topic. That is not how indulgence worked. The member for Maranoa showed how that worked, and in this case, I'm not prepared to offer that to the House. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask further questions to be placed on the notice paper.
The Leader of the Opposition has indicated he is seeking a personal explanation. Does the Leader claim to be misrepresented? You may
Mr
proceed.
Speaker, I do seek leave to make a personal explanation.
You may proceed.
In question time today, the Treasurer stated that the Coalition's proposal to provide urgent fuel excise relief to Australians did not include a reduction in the heavy vehicle road user charge.
Point of order, the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, this standing order can only be used where you are personally misrepresented. What has just been described is a party position. It's not. No, please. It's not a. The Leader of the Opposition is not describing anything where he was personally referenced. Unless he is personally referenced in what was said in Parliament, the standing order for a personal explanation is not activated.
We had this issue with members of the crossbench, the member last week before last. So I'll give everyone a fair go. We'll invite the Leader of the Opposition to explain to us, because the standing order does intersect with when someone, an individual, not the party, the coalition, when an individual has been mentioned. Otherwise, we would be here, as we indicated to members of the crossbench, all day if we did this. So if the Leader can explain to the House where he has been personally misrepresented, because that's the key, personal representation.
Correct, Mr Speaker, and the Treasurer stated that our proposal, written in my letter to the Prime Minister, my personal letter to the Prime Minister, to provide an urgent fuel excise relief to Australians did not include a reduction in the heavy vehicle road user charge. This statement by the Treasurer is incorrect. In the letter I wrote to the Prime Minister, personally wrote to the Prime Minister last week, I outlined our proposal to slash the road user charge. I seek leave to table my letter, my personal letter, to the Prime Minister, which will show the lengths this government will go to mislead Australians on their fuel security failures.
Is leave granted?
It's not granted.
Okay. All right, the Leader's taken his personal explanation, as he's entitled to do. A little on the edges there, but we got there in the end. I present the Auditor General's Performance Audit Report number 26 of 2025-26, entitled Defence Procurement of Infantry Fighting Vehicles Land 400 Phase 3, Department of Defence. The Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, it's actually paper. This document is tabled in accordance with the list circulated. It's hardly a list, there's only one. Anyway, this document is tabled as advised and circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the document will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
It's not calling you.
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment, Strategic Reserve Bill 2026, resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is in continuation. So regional communities are feeling it worse and worse. This is not an abstract policy debate. This is about whether people can afford to live their lives. The Coalition's position is clear. We will support this bill because securing supply matters, but we will also continue to call on the government to do more, to act with urgency, to back Australian production and to deliver immediate cost of living relief, because restoring fuel security is not just about imports and financing, it's about protecting living standards, it's about supporting small businesses, and it is about making sure Australian families can get ahead, not fall behind. Deputy Speaker, Australians deserve a government that is prepared, responsive and focused on their needs. Right now, they are looking for leadership and they need action. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I want to congratulate the government and the Prime Minister for today doing precisely what the Coalition recommended that he did on Friday. Only took 4 days, 4 weeks of not a lot happening. A lot of meetings, but not a lot happening. So we called for the halving of the fuel excise and the reduction of the heavy vehicle road user charge. In fact, this last week I've spoken to the Trucking Association. I've also spoken with the bus industry, both very concerned about the costs that they were incurring. There are others in my electorate, 8, in fact 9 earth-moving employees who have found themselves without a job this week because the employer cannot pay for the fuel that he's being required to pay. Now, look, 26 cents a litre Yes, yes, it makes, we suggested it. We think it makes a difference. Removing the road user charge for heavy vehicles that impacts the trucks on the road, and earth moving, which basically, as far as I understand, is on land, so therefore won't incur that cost. Happy to be corrected on that. But these are still very, very difficult times for businesses, for companies. We have citrus growers who are really thinking twice about whether they will harvest their citrus because it uses so much fuel to do so, and then to get it to market. The agents down there are saying, well, we can't afford to buy it at that price because we can't sell it afterward. So we have fruit, we have vegetables, we have crops at risk. And this is a time of great difficulty for Australia. Not only are we going through a cost of living crisis, inflation continues to rise, and we expect another couple of rises potentially in this next month. Australians are doing it tough. Mortgages continue to increase, $28,000 on an average mortgage. How do people get through this? This is not politics. This is how Australians are finding life right now. And without a clear piece of hope in front of them, a clear message of hope in front of them. The Albanese government, by contrast, have accused Australians of panic buying, and they're still doing it today, while they have been panic legislating. And we can only say that this Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment Bill 2026 is another piece of let's quick get it out the door by tonight, the Prime Minister said. Let's just get it moving. Hardly any Labor speakers speaking on it because it's just the urgency. This is the pattern that we are seeing time and time again by this government, caught lost in the waves, in the ocean of despair, because they really don't know what they're doing. We will see a shortened debate today, for sure, and the bill sent to the Senate so that we have laws passed by Good Friday. Today's measures, we hear, will come at a $2.55 billion cost for 3 months. Let's not forget the Commonwealth and in turn the states have gained $300 million since the crisis began in GST receipts, and it's pleasing that the states are considering what they're going to do about that. But, we have meeting after meeting.
Roundtables.
Roundtables, summits, anyone for a forum, anyone for another meeting. How about we have a phone hookup? Let's see if we can, make a decision to improve the lives of Australians. The Albanese Labor government is asleep at the wheel and out of gas, unnecessarily so. The Albanese Labor government has been gaslighting Australians and blaming the Australian public, as we have seen all too well this week, particularly farmers, for buying fuel. Fuel they need because unseasonally wet conditions mean that crops need to go in or weeds need to be sprayed. Once again, we see the government blaming the victims of this crisis when they should be taking responsibility. Gaslighting Australians, there was no such supply crisis. I mean, even the beginning of last week, there was no supply crisis, apparently, and then being dragged kicking and screaming to acknowledging, well, actually, there is a crisis. Australia has immense reserves of oil and gas, and I might say coal and uranium. Geoscience Australia estimates that we have over 100,000 petajoules in proven and probable resources, around 17 billion barrels. The US Energy Information Administration estimated 13 years ago that we have a further 403 billion barrels of shale oil, with around 17.5 billion barrels deemed recoverable at that stage. Theoretically, based on a daily oil consumption of over 1 million barrels a day, we could use our recoverable shale oil to last around 42 years, just a starting point. Australia also has an incredible capacity to produce biofuels, such as ethanol and biodiesel, but stocks on hand at present are not being brought into the mix. Take, for example, biodiesel. Australia produced 2.14 million tonnes of canola in 2019 and more in recent years. And we could have used that to produce 5.5 million barrels of biodiesel. Instead, 70% of that canola, or carinata, went to the European Union for them to make it into biodiesel. This is a crisis that was entirely foreseeable. The late former Senator Jim Molan was saying as much, that our fuel security was at risk and we needed domestic sovereign capacity.
He's a good man.
He was a very good man. I've been saying similar for some time now as well, as has most of the coalition. The world has changed. The international security context has changed, perhaps for a generation. We hope not. But we must take the world as we find it, not as we hope it would be. Australia is blessed with every energy resource under the sun, including the sun, but also oil and gas and coal and uranium. It's time to stop the self-inflicted harm of anti-Australian political ideologies and tap into our enormous energy reserves. These bills are about reconfiguring Export Finance Australia to become a body that invests in imports for fuel security, not just our export capacity. Let's look at the numbers. Over 50% of Australia's total energy demand is from liquid fuels. Cars and passenger vehicles make up just 30% of our liquid fuel demand. The other 70% is freight, aviation, mining, agriculture, manufacturing and construction. Liquid fuels make up 60% of our total imports by volume. It is actually insane. In a country blessed with the resources that we have. The USA, Brazil, Norway, Iran, Venezuela, Russia, China and India, most of them large countries, considering their onshore and offshore reserves, have been pursuing energy independence. Australia's refinery capacity meets just 20% of our demands. Over 95% of our liquid fuel supply depends on ships arriving at our ports, which in this time, with the war in Iran occurring, is incredibly risky business.
All foreign owned, all foreign owned.
All foreign owned. In government, the Coalition spent over $260 million, adding 40% to our diesel storages. We created the minimum stockholding obligation, not Labor, as the Minister likes to claim. Labor was mugged by reality on the role of gas in the energy transition. High costs of doing business and the cost of living due to Labor's renewables or bust approach drove Labor to accept reality. So too, the Iran war has forced Labor to accept the reality that we need fuel security. Labor had all their eggs in the renewables basket. They proposed that everyone own electric vehicles, despite the geographic realities in regional Australia, and that all our electricity would be from intermittent solar and wind. As I said, 50% of Australia's total energy demand is liquid fuels. Labor have been dragged kicking and screaming by the realities of global geopolitics to do what the rest of the world was already doing, building up energy capacity on fossil fuels and renewables. Labor was pursuing green votes in inner cities and throwing families and our economy under the bus. Part-time Energy Minister Bowen has been preening and posing on the international stage as COP31 President in charge of the COP31 negotiations. This is a government more focused on looking good on the international stage, not on Australian national security. Minister Bowen used the term today about being ahead of the curve. That word curve might be triggering for some. Tired old Labor dusting off the old playbooks. But this is a government that has been behind the curve since it took office 4 years ago. The dog didn't eat their homework. There was no homework to eat. The dog is innocent. Here's some potential solutions to this fuel security crisis from a party of government. Prioritising and investing in Australian exploration and drilling for oil, gas and unconventional petroleum. Exploring options to produce more liquid fuels from our coal reserves. Further building up the in-country fuel reserves the Coalition bolstered in government, investing in our refining capacity, supporting complementary fuel streams and establishing a dedicated fuel security budget. I look forward to seeing what the Labor government does with that.
I'll just remind the House at this moment that in accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, a general debate is allowed covering the bill. The Appropriation Fuel Security Bill number 1, 2025-26, and the Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 2, 2025-26. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Lyne.
Deputy Speaker, I move amendment circulated in the name of the member for Wannon.
Okay, is that, I'll just seek a seconder right now. Is that amendment seconded?
The amendment's seconded and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, member. Okay, the member shall proceed with their comments.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia is facing a fuel crisis at the worst possible time. After 4 years of economic mismanagement under the Albanese government, Australian households are already under immense pressure, working harder, paying more and getting less. Now a fuel supply shock is compounding that pressure across every corner of our economy. Because fuel is not just another expense. Fuel is the cost of everything. And while I welcome the government's move to finally listen to the Australian people and the Coalition to halve the fuel excise for 6 months, this is a short-term measure when we undoubtedly require both immediate relief and long-term vision and action. When fuel prices rise, it flows through groceries, freight, farming, tourism and small business, and right now Australians are seeing the consequence in real time. We're seeing petrol prices nearing $2.60 a litre and diesel climbing above $3.30 a litre. We're seeing service stations running dry, both in regional communities and in our cities. Independent service stations in my electorate are on the verge of collapse, and indeed several have stopped filling their tanks because they simply can no longer afford it. Businesses in Lyne that rely heavily on diesel for their operations, such as the Dorney family in Bulahdelah, are having to sell off their own assets to keep the business afloat, to pay their fuel bill in the face of surging fuel prices. Their fuel bill was typically around $200,000 a month. It's now at $400,000 a month. And this is a business, a sawmill, that has also been smashed by the decision of the New South Wales government to create the Great Koala National Park and to put a moratorium on native harvesting. So at the same time that they are having to deal with these rising fuel prices, they're not getting the throughput in timber to be able to offset the costs. Deputy Speaker, we're seeing families rethink everyday decisions, whether they can afford to drive their kids to sport, visit loved ones or take a planned holiday. I spoke to one junior rugby league club only recently. This was a club that I worked with during the May floods last year. They've got young players who can't afford their registration. I've offered to help because I want these kids not to miss out. These are the sorts of decisions that families are taking, and I respect that. I'm sure these are the conversations that all members, regardless of where they sit in this chamber, are having with their local communities. I mean, as we're seeing, this is not theoretical problems. These are issues that are happening right now. And what's been the government's response? Well, from our perspective, certainly, there's been delay. I felt that sitting week when these issues first arose, there was certainly denial about the impacts happening in regional Australia, and I think out in the community there's certainly confusion. For weeks, Australians were told there was no problem, until suddenly we're told it is a national crisis. We have a fuel supply crisis. I know the Prime Minister's view very much is that he's shown leadership. I have to question that, because what many people have said to me is that they've seen a government asleep at the wheel. Now, we have before us this legislation, and let me be clear, the Coalition will always support practical measures that improve supply in a crisis.
This bill will enable the Export Finance Australia to step in during extraordinary disruptions to finance and ensure the import of essential goods like fuel and fertiliser. This is a sensible and necessary step. But we must also be honest about what this bill actually does, because this bill does not get fuel to empty stations today, it does not bring down prices tomorrow, and it does not fix the structural weaknesses that have left Australia exposed. But there's an even deeper problem here. The bill exposes a fundamental inequity in the government's approach, because who is this support really for? This legislation effectively underwrites the purchase of fuel by major corporate importers, large, well-capitalised players who already dominate the supply chain. But what about the rest of the supply chain? What about the wholesale distributors? What about the independent operators? What about the small family-run service stations in regional Australia? They are the ones on the front line of this crisis. They are the ones struggling to secure supply. They are the ones facing skyrocketing wholesale prices and tightening credit. And they are the ones least capable but who are expected to carry the risk. The government is stepping in to support the top end of the market, but is leaving the little guys to fend for themselves. It's forgetting that small business service station owners trying to find the capital to fill their tanks. It's forgetting the independent distributor who's being squeezed between rising global prices and limited access to supply. And I believe, and I've said in this chamber, that there has been hoarding happening during this crisis, and it's a matter that I have written to the Treasurer about to request the ACCC have an anti-hoarding power that it currently does not have. And it's forgetting the small operators who are quite literally trying to keep fuel flowing to their communities. Because here is the reality. You cannot have fuel at the bowser if small operators can't afford to put fuel in the tank. And right now, many of them are struggling to do exactly that. This is a government who talks about resilience, but it's ignoring the very part of the supply chain that delivers fuel to Australians. It's underwriting imports, but not supporting distribution. It's backing the majors, but forgetting the small businesses that keep regional Australia moving. And that is a fundamental flaw. And it's compounded by the government's broader policy settings, because while they're now stepping in to underwrite imported fuel, they've actively restricted investment in Australian energy production. Through changes to the Statement of Expectations last year, the government removed Export Finance Australia's ability to support coal, oil and gas projects. They told the agency to prioritise a narrow ideological agenda, and in so doing they weakened Australia's economic and energy security. So we now have a situation where the government is funding imports of fuel while restricting support for producing it here. If these fuels are important enough to stockpile, they're clearly important enough to produce. If energy security matters, domestic capability must come first. Under the Coalition, Export Finance Australia supported Australia's national interest. It backed exporters, it backed jobs, it backed the industries that underpin our economy. Coal, oil and gas are not abstract industries. They are the backbone of regional economies and a key source of national wealth. But under this government, Export Finance Australia has been repurposed to fit an ideological agenda, one that excludes the very industries we now depend upon in this crisis. So I'm calling on the government to remove the restrictions that prevent Export Finance Australia from supporting coal, gas and crude oil. And I'm calling on the government to back Australian production, not block it. And importantly, I'm calling on the government to recognise the full supply chain, not just the major importers at the top. Because if the government is serious about fuel security, it must support production, importation, distribution and retail, not just one part of the system. And we must also address the immediate cost pressures Australians are facing, because this bill does nothing to reduce prices at the bowser today. That's why the Coalition called for immediate targeted relief through a temporary halving of the fuel excise, and this would deliver around 26 cents a litre in savings, providing immediate relief to families and small businesses who are struggling right now. And I thank the government for the announcement today, which I'm sure will be welcomed by Australians. Deputy Speaker, this crisis is exposing the consequences of 4 years of poor decisions, a failure to build domestic capability, a failure to support key industries, and now a failure to support the small businesses that keep fuel flowing across this country. The government is underwriting the majors while leaving small operators to carry the risk. It's backing big corporate importers while forgetting the independent service stations and distributors who are the backbone of regional fuel supply. And if this war does come to an end and we have a situation where we do see prices for fuel drop substantially, what we have now is a situation where the government will cover the differential in the cost for the major players, but leaving small service station operators with fuel in their tanks that they've paid substantially more for than the price on the market. So it's going to be a significant issue for many small fuel service station operators around the country. Deputy Speaker, my concern remains that the decision, while I support the decision and the bill that's before us today, there is still a matter of the availability of fuel right now, because it's small operators that cannot afford to buy the fuel. Then there'll be no fuel at the Bowser. It's that simple. So yes, we will support this bill as a necessary step, but I want to say to the government, please do not stop here. Fix the underlying policy settings, restore support for Australian energy production, support the entire fuel supply chain, not just those at the top end, and deliver real immediate relief to Australians doing it tough. Because restoring fuel security is not just about imports. It's about ensuring that every part of the supply chain, from producer to distributor to small service station, can keep Australia moving. My constituents and all Australians deserve nothing less. Thank you.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Lyne has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This morning the government introduced this emergency legislation aimed at ensuring Australia's continued fuel supply during the ongoing war in the Middle East. I support emergency measures around fuel supply, especially where Australia's reserves sit well below the International Energy Agency's 90-day mandate and are, in fact, amongst the lowest in the OECD. But reactive and emergency legislation can only go so far. This is the second piece of legislation just in the last week that we've seen for the first time on the day that it has been brought forward for debate. The war in Iran is more than a month old. While we're all glad that the government has finally realised that we are, as we were doing in the pandemic, in a race to secure sovereign access to fuel and to other substances, we have to ask why it's taken the government so long to act and why it is acting in such a piecemeal fashion. We know how that ended in COVID. The Australian people can't afford for our government to lose the race again. We need to know that the government is going to hold a hose, not just line up for a photo in a service station at a Bowser. What the Australian people need is not another emergency measure rushed through in a day. They need assurances that we have a long-term plan to ensure our energy sovereignty. It's only through a genuine commitment to the renewable transition that we will become less vulnerable to the next crisis, knowing that there will inevitably be a next crisis. As to this legislation, Export Finance Australia is an agency of government which has a clear mandate. The agency's powers are currently limited to financing eligible export transactions, overseas infrastructure development and supporting the Future Made in Australia agenda by delivering finance under its national economy and net zero functions. This legislation will give the EFA the additional powers to provide loans, guarantees, equity, insurance, derivatives and price support arrangements, and beyond that, to buy, sell and stockpile fuels and other goods and to hedge the exposures that follow. That is a significant expansion of its scope at very short notice and with minimal opportunity for this House to scrutinise the legislation. The government is claiming that this legislation is about de-risking the acquisition and delivery of fuel from international markets, particularly for regional communities, and avoiding the need for more disruptive emergency interventions down the track. But the mechanism for ensuring this additional supply, introduced via this legislation just this morning, raises real concerns. Price support arrangements and government-backed supply interventions can distort the very prices that they are designed to stabilise. If the EFA is buying, stockpiling or underwriting fuel supplies, that signals to the market that the Commonwealth is willing to absorb risk. This will inevitably change supplier behaviour. The outcome at the Bowser might paradoxically be even higher prices. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have received no assurances from the government that this intervention, which is meant to protect consumers against supply shortages, won't end up working against them on price. The government also says that these measures are temporary, but they can create dependency amongst suppliers, within regions, among consumers, which could render their future withdrawal politically difficult. Regions that come to expect stable, supported supply will likely push back hard if that supply is wound back during what could prove to be a long, protracted and difficult war. We've seen that before with the withdrawal of household energy rebates during an ongoing cost of living crisis. I'm worried again that this government, through its potential short-sighted implementation of reactive measures, can only provide a temporary prop-up to our energy markets. It's also a concern, Deputy Speaker, that fuel markets are volatile. Prices move quickly, sharply and often without warning. Giving the EFA authority to enter derivatives and hedging arrangements means that the government will now be, the Commonwealth in fact, will now be exposed to those movements. If markets turn, those losses won't disappear. They'll land on the Commonwealth's balance sheet. They land on the taxpayer. In effect, the government could be stepping in on national interest grounds to take on projects that private markets have looked at and chosen to walk away from. We should ask ourselves, if the private sector won't touch cost or risk-prohibitive projects, should the Commonwealth? And this brings me to the question that this bill has not answered. What savings or offsets have been identified by the Treasurer? What fiscal guardrails are in place around this measure? We know that the government is appropriating $2 billion to respond to fuel security during the remaining 3 months of the 2025-2026 financial year. But what happens beyond that? The government has not answered these questions. Until it does, Australians are being asked to approve a permanent and significant expansion of Commonwealth risk with no clear account of the ongoing cost. There's also the question of oversight. The instruments that this bill authorises, derivatives, hedging, guarantees and price support mechanisms, are complex. They carry real tail risk and they require active expert governance. But the government does not anticipate a review of these measures before 2029. At a time when the EFA could be actively hedging, stockpiling and extending guarantees across international supply chains, the Parliament's primary safeguard is a report that may well not land for 3 years or more. If something goes significantly wrong in year one, there will be no circuit breaker, no sunset clause. By the time the review arrives, the damage may already well be done. Deputy Speaker, the concerns I have around this bill bring me back to my main point, the need for structural reforms and for some difficult conversations. We can't debate this legislation without saying the quiet part out loud. The real answer to Australia's energy security crisis is not stockpiles. It's not hedging arrangements. It's not a government agency buying and selling fuel for us on international markets. The real answer is reducing our dependence on international energy markets and improving our sovereign capacity to produce energy. Every dollar that we spend securing fossil fuel reserves is a dollar that we do not spend accelerating the renewable transition that would make these conversations and this legislation unnecessary. A country that's able to generate its own clean energy at home will not be and cannot be held hostage by wars in the Middle East, by volatile and unsafe shipping routes, or by the pricing decisions of international fuel corporations. That is what Australia's genuine energy security future looks like. And this bill must not become a distraction from that goal or an excuse to delay it. For every dollar put forward to securing additional fuel supply under this legislation, the government should reduce the fossil fuel subsidies received by major industries through the fuel tax credit scheme. While everyday motorists and small businesses are struggling with the cost of diesel, the government's fuel tax credit scheme is costing us $10.8 billion per year. That's $300 million a day, or over $200,000 by the time I finish this speech. Fuel tax credits make diesel fuel use artificially cheap for off-road uses, such as in mining. Fossil fuel companies themselves, like coal miners Glencore, Peabody, Yancoal, Mitsubishi, Whitehaven and Anglo-American, are significant, large and ongoing beneficiaries from fuel tax credits. So we have the wicked paradox that Gina Rinehart's Hancock Prospecting is receiving 52.6 cents per litre subsidy for its off-road use of diesel, while truckies today are struggling to deliver groceries to our supermarkets and still, until the legislation passes the House, paying the heavy vehicle road user charge of 32.4 cents per litre. The full picture of this legislation is the government is proposing to use taxpayer money to secure more fuel supply which will then flow to the same fossil fuel giants who are already receiving billions of Australian dollars in taxpayer subsidies. Ordinary Australians are underwriting both ends of the supply chain. And when those same Australians ask why prices remain high, I'm sure the government will point to the ACCC. Last week, the government rushed legislation which increased the maximum penalties for breaches of competition and consumer law. The problem with that, as the former head of the ACCC, Alan Fels, has said, is that the Commission actually has no real power to do anything. Price gouging is not illegal in relation to fuel. It is only illegal in relation to supermarkets, and even that ban hasn't yet come into force. Under our current laws, successful prosecutions of price collusion are rare because evidential barriers appear too difficult to overcome, especially when retailers don't have to provide reasons for raising their prices. Deputy Speaker, it's simply not good enough. While the government has moved to halve the fuel excise and is lauding their National Fuel Security Plan, we have no real security right now that this will translate into lower prices at the bowser, because fuel price gouging remains completely illegal and the government and the ACCC have no control over it. So, I call on the government to act quickly and with authority, to give the ACCC real powers to prosecute price gouging across our whole economy, to legislate a whole-of-economy price gouging offence, to cut the mining and coal industry's fossil fuel subsidies dollar for dollar with what this legislation will cost taxpayers, and to move to incentivise industry to decarbonise, not continuous dependence on diesel, oil and gas. And I ask the government to accelerate the energy transition, to end our dependence on imported fuels and to increase our ability to capitalise on renewable energy from our sun and from our wind.
Thank you. We'll just give the member a moment to set up with the lectern. Great. The question now is that the bill, that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, when markets seize in moments of heightened risk, there is a clear and legitimate role for government to step in and stabilise outcomes in the national interest. That is why I support the use of the Export Finance Australia's deal-making powers to secure fuel supplies from international markets. Australia imports around 90% of its liquid fuels, so amidst global uncertainty, risk mitigation is essential to maintain supply continuity. This bill provides Export Finance Australia with new powers to enter into contracts for the purchase and sale of fuel and critical minerals for domestic availability. In doing so, EFA can underwrite fuel purchases during periods of volatility. It also provides a mechanism to establish the $1.2 billion Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve. This is a broadening of the EFA's remit, but one that leverages existing capability. Although EFA will participate in commercial transactions, this bill does not ensure a public return or guarantee sovereign capability. It does not control fuel prices or prioritise who gets fuel. It does not define what is critical, enabling this to change with circumstances. It does not specify a cost. Exposure to losses will be assessed on a deal-by-deal basis, with the Minister for Trade and Tourism able to direct EFA to act through the National Interest Account. This is a broad bill with some broad powers, so I support a review. It's currently scheduled for 2029. I would see value in bringing that earlier. This bill sits alongside a number of sensible steps already taken by the government. Right now, locally, there is a significant demand shock alongside the supply shock the world is facing. Fuel is continuing to arrive, with cargoes at levels or higher more than originally contracted and around 30 days of forward visibility in the system. But as people worry about availability and as people genuinely respond to a price shock which they cannot necessarily afford, many have filled up early and stored additional fuel. That means more fuel is sitting in car tanks and jerry cans and less is available at service stations. Now, this is while we do have aggregate supply holding, this is why there are shortages across the country, across petrol stations across the country, including in my electorate in the middle of Sydney. That is why public confidence matters so much. So I welcome the public and up-to-date National Fuel Security Plan announced today. Other announcements following National Cabinet, like the temporary halving of the fuel excise and the elimination of the heavy vehicle road user charge, are popular, but will add a $2.55 billion expense to the budget that is already under significant strain. And so, I was particularly supportive of the elimination of the heavy vehicle user charge. I think that is important, but we do need to continue to consider how we manage this. And that is why I believe we should implement an urgent windfall tax on war-driven profits in the gas industry. War should not be a windfall. The $40 billion in additional LNG export revenue during the 2022 price spike was not the result of innovation or productivity. It was a consequence of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Other jurisdictions acted. The European Union raised €26 billion through a temporary levy on extraordinary profits. A targeted temporary tax relief on supernormal war-driven revenues would strengthen the government's fiscal position without undermining long-term investment. It would provide the fiscal space to enable targeted support for households. And I think this is really important because I take the concerns about sovereign risk and investment certainty really, really seriously. I do think about this in relation to how do we create an environment where we can attract investment into this country and we can give investors certainty that their investments will pay off in the way that they expect them to. But there should be an exception for war, and I don't think this is unreasonable. When there is a war, when it changes the game, that is something that is appropriate to be reflected in our laws. And I think that it is up to the government to act this time in a way that it didn't act in 2022 and put in an appropriate series of changes. For instance, adding a sort of sliding scale based on how high the price of gas, for instance, gets, that being really related just to the war, that you could actually bring in significant revenue, but also do it in a way that doesn't hamper investment, which I think is critical. But I also think right now we need to move beyond sort of short-term responses and towards preparation for the next time we have this sort of or a similar kind of attack on sort of global supply chains. If we look at fuel and energy in particular, Australia is in a stronger position than many countries. While we import most of our liquid fuels, we are a net energy exporter, with net exports equivalent to 67% of production in 23-24. Countries we import liquid fuels from, such as Japan and South Korea, depend on our gas and coal exports. That gives Australia strategic leverage in securing supply. But we cannot insulate ourselves from global prices. Those costs will flow through supply chains and into the cost of living. We are better positioned than we were in 2022, particularly because of progress on electrification. but we are not as prepared as we should be. First, we need to build a detailed assessment of energy system supply chain risks, aligned with stockpiles and sovereign capability. That capability should be disciplined, guided by a resource endowment used only where fuel switching, stockpiling and friendshoring are insufficient. Fertiliser meets those tests, refined fuels likely do not. But we do need to make sure that we do have longer-term positions in place to give us greater resilience. We know that stockpiling is expensive. Returning to our IEA compliance, holding 90 days of fuel reserves, could cost around $20 billion. But fuel security is a form of national insurance, and that cost should be shared. That brings me to my second point. We must reform fuel tax credits. Large diesel users currently receive around $10 billion annually in credits. If the government cannot afford its stockholding obligations, if it's already investing billions of dollars in holding these stock holdings in Australia, it makes little sense to return this sum each year to fuel-dependent users. It dampens the incentive to switch to cleaner domestic energy sources and prolongs our reliance on imported fuels. Third, I think we do need to reduce over time our dependence on liquid fuels altogether. Electrification is not just climate policy, it is also energy security policy. Those Australians who feel most secure right now are those with rooftop solar, batteries and electric vehicles. Renewable energy does not depend on global shipping lanes or geopolitical choke points. And the economics are clear. Renewables get cheaper each year, while remaining fossil fuel resources are deeper, more complicated to extract, more expensive and more vulnerable to global shocks. And those fossil fuels are finite. Geoscience Australia estimates that our crude oil reserves would last around 7 years at current production rates. 7 years. For those people who are saying that our answer is more drill, baby, drill, just be aware that's 7 years of resilience that this has. This is not the answer to our future fuel resilience or our sovereign capabilities, is not just more liquid fuel extraction here. Even if sub-commercial resources were developed, it could sustain less than a decade of consumption. Renewables, by contrast, are effectively inexhaustible. So calls to drill, baby, drill are not a serious response to an immediate crisis. Even known reserves take around 5 years to bring online. And so these are the challenges here. But we need to be, I think this is where the government has, exhibited, a lack of real drive in trying to support the electrification. I'm going to use the example of electric trucks and freight, because this is an area where we are still extremely dependent, particularly on diesel. It is an area where other countries around the world move much more freight than we do, and we as a country, because of our size, move a lot of freight on roads. But the truth is we haven't got the systems in place to really electrify our trucks as fast as other countries have. We don't have the coordination between the states. We haven't agreed how we're going to work across the trucking industry and the energy sector in terms of the appropriate rollout of recharging stations. This does require a degree of coordination. It does require a degree of focus, and I don't believe that the government has shown this, particularly in the sense of electric trucking, and I believe that this should be one of the lessons from this particular crisis, is don't leave this another 10 odd years. And fourth, I think we need to address the structural deficit. Because we need, in difficult times, you need to be able to pull on your reserves. When you've got 10 years of a deficit, as we currently do, your ability to be flexible and support people as is needed just is reduced. With high inflation, persistent deficits projected for the next decade, and debt approaching $1 trillion, there is limited fiscal space to respond to this crisis, let alone the next. We must make room for disciplined decisions, review spending and ensure programs deliver real value for Australians. And finally, let me turn briefly to critical minerals, which this bill also contemplates. I recognise the opportunity in this sector, but I do not see the urgency of attaching it to an emergency bill. The government has committed significant funding to the critical minerals, including the $5 billion critical minerals facility and a production tax incentive expected to cost around $7 billion over 10 years. But important questions remain. First, impact. A strategic reserve will only strengthen resilience if we build downstream capability in Australia, if we can process minerals in high-value products, not just extract them. Second, public return. Critical minerals are finite resources owned by the Australian people. If public funds are supporting industry development, then the public must receive a fair share of the benefits. Otherwise, we risk repeating the experience of gas, where significant profits are generated but the public return is limited and reform becomes politically difficult. We need to get the balance right from the start. That means stable, durable and predictable tax settings and structural reform to ensure Australians share in the upside from their natural resources and the risk they take in industry development. This is work I will continue to develop, including through a forthcoming white paper, because ultimately energy security, economic resilience and fiscal responsibility are not separate challenges. They are deeply interconnected, and it is our responsibility to address them with seriousness, discipline and fairness both. This work is urgent now, but better preparing for the next crisis should be as urgent as for a forward-looking government.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, this bill is not the solution to Australia's energy security. It is a necessary short-term circuit breaker during a fuel shock, but it's a loud admission that our national resilience remains dangerously dependent on legacy fossil fuel markets. I support the intent of this legislation to keep Australia moving, prevent regional communities from running out of fuel, and prevent a short-term supply squeeze turning into a broader economic hit. But I will say the quiet part out loud. Underwriting extra fuel cargoes does not address the structural problem. If we only do more imported fuel faster, we'll be right back here at the next geopolitical flashpoint. Climate resilience is national resilience and economic resilience. We've been saying this for years in this place. When climate hazards worsen, supply chains and essential services get hit. When fossil fuel markets spike, households and businesses get hit. The lesson? Genuine resilience means reducing long-term exposure to these kinds of disruptions. If we're serious about fuel and energy security, we must accelerate electrification, and fast. Electric transport is not an extra, it's a strategic shield against imported oil volatility. What is driving this bill is not a theoretical risk. It's an active disruption in global oil markets, with sharp price volatility and supply uncertainty tied to the conflict involving the US and Israel's actions in Iran, the resulting disruption around the Strait of Hormuz. And many experts predict the disruptions will continue to expand, and the conflict may well last for a lot longer than hoped. Australia is structurally exposed because we import most of our fuel and rely on international shipping arriving on schedule. When ships cancel or prices jump, we feel it at the bowser, then in freight, then in groceries and inflation. The government's immediate crisis settings have already included temporarily releasing up to 20% of the minimum stock holding obligation for petrol and diesel, freeing up to 762 million litres targeted to relieve regional pressures, and actively monitoring stocks and arrivals while warning against panic buying and unsafe stockpiling. Australia also has international obligations. Under the International Energy Program treaty settings, member countries are expected to hold oil stocks equivalent to at least 90 days' oil reserves and be ready for collective action during major disruption. Australia has not met this goal, and I don't understand that it is on the government's intentions. Australia briefly leased space in the US Strategic Petroleum Reserve in 2020, then sold that oil in 2022. Angus Taylor, Leader of the Opposition, was the minister responsible for that decision to lease space and then subsequently sell it off on the international market. So even when that arrangement existed, it was a small volume and slow to access, and it was crude, not ready to use fuel. Fuel security policy in recent years has focused heavily on stock holding obligations and supporting our remaining domestic refineries, but this treats supply as the only lever, while underinvesting in the long-term demand solution, which is electrifying transport. It was the Morrison coalition government that helped lead us into this mess. Its scaremongering campaign about electric vehicles would ruin the weekend was not just silly politics, it was short-sighted and really reckless. It was a symptom of a deeper failure to plan for the economic and energy transitions already underway. If the major parties had got with the program earlier and engaged seriously with the needs of a 21st century economy, Australia could have built a far greater economic resilience by now. The central idea in this legislation is sound, and I will support it, to address a temporary emergency situation. It gives Export Finance Australia a flexible set of tools, insurance, derivatives, loans and other arrangements to de-risk additional cargoes to encourage suppliers to bid for discretionary shipments. But these laws need guardrails to ensure these powers are temporary and not used to finance fossil fuels for any longer than would address the immediate fuel security crisis. To that end, I would urge the government to consider a much more sooner period of review to this legislation. Food security and regional resilience are directly affected in the current crisis. When diesel price spikes or supply tightens, there is no doubt that farmers and freight feel it first, and then everyone pays at the checkout. And that is exactly why fuel security is not just an energy policy, it's a cost of living and national resilience policy. Underwriting fuel cargoes must be paired with an explicit funded electrification plan where possible. Otherwise, we'll just keep paying to delay our own economic and national resilience. If we are to achieve genuine resilience, our transport sector must be electrified. And that means buses, fleets, charging infrastructure and heavy vehicles. And in fact, for the naysayers who don't think it's possible, just today, Parliamentary Friends of Electric Vehicles are hosting Freight Forward Electric Summit, which with incredible advances and amazing technology and options when it comes to heavy electric vehicle freight options. The impacts of climate change will multiply these risks. So not just geopolitical instability and wars, but then that gets magnified by further events. Australia's own National Climate Risk Assessment identifies climate risks across essential goods and services, the economy, infrastructure and national security systems. Resilience that ignores climate change is short-lived. Countries that electrify faster are less exposed to oil price shocks in their day-to-day economy. China's transformation is the obvious example for all the naysayers who, again, always want to point to the negatives. China has pushed electrification hard. Electric cars were almost half of all car sales there in 2024, over 11 million cars sold, and electrification across the broader economy is proceeding faster than in the US or the EU by the International Energy Agency's measures. That is a structural buffer against oil price shocks, because a bigger share of mobility and industry runs on domestically generated electricity instead of imported oil. China has been investing in renewable energy independence at scale since the early 2000s. And whilst it's not immune to this fuel shock, China is actually less exposed than many nations on the transport side because it has electrified more of its economy. And that's allowing the Chinese government to introduce fuel price caps, cushioning consumers for full price shocks. So it's really important for we look around as to how Australia can in fact do it better from here on. We have to treat EV uptake as a fuel security program, not just a culture war, as many in this place like to do. Keeping Australians off imported petrol is a strategic objective. It also reduces households' exposure to global price spikes permanently, not temporarily. And that includes keeping the fringe benefit tax exemption for EVs. Treasury forecasting shows that EV uptake has exceeded early expectation. EVs rose from under 2% of new sales when the policy began to around 10% of new sales now, with Treasury estimating almost 100,000 vehicles benefited from the exemption far sooner than expected. And by all accounts, sales of EVs are now booming as people realise the only way they can in fact inoculate themselves from the fuel price shocks is by choosing that, not a hybrid, not something that continues to rely on imported fuel. On public transport, again, China demonstrates the scale question too. It has the world's highest stock share of electric buses. The International Energy Agency puts it around 30% of bus stocks, built over years of industrial policy and procurement. Meanwhile, Australia is still overwhelmingly running diesel fleets, and even recent reporting puts our electric bus share at about 1%. So, the fuel crisis demonstrates exactly why we need to electrify urgently and our economy and end our dependence on legacy fossil fuels. The other component of this legislation lays the groundwork for a critical minerals strategy reserve by giving Export Finance Australia new powers to enter offtake arrangements, facilitate contracts and stockpile key minerals. These are mechanisms that can give emerging projects commercial certainty, attract investment and increase Australia's involvement in clean energy supply chains. For too long, we've been comfortable digging up strategic materials while allowing refining, processing and higher value manufacturing to happen elsewhere. That needs to stop. So I can support emergency underwriting to keep Australia moving through this short-term shock, but we can't remain complacent while dependent on legacy fossil fuel energies. And those in this place that want to continue the culture wars about this are simply reckless and negligent to what Australians are going to face in the future. The strategic reserve that matters most is the one that reduces oil dependence. Keep the EV-FBT exemption, accelerate charging and public transport electrification, and treat climate resilience as the foundation of national and economic resilience. I welcome the announcements today from the government in relation to the assistance to Australians when it comes to the fuel excise, the halving of the excise, and in relation to freight. But again, these are going to come as massive hits to the budget. There is no doubt that budget repair is needed. And so I urge the government to look at the fuel excise rebate. Over $10 billion going to mining has to stop. It simply can't continue that we have this, the budget in the state that it's in with the consequences and the crisis we have now. And finally, there's no doubt that it's just unconscionable that we can continue to have excess wartime export profits by the gas industry. The government just needs to admit that it got the settings of the PRT wrong, either change those settings or introduce a 25% export tax. We have to balance the budget, we have to build resilience and domestic energy security, and to do that it will cost, and we need to ensure that is done in a balanced and a measurable way. And to all those in this place that want to continue culture wars about the very risks and the very serious consequences of the future, I would say get with the times.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for New England.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move my amendment as circulated, and like to acknowledge that really what we have got to understand is that I heard the previous member, and with all due respect, electric trucks are absolutely ridiculous. You know, you've got about a Toyota Land Cruiser weighs a little less than 3 tonnes. In one of those trucks there's more than 4 tonnes of batteries. 4 tonnes of batteries, and of course that means that your capacity and the range is not anything comparable to be able to deal with Australia, and you haven't got the roads, if you're fully loaded, to actually take it on the number of axles they provided. It's just this mythical thing. What I've put forward here is this, that you've got to we've got to move away from the Climate Change Department. One of the big issues, after all the work of bringing in fuel into Australia, it runs into a thing called the safeguard mechanism. And the safeguard mechanism is precisely there to push the fuel back offshore again. So we're both on the clutch and on the brake and on the accelerator all at the same time, and wondering why the engine's not going so well, we're not going anywhere. What we have to do as we move this legislation is clearly look at other things that impede having the greatest efficacy possible. And the safeguard mechanism for the emissions of carbon dioxide over 100,000 tonnes is precisely that. We are not going to go, if we go to electrification, then we have a huge problem because our electricity grid has been destroyed by our desire to somehow change the temperature. This idea that that Australia is going to change the climate. We actually insanely have a climate change department, a department there to change the climate with thousands of employees. Thousands of employees. Now, I don't know when you get to sack them if the climate hasn't changed appropriately. We have El Nino coming. If it had efficacy, I want it stopped. I want it stopped. That's the thing we should be doing. Stop it now so it starts raining. Because people say, oh, that's an absurdity. Well, the whole department's an absurdity. And if you want to go to electrification, you're going to be going from the highest fuel prices to the highest electricity prices in the OECD. And the area with the greatest amounts of intermittent power, it's not renewable, that's just a nomenclature of those who want to rip you off. If you go to the place with the highest amount of intermittent power, it's South Australia, and guess what? It's got the highest price. The highest price in the country with the highest price. And you want to strap your nation to that. If you truly believe that there's something, we'll talk about culture wars, there seems to be a culture war against the internal combustion engine. If you really don't believe them, go to the next election, say you want to ban internal combustion engines, and I'll see you in opposition. It's going to be quite simple. So we have to have an epiphany here. We have to start thinking about Australia and how we strengthen Australia. What is happening now in the Middle East is merely a minor play for the big one, which is the Taiwan crisis. When the Taiwan crisis happens, it won't just be fuel that shuts down, it'll be everything. Now, President Xi says he's going to take Taiwan back by 2027. We live in 2026. We should have every minister on their pegs saying what their plan is, saying how we're going to get alternate supplies, saying what the contingency plans are. See, what's happened with this is something that we should have been planning for at the start of the year, and I mentioned at the start of the year in interviews, what's the biggest issue for us? Potential of the Taiwan crisis. Well, why? Because the restriction on supply lines and the calamitous effect they could have in Australia. Well, I got the predicament wrong, I just got the war wrong. The war ends up being the Middle East, but that's just part one. So in this amendment, we talk about how, it talks to how we should be looking at what we're about to do, which I commend. In fact, I worked with the government to do it, which I commend. But we've got to make sure that it doesn't start running into further obstacles the moment the fuel starts arriving in Australia. If we don't have fuel, you don't have food. It's a pretty simple equation. If we don't have reliability of fuel, then the first question people will ask in the country is, can I plant? And is the cost of planting so excessive it's not worth planting? So I should reduce how much? Reduce the risk. The next question that's asked is, do we have fertiliser so that we get the fair return from planting? The next question that's asked is, do I have security of fuel through the term of crop? The last question asked is, do I have the fuel to take the crop off? And do people have the fuel to take the crop away? Now that's whether it's carrots or barley or wheat or cattle. It doesn't matter. And I don't think this nation has properly addressed that issue. I heard from the Minister in the last sitting, from Minister Collins, and Minister for Agriculture, and I did not get an answer that left me with any confidence whatsoever that the government had a plan or had the foresight to see what is happening in regards to food security. Today you turn on the television and what's the issue they're talking about? Food security. It's a ripple-through effect of the fuel crisis. And the reality, rather than the fantasy, the reality is we're still using, and will into the long term, use internal combustion engines. And the reality is you cannot move to electric vehicles, and to suggest that in the middle of a crisis is just oblivious to the circumstances that Australia is currently in. We've had electric vehicles for a very long time. They're called golf buggies. They've been around for a very, very long time. If there had been a buck in them, they would have expanded them. But it's a wonderful thing called the marketplace. But what we're trying to do is legislate ourselves into an alternate form of energy and just put aside all senses of physics and all senses of economics and believe we're going to arrive at this energy nirvana. Today is the wake-up call. So what we should be doing in this parliament is we're on the way, we've got half of us don't believe in net zero, great. Next step is get out of the Paris Accord, get out of that, because that's just net zero with a French accent. And the next step after that is just get rid of the Climate Change Department completely. Move it, get rid of it. And I tell you right now, if you want to get a cheer when you're talking to a room, tell them you're going to get rid of the Climate Change Department, and that's the one they react to the best. They're way ahead of us. They're way ahead of us. They're vastly more enlightened, are vastly more perceptive about trying to get this place back to a sense of reality and away from the fantasy that we currently live in, because certain people who have very loud voices and very small constituencies take you out to dinner on the weekend. Now, if you just forget about them and start thinking about the people you meet at the bowling club, you're probably going to go a lot better electorally. So what we have to do is be honest and understand first and foremost, we need fuel. Where are you going to get it from? And the ledge talks to that. In very simple terms, there is a spot market out there. It's just that it's a price you want to pay. And people aren't really concerned, to be quite frank, about the price going up. If you're bringing in a tanker, biggest tanker is about 250 million litres. So let's say you're bringing in so if you're making a play for 100 million litres at, I don't know, $2.20, 220 million litres you're out there for, and you're terrified of downside risk. So, the best thing is if you can get yourself a cap and collar arrangement, and offload your risk to somewhere else, but no one's going to take that risk at the moment. So there's a role for the government to come in and take that risk. Now, if you want to have a discussion later on about a cap arrangement, I think that's a viable thing to have a discussion about. With that, when they say, oh, well, this is going to help the miners, well, that just shows no understanding of the situation. Miners are on contract. They go on contract for megalitre buys, and it's not that there's an option out there with magical fuel. There's a financial instrument, and that offloads their risk. So they don't care about the spot market. This is talking about securing up the spot market, which is vitally important. If we don't do that, it's going to exacerbate the problem. I might say, even talking to independent distributors before coming into this chamber, they still don't have access to product. They go down, there's legal issues where they can't be delivered, but their frustration is they hear us with this saying, oh, well, this will fix it. I might say in a sobering form, no, it won't. This assists, it doesn't fix it. The problem is still there, and it's there in an incredibly substantive way, and we have to be able to acknowledge that. Tomorrow, I'll have some of those independents in the building, and they're having a meeting with the Energy Minister. The Labor Party's the government, so that's where they've got to go. That's where they've got to meet. And then later on, they'll be meeting in the Treasurer's office. And I think it's incredibly important that the government understands on the ground how this is working in regional areas, because that informs the decision process. And if we have an informed decision process, we cannot get ourselves out of the crisis, but we can mitigate it. For the longer term plan, though, has to be for Australia to have a wake-up call and clearly understand that you are not going to change the weather. Forget it. It's fantasy. I might be an apostate to the whims of this chamber, but it is absolute fantasy. You are not going to change the weather. You're not going to make it hotter. You're not going to make it cooler. You're not going to make it windier. You're not going to make it drier. You're not going to make it wetter. But you will make Australians poorer. You will do that. And you will put our country at risk. You will do that. And you will spend absolutely, over 10 years, hundreds of billions of dollars trying to achieve the impossible. You will do that. And the only way we can stop doing that is to get rid of the department. That's their whole purpose, their whole modus operandi is to change the climate. As absurd as that idea is, that a department on the continent of Australia can change the weather. So I put forward this amendment, and I hope that if it just asks for you to consider. If you don't consider, well, I suppose that you're ignorant to the facts, and if you don't consider, it means generally that you know what is going to be said, and you don't want it to be heard. Boys.
Thank the member. Is the amendment seconded?
The amendment, Mr Speaker, reserve my right.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lyne moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for New England has now moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after whilst be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for New England to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lyne be agreed to. And I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment Strategic Reserve Bill 2026. Australia, Deputy Speaker, is facing a serious fuel supply shock at the worst possible time, and we have spent the last 2 weeks trying to explain to the government how serious, and particularly the Minister for Energy and Climate Change, how serious this problem is. And we've been called scaremongers, we've been accused of causing people to panic buy, but the reality is that our constituents, many of them in regional Australia, for whom diesel is not a nice to have, it is an absolute necessity for their business, have been telling us about price shocks and supply issues. And what you do when your constituents tell you that there is a serious problem with the way they go about their business, which keeps Australia running and keeps Australia paid for, is you bring it up in the chamber, you bring it up at question time. So we make no apology for trying to get the Minister for Energy and Climate Change to understand the severity of the problem by bringing these examples in. And to the point where even last week I said that I'd just spoken to a group of grade 6s, and one young girl told me Dad ordered a load of diesel 3 weeks ago, and it hasn't arrived yet, and we need diesel to start putting our crops in. And I made the comment that the grade 6 student understood the severity of the issue better than the Minister for Energy and Climate Change. Diesel is absolutely essential to the operations that we have, particularly in regional Australia, particularly around the industries that pay for Australia. And those industries are mining and agriculture. Now, there's a lot of other very important, great industries going on in Australia, but they're underpinned by our resources and our agricultural industries, and they rely on diesel. When the fuel prices rise or there's a supply disruption, that flows on to the price of groceries, and I think we're about to see that, unfortunately, freight and logistics, household budgets. And this crisis risks the homegrown cost of living crisis that we already had because of the mismanagement of the Labor Party and because of the government not taking seriously the concept that increased government spending without productivity dividends leads to inflation. I would have thought that was pretty obvious. But the fact that we already had that upticking means that this comes at a terrible time. Now, the government's response has been, I think it would be kind to say, chaotic and complacent. For weeks there's been the denial of a problem, dismissal of legitimate concerns, blaming Australians, and told us on this side we were not serious people. We were seriously laying bare the problems in our electorates, and it's nice to see the government actually take it seriously and move on a couple of issues, including fuel excise cut that we suggested last week, but also this Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment Strategic Reserve Bill that we will be supporting. Fuel security in agriculture. My portfolio is agriculture, Deputy Speaker, so I'd like to talk a bit about how critical diesel is for agriculture and how time-sensitive that is. Now, we are about to go into the winter cropping period, which means that farmers will be sowing seed. Now, in the old days, you had to wait for a rain, the autumn break, whenever it arrived, and then you'd put your seed in. But now, with new technologies that we've got, which is protection of seed, we can put seed in dry soil and it will stay there without being attacked by pests and diseases, so that when the rain does come, the seed will come up. Now, that cropping window is pretty much starting now. Yep. And it'll go through probably till the end of April, maybe into May, just depending on the hectares that people decide to sow. So the supply of diesel right now to the farming areas is absolutely critical. A group of Western Australian wheat and barley farmers told me that they'll probably need 35 litres of diesel a hectare for the entire crop cycle. So that's the sowing, the spraying of the weeds, the top dress of urea, and then the harvest. So it's significant. Now, they're wanting to know that there is going to be security of supply and that cost is going to be under control because the cost of that 35 litres and whether you can get it in the first place is part of the decision-making process of how much crop you put in and whether you're going to have the margins to make it a viable exercise. Absolutely critical for agriculture. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition position on this bill is that we will support this bill. We think this is a sensible measure. In a crisis, the government should act to keep supply chains moving and ensure essential imports like fuel and fertiliser can reach Australia. And this bill allows for the Export Finance Australia to step in during the extraordinary disruptions, and it's a sensible objective, and we support practical, targeted action in a crisis. What it does show up, Deputy Speaker, and many people before I came into this place have been saying this for a number of years, is that we are, as an island continent, in a world that, particularly over the last 4 years, I'd have to say, has become more sensitive to geopolitical shocks. The old world order doesn't seem to be holding as much as it used to, have become incredibly reliant on inputs from overseas that come to us via ship. Now, those shipping lanes could close down because of conflict, and we're already seeing that as a result of the disruption to freight out of the Strait of Hormuz, and that freight, critically for us, is crude oil going to refineries, particularly in Asia, and so that's what is contributing to our current crisis. But the lack of sovereign capacity in relation to those issues should give us all cause for concern. Let's be clear about what this bill does not do and what it is not. Well, it will not get fuel to empty service stations today. That requires a distribution plan led by the Minister, and we've been harping on about wanting to see that over the last 2 weeks. And whilst there is more fuel moving, and I acknowledge that, there are still issues with fuel getting to regional service stations and regional businesses, including farms and mines. It does not reduce prices at the bows of tomorrow. It does not fix the underlying problem that Australia is less prepared than it should be. So this is not a silver bullet. And the deeper problem, Deputy Speaker, is one of economic management and national capability. And after 4 years in office, Labor has failed to build sovereign fuel capability and left Australia more exposed and more reliant on overseas supply. And now they want to fund imports of the very fuels it restricts at home. So what this whole crisis is laying bare to us, I think it's, if I could paraphrase and call it an inconvenient truth, that we do rely on fossil fuel liquid fuels a lot more than I think we as a nation, and particularly the government, has wanted to make out. There's been comments that we can just electrify everything. There's been discussion of biodiesel, and I'm not against biodiesel, but it can't ramp up to deliver what is required in the industry at this point. And I just think, in combination with the general wishful thinking that renewable energy and electrification can get us to where we need to go, this type of utopia, it's not in anyone's interests to pretend that things are something when they're not. Many of us are very concerned about the impacts of climate change, but pretending that there are solutions out there that simply won't work in the real world, and as I said in my maiden speech, could just move the problem offshore of emissions and make us poorer and reduce the standard of living of our people. That's not leadership. Wishful thinking's not leadership. Leadership's about saying, this is a really wicked problem, and pretending that there is some sort of solution out there that we would like to work. I would love it if wind turbines and solar panels could just solve the problem. But the reality is it can't. And the problem with, as I've said before in this place, with baseload power, I was having a debate on Sky News with one of the crossbenchers, and I was standing in an apple orchard, and she was saying that baseload power is an antiquated notion and a thing of the past, Deputy Speaker. And I was standing in an orchard and I said, how are we going to refrigerate these apples when they're harvested if we don't have baseload power, i.e. power that's going to be reliably on for 24 hours, 7 days a week? So we do, and this conflict in the Middle East, this global supply shock, is a wake-up call that we're a lot more reliant on liquid fossil fuel, and particularly diesel, than we have been prepared to make out. Now, what is diesel? Deputy Speaker, I think a lot of us know it. I put it into my tractor, I put it into my vehicle. It's a critically important fuel for the world because most heavy machinery relies on diesel, whether it's on a farm, whether it's in a mine site, or whether it's getting the goods that go from those mine sites or farms to the consumers, whether it's taking iron ore to the port, whether it's taking bananas from North Queensland to the people who enjoy those and need that healthy fresh fruit in supermarkets across Sydney, Melbourne, whether it's taking apples from my electorate to the markets. It's all done with diesel. Diesel is a refined product, and the most effective and efficient and cheapest way to make it is out of crude oil. But a lot of the crude oil comes out of the Middle East, and so we are reliant on the Middle East. We are going to have to look, Deputy Speaker, at whether there are other products, feedstocks if you like, that have a calorific content to be able to create diesel from not just crude oil. And we need to look at those potentials, and I acknowledge that across the Parliament we're starting to look at those with biodiesel from canola. It's been talked about with ethanol. A lot of contributions on what we can do, but we need to go back and say, okay, we need diesel. What would happen if there was some supply shocks, even worse than the ones we're having now, that meant that we couldn't get the crude oil to the refinery to make the diesel, whether the refinery's in Singapore or Australia? Doesn't matter. If the crude oil doesn't get there, diesel can't be manufactured. Are there other calorific products in Australia as part of our resources that we could use to manufacture diesel? And I think we need to really look into that. The irony of this legislation, Deputy Speaker, is that it amends the Export Finance Australia bill, and the Export Finance Australia mandate, what it said in its own statement of expectations when it was first put in was that it restricts the Export Finance Australia from supporting oil, gas or coal and prioritises a renewable-only agenda. And that, Deputy Speaker, I think that goes to the heart of the contradiction that this whole piece of legislation is. As I said, we're supportive of it, but the fact that it's necessary is because, as I said before, I think we wished things that were not were. Under the Coalition, Export Finance Australia backed Australia's national interest, whatever that was. But under Labor, it's been repurposed to enforce a type of ideology. So we are going to move amendments to this. I support the government in its intent for this, to underwrite companies that want to bring fuels, necessary fuels, including petrol and diesel, into Australia. The object of it is good. The Coalition will work constructively on this legislation, and we are proposing amendments. We want to remove restrictions on domestic oil, gas and crude production because that just makes sense. If we're getting crude and it's out of the Middle East and it's being refined in Singapore, those are global emissions. Why not have them here? We will ensure that Export Finance Australia can support the industries that underpin energy security, because resilience cannot be built by blocking investment at home and funding imports offshore, Deputy Speaker. And in closing, it's important, and Australians need immediate relief, and I do congratulate the government on moving on the fuel excise. I think that was important. It came as a result of a call from the opposition last week. I think it's good that the government responded to that call in a positive way. And we are supporting this bill. I think this is another good initiative by the government. Again, it will be made stronger if the government could look at this, and in the same way they said That fuel excise from the Coalition's a good idea. These amendments are a good idea too. Let's agree to them and make this legislation stronger. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And when the government follows the Coalition in policy, you know you're on a good thing. And certainly with the halving of the fuel excise, that's what was called for last week, that's what's been done, and the road user charges, there's some relief there. And to be fair, let's applaud the government for that, but it took them to be dragged kicking and screaming to the table, albeit the National Cabinet table, to do this, but credit where credit is due. There will be some relief at the Bowser. But again, as has been said, will it solve the issues of accessibility and availability, supply to regional petrol stations? That remains to be seen. Is there a credible, workable plan going forward? That remains to be seen. And I do worry about the workload that the government has put on Anthea Harris. Already she has been given the task of reviewing the Water Act. No mean feat. It's a big job. And now she's been tasked with the role of doing the job of the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. She has been given his job. And being the Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator is going to require a lot of her time. She's going to have to balance her water responsibilities with her fuel responsibilities. And as the member for Nichols knows, fuel and water doesn't always mix. True. I'm sure she's very qualified, but the Minister for Climate Change and Energy has, in so many ways, abrogated his responsibility. And here is a minister who just keeps getting it wrong. He got it wrong when he allowed 800 boats and 55,000 illegal arrivals on these shores. He got it wrong when some might cruelly say, cost the government, the now government, the opportunity to get in earlier when he brought in those franking credits, but which was going to be a tax on ordinary everyday Australians, and they rejected what the government what the opposition had to say at the time. And of course he famously said, well, if you don't like it, don't vote for us, and they didn't. And that was the 2019 election. We're at a crisis at the moment, and that has finally been acknowledged by the government. And I will say that it's not just a national crisis, it is an international crisis. And I listened closely to the Prime Minister in question time when he said we do have a war in Iran, and we acknowledge that. But we've also got, as the member for Nichols quite correctly pointed out in his excellent contribution, we've also have farmers who are in the sowing season. It is the start of an important part of their yearly cycle. That time of year where they either direct drill seed straight into the ground, dry ground in many parts, or they start scarifying their paddocks in order to sow. And unless they can get diesel in their big, heavy farm machinery, then they don't sow. And our farmers are not only the best stewards of the environment, they are the biggest risk takers in this nation, and we cannot do without them. Because if they don't get to sow now, and if they don't get their crops in by the end of April, early May, then we are going to be in a world of trouble come harvest time, traditionally around for those dryland crops of October, November, December, and it is going to cause an issue of food security. We have a fuel security crisis now. We will then, in 6 or so months' time, be in a food security crisis, and what a food security crisis leads to is a national security crisis. And I'm not being melodramatic. I am just being absolutely truthful. I heard the member for Nichols talking about biofuels and biodiesel and the difficulty of getting that online straight up. And I realise that this is something that that does take years. It does take long-term planning, but we have to, as he would acknowledge, start now. And I know that Tim Rose in my hometown of Wagga Wagga has Southern Oil Refinery. It's been there for some time. It now produces 20 million litres of very fine oil. And along with his plant at Gladstone, the Northern Oil Refinery, which produces 50 million litres of oil, it converts sump into 70 million litres of oil a year. Now, in the scheme of things, on the national fuel front, they are small numbers, but that can be upscaled. And he has had a plan on the desk of the Minister for Climate Change and Energy for at least 2 years, if not a lot longer, to see what can be done to upscale the southern and northern oil refineries. We could call them re-refineries because what they're doing is they're converting sump into usable oil. But more than that, his plant at Gladstone has the potential to, with a bit of engineering and some political will, convert old tyres into usable oil, prickly pear acacia into oil. And this must be considered. We have to get sovereignty in our fuel reserves, in our oil stocks. We must. And that particular proposal that Mr Rose has had on the table in the inbox of the Minister must be retrieved, dusted off and examined thoroughly, because we have to have, as part of the oil product stewardship program and the role of the Minister, we have to have some political will in this space. Now, Eromanga, since 1986, has produced mining grade oil. Let's see what we can do there. You only have to recall COVID, and it wasn't that many years ago, where we were apparently going to be out of sanitiser. Well, we looked at what we could do. We got our manufacturing online, and within days, not weeks, we were able to produce the hand sanitiser that the nation needed at an affordable rate, accessible, available. We can do the same. We have the know-how, we have the skills, we have the expertise. This government must be pulling every lever to make sure that we've got available fuel, available oil, available diesel, and we need it. And as I say, National Cabinet will work with the Prime Minister of the day. I know when we had COVID and we had issues around transport, some of the finest ministers, would you believe, who came on board when trucks were taking hours upon hours to get over the border, and having had that meeting that night of the ministers, and I specifically refer to Rita Saffioti, to Jacinta Allen, Labor ministers in Western Australia and Victoria, and they were able to work with me to ensuring that we were able to get trucks across the border in next to no time, and that relationship worked well, and I have to say that it provided the difference between trucks being able to deliver groceries and medical supplies in a matter of minutes, rather than what we were encountering, and that was a matter of hours, and it wasn't going to work, and we knew that. And so I know it can be done. I know it can be achieved, and it just takes the political will, the courage, and the know-how and the bipartisanship to make it happen. Now, the situation with our liquid fuels, 50% of the nation's imports by weight are liquid fuels, and you can add another 10% on top of that with petrochemicals. We need to make sure that we do everything we can to ensure that those ships continue, that those contracts are met, and we also need to make sure, as the member for Nichols said, we need to make sure that the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment Strategic Reserve Bill 2026 takes into account the absolute need to ensure that oil, gas and coal are part of this government's deliberations and regulations and legislation, because Export Finance had this mandate not that long ago under this government to reject and rebuff those fossil fuels. And haven't we been caught with our pants down? Haven't we been caught short when it comes to ensuring that we need ready-made Australian supplies on hand, available? I know the Climate Change and Energy Minister has been going on and on about the fact that supplies are okay. Nothing to see here. Well, I'm sorry, but there is a big issue, and it's about not just affordability with prices. I saw the other day in the Northern Territory a report of diesel prices $4.25 a litre, but certainly across my electorate, diesel is now selling at $3.30 a litre. That's if you can get it. That's if you can get it. So it's about not just affordability, it's about accessibility and availability, and the supplies just aren't getting out to regional stations. And then you've got farmers putting their tanks down under lock and key, and there are reports of farmers being charged, and this is not just now, this is just a week or a fortnight ago when the crisis first started. They were only able to get their tanks half filled, and then they were paying $3 a litre, and then they were having to pay cash. Now, I've got to tell you, those sorts of reports are alarming. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission needs to investigate all of those allegations, because obviously if it's only a cash system, then somebody is pocketing that money, and I dare say that that money wouldn't be going through the ATO. But anyway, I digress.
You would think.
You would think it might be, Member for Nichols, but I suspect not. I suspect not. And the difficulty there is the fact that farmers are only able to half fill their tanks. They need full tanks. And then, of course, they're having to put their tanks under lock and key. Now, that situation is alarming too, because there have been widespread reports of theft. Member for Sydney, coming in to listen to my contribution, but giving me a little wave there. And she would know too that how important regional Australia is. She would know how important it is to make sure that we absolutely get the fuel, and particularly the diesel, to our farmers. As I said before, they are the greatest risk takers in this nation, and if they don't get their fuel stocks in time for planting season, then we are going to be in a world of hurt, not only for our exports, but for our food security. Now, the government has finally decided that urgent action was necessary after days and days and days of procrastination and delay and saying that there was no issue here. They finally realised that there is an issue and have done something about fuel excise, done something about road user charges, and I would say it's not too little too late, but there are other measures that this government is going to have to urgently adopt, and it's going to be a continuous thing to ensure that our regional people get the access to fuel, particularly before Easter, which is largely a time when people do like to travel from the city to the country. And when it comes to the cities and all this talk about using public transport. Well, we only saw the reports this morning of how infrastructure broke down and Sydney trains were ground to a halt. We can't always rely on that, particularly with the Labor government in Macquarie Street. This is an urgent issue. It needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed better by this government, which has been asleep at the wheel.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment Strategic Reserve Bill introduced today. This bill reflects the seriousness of the moment that we're in. Escalating conflict in the Middle East is once again placing strain on supply chains and driving sharp price spikes in materials vital to Australia's economy, most immediately fuel. As I understand it, this bill was originally conceived to establish a strategic reserve for critical minerals. But in response to the unfolding international crisis, the government has hastily redrafted it, expanding the scope of Export Finance Australia's powers so that it can enter into and support transactions to shore up fuel and other strategic supplies. When supply chains are under stress and prices are spiking, Australians expect the government to act. For that reason, I will support this bill to enable the government to respond quickly to the current crisis. But this bill also asks Parliament to place a great deal of trust in the executive, trust in the breadth of the powers being granted, trust in a new and expanded role for EFA, and trust that taxpayers will be adequately protected when public money is used to underwrite private risk. And it's those issues that I want to focus on today. But first, let's look at what the bill actually does. The bill gives EFA new tools to address supply chain disruption affecting strategic materials. That includes fuel, critical minerals and any other materials, goods or things determined to be vulnerable to supply disruptions. Under these amendments, EFA may insure or indemnify importers, provide guarantees, make loans or enter into other arrangements designed to encourage additional supplies of strategic materials into Australia. In the case of fuel, while the government has been clear that it does not intend to pay up front for fuel purchases, public funds will underwrite the risk faced by importers when buying at today's or tomorrow's extraordinary prices. The rationale is straightforward. Importers are concerned that if they purchase fuel now at very high prices and the conflict driving those prices ends suddenly, they may be left with significant losses when shipments arrive, potentially 8 weeks later. Given the uncertainty surrounding geopolitical developments in the Middle East, fuel importers are understandably reluctant to carry that risk. The concern is that this could reduce willingness to purchase additional supply when Australia needs it most. This bill seeks to remove that disincentive so that fuel continues to flow. Fuel security matters to Australians. Our freight and agricultural sectors run on diesel and households rely on petrol to get to work, to school and essential services. But our reliance on these fuels also makes us vulnerable. Every global shock, every geopolitical flare-up, every supply chain disruption hits us hard. And that vulnerability is in itself a compelling argument for accelerating decarbonisation. The faster we transition to cleaner, more resilient energy systems, the less exposed we'll be to the volatility of global oil markets. The appropriations bills introduced today concurrently underline the scale of the challenge. The government is setting aside $2 billion over the next 3 months to respond to fuel security pressures, an extraordinary sum of money. The way this will work, this taxpayer money will only need to be spent if prices drop and fuel importers are making a loss. Then taxpayers will foot the bill for the gap between what fuel importers thought they could sell the fuel for and what they can actually sell it for. Now, I have some concerns about how broad the powers in this bill are. This bill does more than respond to the immediate crisis. It grants EFA expansive and ongoing powers to contract on behalf of the Australian government and commit public funds not just for fuel, but for critical minerals and any other materials, goods or things that are vulnerable to supply chain disruptions. And these powers can be activated whenever a minister determines it's in the national interest to do so. That's a very broad test. The strategic material definition is effectively unlimited in scope. It means the strategic reserve powers could be extended to almost any traded good at ministerial discretion,
including in circumstances where the assessment of supply disruption may be highly subjective. Now, I understand why broad powers are required at this time of uncertainty. We're hearing alarming forecasts of all the industries that could be affected by the conflict in the Middle East. There is a level of trust involved in times of crisis, and I'm prepared to extend that trust. But I urge the government to make good on it by using these powers carefully, proportionately and transparently. This bill also makes significant changes to EFA's mandate. EFA's core mandate has traditionally been export-focused. Underwriting import transactions across a broad range of goods marks a substantial departure from that mandate. Yet we have limited clarity about how these new functions will be integrated into EFA's existing governance structures, or what additional expertise and oversight arrangements will be required to manage this risk appropriately. The Appropriations Bill introduced today imposes a $2 billion ceiling on actions that government can take over the next 3 months to respond to fuel security challenges. But we don't have certainty as to the proposed scale of the Commonwealth's total exposure under this bill in relation to fuel imports. I acknowledge that these are extraordinary times, and I welcome the fact that further legislation will be needed if the government seeks to go beyond this $2 billion ceiling. One major concern I have about these new powers is that we may end up with one-sided contracts. For example, if an importer pays $3 a litre for a fuel shipment, expecting to sell it for $3.10, I understand that the government could be on the hook if the importer can only sell it for $2.90 because the worst of the price pressure is over by the time it gets here. But if the importer actually sells it for $3.20 above the expected price because the war goes on, will the importer reap the full benefit of the upside, or will that benefit be shared with the taxpayer? Well, today I asked the government about this. The government said the powers would be structured in a way that would allow sharing in the upside, and it would be up to the EFA to determine contractual terms. I strongly encourage EFA to treat upside sharing as a core negotiating objective to ensure that we're not giving out free insurance. If the worst happens and prices keep going up, some of that increase should be returned to the taxpayer. Of course, fuel importers won't want to sign contracts covering this possibility if they can help it. But urgency should not be used as an excuse to agree to one-sided contracts that are bad for taxpayers. How protected taxpayers are will depend on the contract negotiating skills of EFA staff. In order to maintain public trust in this power, it will be important to ensure that there is transparency about the contracts that are being signed on behalf of taxpayers and whether they address potential upside as well as potential downside. In the time available, I've not been able to investigate how this sits with our international trade obligations. The Strategic Reserve may raise a WTO direct subsidy question, but I suspect we will not be the only country putting in place these types of measures in the current context. These are broad and effectively permanent powers. They span fuel security, critical minerals, supply chain resilience, national security and the broader Future Made in Australia agenda. Yet the next statutory review of the Act will not be tabled until after 31 December 2029. That's a very long time to wait for a comprehensive assessment of how these powers are being used and whether they remain appropriate. So my support today comes with clear expectations. We need robust safeguards to ensure public money is used responsibly and to ensure that in exchange for providing this insurance, taxpayers benefit from any upside should the worst happen and prices continue to rise. We need transparency around the criteria relied on in activating these powers and how taxpayers are protected in contracts. We need confidence that parliamentary oversight will be meaningful, not symbolic, and we need assurance that any ongoing use of the Strategic Reserve will not distort markets in ways that undermine our international obligations or disadvantage Australian businesses. Australians deserve fuel security. They also deserve accountability when government assumes financial risks on their behalf. This bill moves us towards the first goal. It's our job to ensure it does not compromise the second. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment Strategic Reserve Bill 2026 provides new powers to do, I think, two very important things. One, to finance the import of fuel and other necessary goods, and to provide financial derivatives, price point support, purchase, sell and stockpile fuel and other necessary goods to ensure domestic availability. Only on government direction and to manage exposures as appropriate, providing flexibility to deal with the current fuel crisis now and to stabilise supply and avoid escalation and destabilisation in the future. It will help the government to manage Australia's exposure to risk around acquisition and delivery of fuel in its unpredictable and destabilised global environment that we're currently in. And I would like to thank Minister Farrell for the very early morning detailed briefing on this legislation. I'd like to, Deputy Speaker, talk about a couple of issues that surround this issue, really that look at where we've got to this place. I do, of course, welcome the government's announcement today of halving the fuel excise to 26.3 cents per litre for 3 months, and also the cut to the heavy vehicle user charge. This will be very important for the trucking industry. Australia will also adopt a national fuel security plan that had been finalised with the support of the states and territories who had been collaborating with government over the past couple of weeks to ensure the delivery of a consistent plan. This is absolutely good news. However, to get to this point, there has been enormous pain for motorists, for families, for weeks, and that damage just can't be undone. And even with the halving of the fuel excise, we're still going to look at around $3 a litre for diesel, which is prohibitively expensive. And talking with many small businesses in my electorate who are in the tourism industry, they've already seen a lot of cancellations over Easter where people just can't stretch the budget to book and stay and do that travel in their car. Fill up the car is becoming a luxury. There are also hundreds of petrol stations across the country that have run out of different types of fuel or diesel. If I look at my electorate today, unleaded petrol is on average around $2.59 a litre, diesel on average $3.25 a litre, and many service stations are out of stock. So let's look at oil prices. Oil prices have risen sharply since the start of the Iran war. Australia uses Singapore refined product benchmark prices. Oil prices have been around $72 US a barrel before the US strikes on Iran. They're now sitting at around $112, $113 US a barrel. And the Commonwealth Bank says there is a strong likelihood of the oil price lifting to between $120 and $150 a barrel if this conflict continues. Now, tied very close to Australia's sovereignty, and I think Australians' confidence in fuel security, is our fuel reserves. And Australia is not compliant, in fact hasn't been compliant since 2012, with its obligation to hold 90 days worth of fuel reserves under the International Energy Agency Treaty. Now, if I can say nothing else in this place, surely we can learn from this current crisis that we must be keeping 90 days worth of strategic reserve on shore, minimum. The government says just today we have 39 days of petrol reserve, 30 days of diesel and just 30 days of jet fuel. So a third of what our obligations are under that treaty. And in contrast, it's been reported widely that reserves of some other member countries are far higher than us. Let's look at New Zealand, our close neighbours. They have 49 days worth on land. Japan, 254 days. South Korea, 208 days. France, 108 days. Spain, 113 days. We have, due to, I think, a complacency from extended peacetime, we have made our risk and exposure so great. And it was just over 20 years ago that Australia had 8 oil refineries, and most of our demand for our fuel was managed domestically. Now we just have 2 that remain, Geelong and Brisbane, and neither of them are really fit for purpose. Neither of them, to my understanding, are able to process and refine diesel, and diesel is the bulk amount of fuel that is consumed in Australia. And so now Australia imports around 90% of its refined fuel. How crazy is that? If we learn nothing else from this crisis, we must, as a nation, truly take sovereignty as a serious issue. Because, as the Canadian Prime Minister said, a country that can't fuel itself, that can't feed itself, and can't defend itself has very little options. So I would urge the government, not only do we need to have a minimum of 90 days of fuel on Australian shores, and I must say this is a problem that was created by both governments. I remember the previous government had tickets in Texas, which was just a ridiculous idea. We didn't have fuel on shore. But we also must look to re-establish our refineries. The fact that we just have 2 refineries and they're on the east coast of Australia is deeply concerning. It's actually farcical. It's unbelievable that we would have that, a nation as large as Australia. Anyone with an interest in geopolitics can see the vulnerability. Anyone. If China decides that they're going to go into conflict with Taiwan and somehow Australia is involved in that, the shipping lanes will stop. This will be nothing compared to that as an issue. We need to be drilling more of our own domestic product. We need to be refining this product, and we need to take Australian sovereignty seriously, because we need to fuel ourselves, we need to be able to feed ourselves, otherwise we can't as a nation defend ourselves.
The question is that this bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to say that this bill is welcome, but just as about everything that this government does, it has to be dragged kicking and screaming to ultimately get around to doing it. The concept of liquid fuel securities is so incredibly important in this country. You didn't have to be a brain surgeon to work out that a war in the Middle East, or just about a war anywhere in the world right now, is going to place significant pressures on our supply chains, but particularly a war in the Middle East. Now, this didn't just happen, Mr Deputy Speaker. Donald Trump just didn't wake up one morning and say, well, we're going to join forces with Israel and attack Iran. These things were being signalled for weeks, if not months. The US President moved a carrier battle group to the Middle East. He moved significant naval assets and Air Force assets into the Middle East. And yet this government continued to sit on its hands. This Prime Minister continued to sit on his hands, just in the same way that this Prime Minister refused to do anything in relation to social media, for example. Now, this Prime Minister, give him his dues, he is unbelievably excellent at taking credit for someone else's idea. Because in relation to the social media ban, that was Peter Dutton and David Coleman's suggestion. And yet you listen now to the Prime Minister, and it was all Labor's idea. Nothing about the inquiry that the member for Flinders and I did going back several years. Nothing about Peter Dutton's idea. Nothing about David Coleman's idea. It was all his idea. The old phrase, success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan, is personified by this Prime Minister. And then, of course, there was anti-Semitism. The Prime Minister sat on his hands for several years. There was the calling for a royal commission after Bondi. For 25 days, the Prime Minister pushed back against the Australian community. And doesn't matter whether it was the coalition, whether it was the business community, whether it was former Attorneys General, former Governors General, former Chiefs of the Defence Force, it was Dawn Fraser at the end of the day that stood up and said the government must really call a Royal Commission into the Bondi attacks. And the very next day, the Prime Minister stood up and said, the Australian people, I've got a great idea. I'm going to call for a Royal Commission into Bondi. That's the unbelievable, just guile of this Prime Minister. He has no shame. And he stood up in Parliament today and said, well, in fact, before Parliament, he said he's going to halve the excise and remove the heavy vehicle road users tax. Well, what a brain surgeon. What a great idea. It is unbelievable that this Prime Minister just continues to be dragged kicking and screaming on every important issue that faces this country. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister and those opposite must live in a different country to you and me in South East Queensland, because you and I both know that our constituents, whether they be mums and dads who want to get their kids to school, whether they want to get to work, or whether it's the tradie, whether it's the farmer, you and I share a boundary, Mr Deputy Speaker. You've got plenty of strawberry growers, as do I. And our country's agriculture runs on diesel. And my primary producers were telling me 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, that we are heading into serious issues. Yep. And I've spoken about this nearly every day in Parliament since then. I talked about our fishermen in Mooloolaba, how they couldn't get diesel. Now, to his credit, Mr Deputy Speaker, to his credit, I went and saw the Energy Minister and I spoke to him about this. And he assisted my fishermen to get some diesel. So thank you, Chris Bowen. But they're out of diesel again. They're out of diesel again. And there's no sign of it being able to come back anytime soon. And when they do get it, they are paying north of $3.15 a litre. And what my fishermen are telling me is that it's got to a point where there's actually no point in going to sea, because the catch that they get will be so expensive that people won't be able to afford their seafood. Now, I want to send a shout out to all my fishermen that they want to make it very, very clear for me to express for those people who want Mooloolaba prawns at Easter, that those Mooloolaba prawns are already in their freezers. So they've got the seafood for Easter. So make sure you line up for it and you don't think that there's no seafood, because there's going to be seafood for this Easter time. Please support your local fishermen. But the problem will be, Member for Goldstein, the problem will be what happens after that. What happens in April and May to my fishermen. And it's not just my fishermen in Mooloolaba, it's the fishermen all up and down the eastern seaboard of Australia, and no doubt on the western seaboard as well. But my farmers are also telling me that they are having immense trouble in securing diesel. I spoke with a concreter the other day, Mr Deputy Speaker, and he was telling me that as a result of the inflationary crisis that this government has brought on, that the member for Goldstein is not required in relation to that, but thank you very much. But this concreter was telling me that the price of steel has gone up some 25% and is potentially going up to around 45%. The price of plastic pipes, poly piping, sewer piping, stormwater piping, they're all constructed, they're all made, manufactured with petrochemicals. So when the price of fuel goes up, the price of plumbing fittings and pipes go up. So that means the price of housing goes up. I just gave the Minister a shout out just a moment ago and thanking him for his efforts, but they're out of fuel again. I do appreciate the efforts that you've made. So this is a real problem for the construction sector now. The construction sector is the largest employer in the country. And where we have steel, concrete, those costs rising exponentially, there are going to be significant problems for the construction sector. That means that potentially we will see layoffs of apprentices, of tradies. And look, out of all of this, as I prefaced this, I prefaced my speech by saying that I thought that this was a useful contribution on the part of the government, albeit too little too late. The cost of energy in this country has absolutely skyrocketed under this government over the last 4 years. And that is not just as a result of the war. It's the inflation rate that is now 3.7% in this country is not just because of the war. This government was mismanaging inflation long before the war. This government promised us $275 price reductions, and we have seen increases in energy costs of around 30% under this government. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do want to raise the issue of liquid fuel security for our military. Now, the Defence Minister stood up in question time and answered a question on this and basically said, nothing to see here, there are no problems about liquid fuel security for our military. Well, I'm having a little bit of deja vu here, Mr Deputy Speaker, because that's what they told civilians about our liquid fuel security. The Minister, the Prime Minister, all those on the opposite benches stood up here and said, nothing to see, there are no problems. They're still saying it. There are no problems, despite the fact that some 600 service stations in this country now either have no fuel or at least have a fuel, type of fuel that they've run out of. So the Defence Minister should, I would suggest, excuse me for my cynicism when I say to him, I don't believe you. I don't believe you that this government has sufficient fuel stock for our ADF if the worst situation were to arise. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I did an inquiry also in relation to fuel security for our ADF, and that demonstrated to me and the committee, the Defence Committee, that we have got significant problems with our liquid fuel security for our ADF. If Australians think they're doing it tough now in relation to fuel, if there were a war involving Taiwan, directly involving Australia, this country will not know itself in relation to the problems that we will experience for our fuel security.
Order. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the time allotted for this debate has expired. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Lyne moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for New England has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after whilst be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for New England be agreed to. So I'll put the question All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yes.
Daddy. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for New England be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 43, noes 91. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lyne be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Ring the bells. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is before the House. The amendment moved by the honourable member for Lyne be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 38, noes 96. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an Act to amend the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Act 1991 and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, I will now put the question that the amendment, as circulated by the Manager of Opposition Business, be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Why are you picking up my mate Wallace's question time today? Isn't that honour amongst all the...
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the Honourable Manager of Opposition Business be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 38, noes 97. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. So the matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. The question now is that this bill be now read a third time. I'll put the question immediately. Those opinions say aye, against no. The ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Export Finance and the Insurance Corporation Act 1991 and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, next order of the day, Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 1, 2025-2026. Question on the second reading.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the time allotted for this debate has expired. The question is the bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the ordinary annual services of the government for the purposes of responding to circumstances relating to the fuel security response and for related purposes.
The question now is that this bill be now read a third time. I'll put the question immediately. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the ordinary annual services of the government for the purposes of responding to circumstances relating to the fuel security response and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Appropriation Fuel Security Response Bill number 2, 2025-2026. Question on the second reading.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the time allotted for this debate has expired. The question is the bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for certain expenditure for the purposes of responding to circumstances relating to the fuel security response and for related purposes.
The question now is that this bill be now read a third time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for certain expenditure for the purposes of responding to circumstances relating to the fuel security response and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the honourable member for Chifley.
Thanks, Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Economics, I present the committee's report entitled Review of Australia's 4 Major Banks, First Report of the 48th Parliament, together with the minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? The member for Cornwall.
Fadden as well.
The Chief Opposition Whip, at least.
Leave is granted.
I thank the Chief Opposition Whip and member for Fadden and give the call to the member for Chipley.
Thank you, Speaker. Australia's major banks are central parts of our national economy. They support Australian businesses to invest, innovate and grow, while also helping millions of Australians pursue their personal ambitions, whether that's buying a first home, keeping finances secure or planning for long-term financial stability. Because of that role, the decision made by our largest banks matter. When they get it right, households and the broader economy benefit. But when the decisions go wrong, the consequences can be serious, and they are often felt by customers and communities first. That's why the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Economics has maintained its program of annual public hearings with the major banks in this term of Parliament. These hearings ensure we continue to fix a strong public spotlight on bank conduct, culture and governance. In the aftermath of the Royal Commission into misconduct in the banking, superannuation and financial services industry, these hearings are one of the few remaining public forums that provide transparency and accountability for the decisions made by the nation's largest financial institutions. A critical recommendation embedded in the heart of the final report of the Royal Commission was Recommendation 5.6. This recommendation requires all financial services entities to frequently assess their culture and governance, identify problems, address them and determine whether changes have been made and that they're effective. Commissioner Hayne made it clear that to ignore the recommendation would be, quote, foolish and ignorant, and because those who will not learn from history will repeat it. He continued, above all, it demands recognition that the primary responsibility for misconduct in the financial services industry lies with the entities concerned and with those who manage and control them, their boards and senior management. Crucially, he also made clear that this responsibility is not a one-off exercise, and our committee takes this point very seriously. Banks must apply, reapply and keep reapplying the lessons of the Royal Commission over time. That principle of continuous reflection and improvement underpins the committee's work today. Nearly a decade on from the Royal Commission, the evidence examined in this review shows why sustained scrutiny of the banking sector remains essential. For example, the ANZ, recently subjected to the largest ever fine levied against a single entity by ASIC. This follows misconduct linked to a major government bond deal and separate failings affecting tens of thousands of retail customers. Nearly a decade later, considering the behaviour referenced above, we're reminded of Commissioner Hayne's words, foolish and ignorant. ANZ's $250 million fine follows repeated regulatory interventions against the bank over the past decade. These actions point to deep-seated governance and cultural issues. While senior management assured the committee that improvements are being made, the committee will monitor this closely to ensure promises match experience, and we will seek further reporting from regulators to ensure those commitments translate into real change. Further, evidence from the Commonwealth Bank raised different but equally troubling concerns. In particular, the bank's treatment of low-income and concession customers highlighted the gap that can exist between technical compliance and community expectations for a fair go. Around 2.2 million low-income customers were wrongly placed in high-fee accounts and charged approximately $280 million in excessive fees by CommBank. While remediation has begun, the bank has imposed tight eligibility rules and complex refund processes that make it unnecessarily harder for affected customers to recover what they are owed. During the hearing, there was a suggestion that returning this money, Deputy Speaker, might be something shareholders object to. Frankly, that should never be a consideration in circumstances where customers have been charged fees that should not have been paid. The bank has profited from what's akin to an ill-gotten gain. If the situation were reversed, there is absolutely little doubt that the bank would recover the money quickly. The CBA is urged in the strongest terms to resolve this promptly and fairly. These examples reinforce a fundamental point. Banks must be able to demonstrate that customer interests are genuinely embedded in decision-making at every single level. Through the review of Australia's 4 major banks, the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Economics examines not only bank conduct and governance, but also the insights banks can offer into the financial well-being of households, the pressures facing businesses, and the performance and resilience of the Australian economy more broadly. The report reflects evidence received during the committee's hearings with the major banks held on 18-19 November 2025. It considers how banks are responding to economic pressures, regulatory expectations, technological change, while remaining focused on customer outcomes and systemic stability. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the contributions to this review by committee members and the entire Secretariat. I also want to thank the Deputy Chair for the collaborative, thoughtful approach he employs in complex examinations such as this. These combined efforts have been instrumental in ensuring that the committee is able to discharge its accountability role effectively and in the public interest.
The member for Cook.
Yes. I would like to fully endorse...
Just before, apologies, the member for Chifley needs to move that the House take note of the report.
Thank you.
Speaking.
He's going to be speaking.
Okay.
Okay.
The member for Cook.
Yeah. Seek leave to respond to the committee's report.
So, you seek leave?
To respond to the committee's report, to speak on behalf of the report.
Yep.
Leave is,
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Member for Cook.
Thank you. I fully endorse the committee chair's comments. The governance and culture of the major banks need to be continually put under the microscope to ensure they're fulfilling their standards to customers, to suppliers, and their social licence to the community abroad. I'd really like to thank the chair for the bipartisan way in he ran the committee and the full secretariat. I think it was a very good report, a very good inquiry, and hopefully is the first of many to come. I think ensuring competition is at the heart of our banking sector. It needs to be part of the relentless focus of this committee's work. There are many... The banks hold a privileged position in Australia's economy, and we need to ensure they discharge that privileged permission, putting Australians, and particularly Australian businesses and customers, first. I think we also need to ensure there's appropriate competition in the sector, whether that's through new entrants in the payment space, whether that's through stablecoins and other financial products. We need to ensure Australia stays at the forefront of innovation in the banking sector. This inquiry examined the performance of the banking sector and the pressures Australia face across housing, cost of living, business conditions and financial access. It's important to acknowledge at the outset that Australia's banking system remains resilient. The major banks are stable, they continue to lend and are supporting households and businesses through a somewhat challenging economic period, even during this fuel crisis. But there's evidence also clear that the system is operating under strain. Yes, we heard from the Chair on the governance strains that I fully endorse. We heard about the cultural strains. But a consistent theme also emerged across the inquiry that regulatory settings are very focused on managing risk and not sufficiently focused on enabling growth. Now, we heard this clearly is not accidental. Following the global financial crisis, financial systems appropriately around the world shifted towards regulatory regimes primarily focused on managing risk. Now, Australia did the same, and this contributed a lot to stability and was a big reason for how resilient and stable our banking system is and remains. However, globally, this shift is now moving back towards an approach which balances growth against this risk. The United States has already moved in this direction. The regulators in the UK are now explicitly stating the need to move from managing risk towards balancing risk and growth. Australia as a country has not yet made that regulatory shift. This matters because access to finance is central to economic expansion. When settings are overly cautious, lending becomes constrained, investment slows and productivity suffers. We're seeing this play out in real time. Small business lending is subdued and has largely been flat for much of the last decade. There's a growing sense the system is calibrated towards avoiding risk and supporting expansion. This creates a drag on both growth and productivity at a time when the economy needs it the most. We need to get banks growing their small business books and growing them aggressively. Australia is also facing a structural imbalance between demand and supply, both in the overall aggregate demand of the economy, but also in housing. Demand continues to be driven by strong population growth and policy settings, while supply has not kept pace. This gap is placing sustained upward pressure on inflation, on interest rates, but also on rents and house prices, making it harder for Australians, particularly first home buyers, to enter the market. Policies such as low deposit schemes, including the 5% deposit pathway, were raised as part of this discussion. While intended to support access, in supply-constrained environments, they risk increasing purchasing power without increasing the number of homes available. That dynamic does not improve affordability. It drives prices higher, increases the size of mortgages, and the size of mortgages are correlated to the size of banking profits. The long-term cost to the economy is significant. Analysis from Cotality shows the median dwelling of $850,000. A buyer entering with a 5% deposit would pay approximately $850,000 in interest over a 30-year loan. By comparison, a buyer with a 20% deposit would pay $130,000 less in interest alone. These policies don't just affect access, they are locking Australia into higher debt burdens and they are fuelling banks' profits. Migration was also a key factor raised throughout the inquiry, and there's broad recognition, including voiced by Bank CEO Matt Comyn, that a more sustainable migration intake would help balance housing. Matt referenced the figure, or Mr Comyn referenced the figure of 180,000, reflecting and the need to align population growth with housing supply, infrastructure and services. When that alignment is not achieved, the pressure shows up in higher housing costs, congestion and broader impacts on the cost of living. We also heard clearly from the banking sector about the importance of policy certainty, particularly in relation to energy and investment. We all want Australia to be a country of low energy prices and a strong economy. We heard from the CEO of ANZ, Nuno Matos, that warned that we can't let the medicine kill the patient in our approach to energy. The inquiry also examined the payment system and broader financial infrastructure. Australia is undergoing rapid change in how payments are made and processed. There's clear innovation underway. However, the regulatory framework is struggling to keep pace. Costs remain a concern, competition is uneven, and there are questions about whether innovation is being fully supported, and I'd like to congratulate the Chair on bringing on a payments inquiry that we look forward to reporting on soon. In addition, issues such as debanking have emerged as a persistent barrier to competition and growth in the economy. Businesses and individuals are being excluded from financial services due to risk settings and compliance pressures. This has real economic consequences and affects Australia's competitiveness. It limits participation, restricts growth and reduces confidence in the financial system at a time when access to finance is essential to economic activity. Taken together, the evidence points to a broader conclusion. The banking system is operating within economic conditions that are placing increased strain on the economy, households and businesses. High demand without sufficient supply is driving up household pressures and business pressures. Inflation and interest rates are reducing household capacity and business capacity, and policy uncertainty has the effect of affecting investment decisions. Banks can respond to these economic conditions better. We must ensure they are acting in customers and the national interests, but we recognise that policy settings influence this as well. This responsibility sits with government. If demand continues to outpace supply, affordability will not improve, nor will interest rates nor inflation. We need to avoid policy settings that create uncertainty, otherwise investment will not accelerate. If we continue to prioritise risk without appropriately enabling growth, the economy will continue to underperform, banks included, making Australians poorer. This central issue identified through this inquiry is now where we are looking for banks and regulators to address focus. Again, I would like to thank the Chair and the Secretariat for a great bipartisan approach to this important issue.
The member for Chifley.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The member for Chifley.
Again, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, High Seas Biodiversity Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for McKellar has the call.
Assistant Speaker, I rise to speak on the High Seas Biodiversity Bill 2026 and welcome this legislation to ratify the United Nations High Seas Treaty, the agreement on marine biological diversity beyond national jurisdiction. It has been more than 4 decades since the last major global agreement on ocean protection. So this is a significant moment. It won't solve everything overnight, but it is a clear step forward. And for the many people who care deeply about our oceans and who have worked on this issue for years, it represents real progress. I want to speak a little about why the high seas matter and why ratifying this treaty is such a milestone. Australia signed this Global Ocean Treaty in 2023, and this bill is about turning that commitment into action. This is one of the most important nature protection agreements we have seen in a long time. For the first time, there is a global legal framework to protect marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. In other words, the vast parts of the ocean that no one country owns, but all of us depend on. It also establishes a system to ensure that benefits from marine genetic resources are shared more equitably between nations. Beyond that, the treaty does a number of things. It creates a pathway for establishing marine protected areas on the high seas. It introduces requirements for environmental impact assessments before large-scale activities like deep-sea mining can proceed, and includes provisions to build scientific capacity and supports the transfer of marine technology so more countries can properly understand, manage and protect these environments. The ocean is an important part of everyday life in coastal communities like mine on the northern beaches of Sydney and Mackellar. In Mackellar, the ocean is a part of the rhythm of the day.
It is the early morning surf or the walk along the coastline. It brings a sense of perspective. People value it for those reasons, but there is also a broader understanding that a healthy ocean underpins so much of what we rely on, from biodiversity to climate stability. The high seas cover around 2/3 of the global ocean, with the deep sea making up the majority of that area. These are rich, biodiverse, complex environments. Underwater features like seamounts support dense and diverse ecosystems, which serve as important feeding grounds for migratory species such as whales and sharks. The high seas also play a critical role in regulating the climate, absorbing heat and carbon and helping to buffer the impacts of global warming. Organisations like the Australian Marine Conservation Society and the Worldwide Fund for Nature have consistently made the point that ocean health and climate action are closely linked. You cannot address one without addressing the other. One of the most important features of this treaty is that it finally creates a pathway for establishing marine protected areas on the high seas. Until now, governance of these areas has been fragmented, with no clear global mechanism to create large-scale ocean sanctuaries in international waters. This agreement changes that. It provides the legal foundation for countries to work together to establish protected areas where ecosystems can recover and biodiversity can be conserved over the long term. There is, however, a significant gap to close. At present, less than 1% of the high seas is highly or fully protected. The global goal is to protect 30% by 2030, which will require action at a scale and speed we have not seen before, protecting vast areas of ocean within a relatively short time frame. This treaty will be essential to achieving that goal. The treaty also addresses marine genetic resource, ensuring that the benefits derived from their use are shared fairly. This is an important principle, particularly for countries that have not historically had the same access to these resources. It also introduces tools to safeguard against the threats of deep-sea mining, including marine protected areas and environmental impact assessments. This is especially relevant as countries like Australia expand into critical minerals and deep-sea mining. We have seen in the past how resource booms can deliver economic benefits but also leave lasting environmental damage when they are not properly managed. This is an opportunity to take a different approach and avoid the mistakes of the past. It is an opportunity to set clearer rules from the outside, grounded in international law, including international human rights law, and to implement the precautionary principle. As new industries develop, including in the deep sea, we need to make sure that we are not trading long-term environmental health for short-term gain, and that the protection of these ecosystems remains front and centre. The agreement has been designed to sit alongside existing arrangements, such as regional fisheries management organisations. In practice, the interaction between these systems is likely to be complex, and there will be questions about how decisions align and how disputes are resolved. That is something governments will need to manage carefully to ensure that conservation objectives are not undermined. And while this treaty is a landmark step, it is not the only step we must take. I would also encourage the government to continue strengthening protections within our own marine parks, including reviewing existing arrangements, expanding highly protected areas, and ensuring that our domestic efforts reflect the ambition we are supporting internationally. And alongside this, there are other pressures on our oceans that we need to deal with, particularly plastic pollution. Our oceans are under strain from the sheer volume of plastic waste entering the system every year. This is something where there is a large degree of agreement about what needs to happen next domestically. Environmental groups, organisations like the Boomerang Alliance and Clean Up Australia, as well as the Australian Packaging Covenant Organisation, which is the peak body for the packaging industry, have all called for a mandatory extended producer responsibility scheme for packaging. Put simply, this would mean making companies that produce plastic packaging responsible for what happens to it, including how it's designed to be reused or recycled, and by contributing to the cost of collecting and processing it. It's a practical reform and one that would make a real difference. The government has already done the consultation work on plastics policy, revealing widespread support for the extended producer responsibility. Now it's a matter of just getting on with it. So returning to the bill before us, the High Seas Treaty provides an opportunity to better manage existing and emerging risks in the deep ocean, such as bottom trawling, deep sea mining and other activities where the environmental impacts are still uncertain. Having a framework that supports precaution and proper environmental assessment is essential, and this legislation is an important step. It establishes the framework we need to better protect the high seas, and ratifying it positions Australia to play a constructive role in that effort. I commend the government for bringing this bill forward, and I support its passage. I also acknowledge the work of the Australian environmental and conservation organisations, scientists and advocates who have contributed to this outcome over many, many years. Their efforts have been critical in getting us to this point. I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our waterways tell a story about connection. What flows through our creeks does not stop there. It moves through wetlands and mangroves, into the bay and out into wider marine systems that sustain biodiversity, livelihoods and communities far beyond our shoreline. When local habitat is degraded or pollution is allowed to build up, the consequences travel. And when communities come together to restore creek banks and care for catchments, the benefits travel too. In Griffith and surrounds, we see that every day through the work of groups like the Norman Creek Catchment Coordinating Committee, the Bulimba Creek Catchment Coordinating Committee, Ozfish and the many volunteers who give their time to restoring habitat, improving water quality and caring for the places that connect our suburbs to Moreton Bay. That local understanding helps frame the significance of this bill because the health of our local waterways is inseparable from the health of the global ocean. The ocean does not divide neatly according to national borders, and the pressures facing marine environments do not stop at the edge of a map. Species migrate, currents carry pollution, and damage in one part of the world's ocean can affect conditions somewhere else entirely. Protecting marine biodiversity requires a wider view, one that recognises we are all dealing with one deeply interconnected marine system. Deputy Speaker, I can get seasick in a bathtub. So it is with some apprehension that I venture mentally onto the high seas, but here we go. The high seas are the international marine waters beyond the jurisdiction of any country. These waters and the seabeds below them are essential to biodiversity, climate regulation and the overall health of marine ecosystems. Yet only around 1% of them is currently protected. That is the gap this legislation helps address. First, it regulates the collection and use of marine genetic resources in areas beyond national jurisdiction, including related digital sequence information, reporting and benefit sharing. The language is technical, but the principle is straightforward. Marine genetic resources can hold enormous scientific and commercial value, including in medicine, biotechnology and research, so access to them should sit within a framework that supports transparency, accountability and fairer sharing of benefits. Second, it creates a framework for Australia to recognise area-based management tools established under the treaty, including marine protected areas on the high seas. That means international conservation decisions under the treaty can be reflected in Australian law and observed by Australian entities. Third, it establishes an environmental impact assessment process for certain planned activities by Australian entities in areas beyond national jurisdiction where there is a risk of harm to the marine environment. When an activity could cause substantial pollution or significant and harmful changes to marine ecosystems, there should be a proper process to assess those impacts before the damage is done. That is a sensible safeguard, an essential part of responsible environmental management. Together, these measures allow Australia to ratify the treaty with integrity and to play a meaningful role in its implementation. For Australia, this legislation carries particular significance. We are an island continent with one of the largest maritime jurisdictions in the world. Our prosperity, resilience and way of life are closely tied to the ocean. Fisheries, tourism, marine science, conservation and coastal communities all depend on healthy marine systems, and the condition of our oceans does not stop at the edge of our exclusive economic zone. Australia comes to this work with credibility. More than half of our ocean is now protected in marine parks, and around a quarter of our marine estate is in highly protected areas. We have committed to protecting and conserving 30% of Australia's land and 30% of Australia's marine areas by 2030. This bill builds on that strong domestic foundation and extends our contribution into the international sphere. It also has particular importance for the Pacific. Australia and the Pacific Island countries are connected by the Blue Pacific, and that idea reflects a lived reality as much as a diplomatic one. Across our region, the ocean is central to food security, livelihoods, culture, identity, resilience and sovereignty. Questions of marine biodiversity and ocean governance go directly to the long-term well-being of communities and nations across the Pacific. When we talk about what stronger international ocean governance means for our region, we are talking about tuna stocks, coastal fisheries, local nutrition, sustainable livelihoods, and resilience in the face of climate change. We are talking about countries already carrying immense environmental pressure and whose futures are tightly bound to the health of the ocean. Deputy Speaker, this bill also speaks to something we understand deeply in Griffith. Stewardship works best when it is practical, shared and sustained. The high seas do not belong to any one country, but their future will be shaped by the choices countries make together.
Hear, hear. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Wentworth has the call.
Actually, Curtin.
Oh, Curtin, no, apologies.
I rise today to speak to the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty Bill. Australia is an island continent with one of the world's largest maritime jurisdictions, bordered by 3 major oceans. Our economy, our environment and our way of life are strongly shaped by the sea. For the people of Curtin, this connection is deep. The Indian Ocean shapes our ecosystems and is part of our daily life, whether through recreation, tourism, science, culture or livelihoods. Just offshore from my electorate runs a major migratory corridor for humpback and blue whales. These species move between Australian waters and the high seas along ancient pathways that are critical for feeding and breeding. These so-called blue corridors extend well beyond national jurisdiction. The oceans are critical to our way of life in Curtin and in Australia, but they're under threat from climate change, from pollution, from exploitation and extraction, through bottom trawling, mining and drilling. Too often, the natural world is overlooked in exchange for near-term profits. Here in Parliament, we must fight for our oceans and the infinite intrinsic wealth they provide to us all. So it's with great pleasure today that I support this bill, which ratifies Australia's international commitment to global protection of international waters under the High Seas Treaty. It provides the first legal mechanism to protect our oceans beyond national jurisdiction. The high seas cover 2/3 of our planet's surface, yet less than 1% are protected. This bill and this treaty enable more comprehensive ecological protection of biodiversity hotspots by creating an interconnected network of protected zones. The bill allows Australia to demonstrate regional leadership in the Indo-Pacific, and it demonstrates respect for First Nations philosophies towards sea stewardship. There does, however, remain a responsibility on Australia to exhibit strong leadership in implementation, particularly when it comes to funding enabling institutions, as well as continued action to support Indo-Pacific neighbours and climate mitigation. The bill represents the domestic legal ratification of all elements of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, commonly referred to as the High Seas Treaty or Global Oceans Treaty. The agreement does 3 things to promote marine conservation in these important oceanic zones. Firstly, it establishes a legal framework to designate marine protected areas on the high seas. No legal mechanism to protect international waters existed prior to this treaty. With this new legal pathway, the international community can set aside areas of the open ocean for protection. No fishing, no mining, no exploitation, to allow marine ecosystems to recover and fulfil their ecological functions. This is the ocean equivalent of creating a national park. Secondly, it requires stringent environmental impact assessments to be undertaken by corporations and states who plan to conduct activities on the high seas. Such assessments involve considering how adverse impacts can be prevented, mitigated and managed to best support biodiversity and ecosystem health. The provision is strengthened by the requirement to evaluate cumulative impacts, which enables a comprehensive appraisal of the potential harmful effects of activities on complex, interconnected ecological systems. Thirdly, the bill establishes transparency and reporting arrangements for marine genetic resources, recognising the growing scientific and commercial interest in biodiversity found on the high seas. These mechanisms represent a fundamental shift in the legal governance of the ocean. Now, I've taken a consistent stance on global ocean protection in this Parliament. In August last year, I wrote to Minister Watt calling for immediate ratification of this treaty. That letter was a direct call on the Executive to stop delaying and to honour the spirit of leadership Australia had shown in the treaty's negotiation. I reminded the Government of our 30 by 30 commitment, the pledge made by the international community, including Australia, at the Convention on Biological Diversity in 2022, to protect 30% of the world's land and oceans by the year 2030. The High Seas Treaty is an essential mechanism for delivering on the ocean component of that commitment. I've also spoken in this House about the overwhelming concern expressed to me by 500 constituents from my electorate of Curtin on this issue. This showed that my community was really concerned about the lack of protection for the high seas globally. The potential to create a global interconnected network of marine protection areas, or MPAs, across the high seas has long been called for by conservation experts and may now be a reality. A network of high seas MPAs would function as the connective tissue of global ocean protection. Huge areas of ocean, essential for regulating climate, providing fish stocks and supporting biodiversity, are now essentially eligible for protection from habit destruction, exploitative fishing practices, including those with high bycatch rates of non-target species and bottom trawling, and disruption of biological carbon sequestration processes. The ecological benefits are huge. Our oceans do not respect national boundaries. The currents that flow through Australian waters connect to every ocean on Earth. The humpback and blue whales that use blue corridors parallel to my electorate of Curtin also rely on international waters for migration and reproduction. Protecting isolated patches of domestic waters can only go so far to ensure sustainable and holistic protection of interconnected marine ecosystems. Furthermore, this extension of MPAs would amplify the effects of Australia's own domestic marine protection efforts, as well as providing the economic co-benefits of improved long-term fish stock viability and protection of marine industries such as tourism, fishing and aquaculture. Australia now has an opportunity to demonstrate strong leadership in the Indo-Pacific region through implementation of this treaty. Our relationship with other nation-states across the Pacific, Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean is defined in large part by the sea. That is, by fisheries, by shipping lanes, shared ecological systems and the existential threat posed by climate change to low-lying nations. Especially for those Pacific neighbours for which the health of the ocean is not an abstraction but a foundation of national survival, our leadership sends a powerful message. We hear you and we're willing to back our words with legal commitments. For many First Nations communities across this continent and its islands, ocean protection contains strong cultural and spiritual dimensions. The concept of sea kin, the understanding that humans are in a relationship of kinship and obligation with the sea, is central to cultural identities and practices for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. The migratory pathways of marine species are cultural highways and storylines that connect people to country. Harms posed by exploitative fishing, destructive mining and pollution are cultural as well as ecological. They sever connections and silence stories that have existed for tens of thousands of years. The High Seas Treaty's framework for environmental impact assessment must, as it's implemented, incorporate Indigenous knowledge, perspectives and voices. Australia's leadership in implementation should be guided in part by those who have been stewards of this ocean for the longest time. Deputy Speaker, I also want to acknowledge something that is too rarely celebrated in this place: multi-partisan collaboration. Australia has spearheaded treaty negotiations over nearly 2 decades under both Labor and Liberal governments. Throughout multiple rounds of intergovernmental conferences at the UN, evidence-based diplomatic dialogue and the final agreement reached in New York in March 2023, sustained Australian engagement from both sides of politics has helped to shape one of the most significant ocean governance agreements to date. I commend the opposition's support for the ratification of the treaty today. Conserving our oceans and our natural world should be a fundamental pillar of our Conservative parties. Australia has shown that environmental leadership does not have to be a partisan cause. I hope that this spirit of cooperation can continue to guide environmental and climate reform in this place. Now, while I wholeheartedly welcome this treaty into domestic law, Australia's ratification is seriously overdue. Despite being a champion in the negotiating room, as well as being one of the first countries to sign the treaty in 2023, we were not among the first 60 nations to ratify the agreement. Our absence from this group of first movers is significant, as their support was required to trigger the actual entry into force of the international commitment. We may have missed out on a valuable opportunity to shape the norms and operating institutions of the treaty body. Our slowness to approve created a confusing, indefensible position in which we'd helped to write a treaty that we'd not ourselves agreed to be bound by. The Australian people do deserve a more decisive, clear leadership on environmental protection. Passing this bill is an essential next step in Australia's continuing commitment to responsible ocean governance. So where do we go from here? Well, I believe there are 3 critical ways forward. Firstly, leading on implementation as we initially led on negotiation. Australia must now invest the resources, the institutional capacity and the political will to ensure that this treaty delivers its intended outcomes. The upcoming federal budget must include dedicated resourcing for Australia's obligations under this treaty, including for the regulatory frameworks needed to conduct environmental impact assessments. The Department of the Environment, the Australian Marine Safety Authority and scientific agencies must be properly equipped to act. Playing a leading role in implementation also means identifying priority areas for protection. Australia is particularly well placed to work with others to advance proposals for high seas marine protected areas in regions of clear ecological significance and connectivity to our own waters. These include areas such as the South Tasman Sea and the Lord Howe Rise between Australia and New Zealand, which are recognised biodiversity hotspots and have been identified by scientists and conservation experts as strong candidates for high seas protection. There's also a compelling case for cooperation with neighbouring states to progress protection of key areas in the eastern Indian Ocean, where high seas waters connect directly with Australia's marine parks and support migratory species including whales, turtles, sharks and seabirds. Establishing well-designed, science-based marine protected areas in these regions would support biodiversity, safeguard migratory pathways and strengthen the ecological resilience of ocean systems that flow directly into Australian waters. Secondly, committing to ongoing climate action to underpin biodiversity protection. The High Seas Treaty is a powerful tool, but it cannot succeed in isolation. Marine biodiversity is under threat not only from direct exploitation, but from the cascading effects of climate change. No marine protected area can fully insulate its ecosystems from a warming ocean. If we're serious about the goals of this treaty, then we must also be serious about reducing our emissions. Thirdly, sustained leadership for Oceania neighbours. Leadership in this context means more than showing up to international conferences such as the Pacific Island Forum. Instead, it's capacity building, technology and information sharing, and maintaining open and inclusive channels for dialogue. We must prove that we are a leader in ocean governance, not the reluctant, delayed signatory we've sometimes appeared to be. I'm proud to advocate for and support this bill. It's a significant step in the right direction, providing a strong legal foundation for responsible stewardship of our global high seas. I commend the bill to the House.
Okay, member for Curtin. I'll call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When people around the world talk about Australia, they often talk about our oceans. They talk about our beaches, our reefs, our wildlife and our identity that is shaped by the sea. From the Great Barrier Reef to the 12 Apostles, from the Ningaloo coast to the Southern Ocean, many of our most treasured natural wonders are defined by water. 85% of Australians live within 50 kilometres of the coast. The ocean is not just a feature of our geography, it is fundamental to who we are as a country. But, Deputy Speaker, being so deeply connected to the ocean gives Australia a responsibility not just to look at what lies within our borders, but to look beyond them. For too long, the high seas, the 60% of the world's oceans that sit beyond national jurisdiction, have been treated as a lawless frontier, a place of unrestricted extraction, exploitation and neglect. Today, only around 1% of the global ocean is fully protected. Imagine if we treated our forests, our wetlands, with the same disregard. We would never accept it. Yet the high seas regulate our climate, store vast amounts of carbon, sustain global biodiversity, and generate around half the oxygen we breathe. Before speaking about the high seas, though, it is important to acknowledge the credibility Australia brings to the table. You cannot lead globally if you are failing locally. Under the Albanese Labor government, Australia's environmental record has shifted decisively. From a decade of denial and drift to ambition, action and leadership. Labor has protected more than half of Australia's domestic marine environment, making our marine park system one of the largest and most comprehensive in the world. Just last year, Labor expanded the Macquarie Island Marine Park, an area roughly the size of Germany, placing vast ecosystems under high-level protection, safeguarding critical habitats, seals, albatrosses and countless other species. We have committed to the global 30 by 30 target, protecting 30% of oceans by 2030, and Australia is well on track. But the ocean does not recognise jurisdictional boundaries. Migratory species do not stop at maritime borders. If we protect our waters but allow ecosystems beyond them to collapse, our domestic conservation efforts will ultimately fail. That is why the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty, the legislation before the House today, is so important. This treaty has been more than 20 years in the making. For decades, scientists and diplomats pointed out that while international law governed navigation and seabed resources, it failed to adequately protect life itself beyond national borders. In June 2023, the world finally acted. The Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty was adopted, a landmark achievement for multilateralism and environmental governance. Australia was there on day one. We were a founding signatory when the treaty opened for signature, and in January this year, the treaty formally entered into force after reaching the necessary number of ratifications. This bill provides the domestic legislation required to give effect to this international commitment. It does three critical things. First, it establishes clear rules around marine genetic resources, ensuring transparency and fair benefit sharing so that discoveries of the deep ocean benefit all humanity, not just the most powerful nations. Second, it creates a pathway for establishing marine protected areas on the high seas, giving the global community the ability to say that some places are simply too precious to be exploited. Third, it requires environmental impact assessments for activities undertaken by Australian entities beyond our borders, applying the same rigour offshore that we expect here at home. Deputy Speaker, this bill also reflects Australia's commitment to regional leadership. For Pacific Island nations, the ocean is not just an environmental asset. It is culture, food, security and identity. They have been among the strongest advocates for high seas protection, and this legislation ensures Australia continues to stand with them, not speak past them. Australia currently co-chairs the Preparatory Commission for First Conference of the Parties later this year. If we want to shape the rules that will govern the global ocean, we must be a full participant, not an observer. This bill ensures Australia has a seat at the table. It is also about economic responsibility. Our fisheries, tourism and coastal communities all depend on healthy, functioning oceans. Protecting the high seas is an investment in Australian jobs, long-term sustainability and economic resilience. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about the future. It is about ensuring that our children grow up in a world where wilderness still exists, not only on land, but in the deep and distant parts of our oceans. There will always be those who say we should wait or do less, but climate change is not waiting, biodiversity loss is not waiting, and ocean degradation is not waiting. This bill is a statement that Australia has turned a corner, that under Labor, science, evidence, responsibility guide our environmental policy, not denial or delay. The High Seas Biodiversity Bill is Australia's contribution to a nature-positive future. It strengthens our standing as a global environmental leader, a reliable regional partner, and a nation willing to act when the moment demands it. I proudly commend the bill to the House.
And I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On 17th of January 2026, the High Seas Treaty, formerly known as the Agreement on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, or the BBNJ, entered into force, providing a framework for the common global governance of roughly half of our planet's surface and 95% of the ocean's volume. The High Seas Biodiversity Bill of 2026 is Australia's legislative response, the mechanism by which we will enshrine our obligations under that treaty into domestic law. For most of modern history, the open ocean has been treated as a place apart, governed by custom, fragmented rules, and the assumption that what lay far offshore was too vast to manage and too resilient to exhaust. But with the high seas and seabeds beyond national jurisdictions making up 40% of the surface of our planet, they're much too important to remain unprotected and unregulated. Currently, only 1.45% of areas beyond national jurisdiction of the seabed and the high seas are included in marine protected areas. As a result, much of our oceans remain still exposed to overfishing, pollution, deep-sea mining and the escalating effects of climate change. They're also potentially exposed to over-extraction, bioprospecting and deep-sea exploitation in the absence of robust regulation. This bill addresses obligations under three parts of the BBNJ agreement. It establishes a notification-based regime for Australian entities collecting and using marine genetic resources in areas beyond national jurisdiction. It establishes a framework to recognise area-based management tools such as marine protected areas, and it establishes an environmental impact assessment regime for some undertakings within Australian jurisdiction or by Australian entities in areas beyond national jurisdiction that may result in impacts on the marine environment. These three pillars are complementary. The marine genetic resources regime ensures that when Australian scientists or companies harvest biologic material from the deep ocean, material that could one day underpin new medicines, materials or agricultural technologies, there is transparency about these activities and benefit sharing built in. Marine genetic resources are biological material from marine plants, animals and other organisms with actual or potential value. The ocean contains the highest functional biodiversity on Earth, much of which remains unstudied and as yet misunderstood. Marine genetic resources have huge economic, commercial, academic and research potential. Deep-sea organisms often survive under extreme pressure and low light, producing unique enzymes and bioactive compounds that are increasingly being harnessed for medical breakthroughs, such as new antibiotics and new anti-cancer compounds. Marine genetic resources are also supporting innovations in biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, industrial processes, new diagnostic techniques and research innovations. Given Australia has one of the largest maritime jurisdictions in the world, we have both an interest in and a responsibility to steward sustainable management. Deputy Speaker, Australia currently has no current legal framework governing marine genetic resources taken from areas beyond our national jurisdiction. Without this legislation, Australian researchers and institutions face uncertainty about compliance and significant risk when they're participating in international marine science. This bill will provide clarity, certainty and alignment with our treaty obligations. The Area-Based Management Tools Framework creates a pathway to establishing proper marine protected areas in international waters, and the Environmental Impact Assessment regime should mean that before activities begin, harm must be considered and, where possible, minimised. The High Seas Treaty will play a pivotal role in advancing the global commitment to conserve at least 30% of the world's oceans by 2030. Australia is an island nation, a maritime nation. The First Nations peoples of this continent have maintained deep and enduring relationships with sea country for tens of thousands of years. Our fisheries, our tourism, our shipping all depend on a healthy and functioning ocean. This bill is, at its heart, an act of national self-interest, as much as it is an act of international responsibility. The bill has attracted broad bipartisan support, but there are some concerns with it. The Senate's scrutiny of Bills Committee raised concerns with the bill relating to its reversal of the evidential burden of proof, significant matters being placed in the delegated legislation, the bill's broad delegation of administrative powers, the Section 96 grants to the states, and fees in being in delegated legislation. The committee has sought advice from the Minister on these matters, but much of the advice remains outstanding at this point. Significant matters relating to Part 2 of this bill are left to delegated legislation, and that includes rules around ministerial exemptions. These are not trivial concerns, and they do remain unresolved. Firstly, the reversal of the evidential burden of proof, in plain terms, requiring individuals or companies to prove their innocence rather than having the government need to prove their guilt, is a fundamental departure from principles that underpin our legal system. When penalties exist, as they do under that bill, this matters enormously. The government owes the Parliament a clear and satisfying answer on why this has been put in place. Secondly, this bill has not yet been referred to a Senate committee for inquiry. Complex legislation, especially legislation that creates new criminal offences, new administrative regimes, and which interacts with multiple existing frameworks, including the EPBC Act and the UNCLOS, benefits enormously from the scrutiny that committee inquiry provides. And I suggest to the House that this bill deserves that scrutiny. Thirdly, the Environmental Impact Assessment regime has structural vulnerability. It largely relies on self-assessment. The first step in the process is essentially a self-assessment of whether a referral is required, whether a person proposing to carry out an activity must refer that activity to the Minister if they think or believe that the impacts of the activity have resulted or may result in substantial pollution. It's pretty clear that corporate actors faced with costly assessments that may delay or prevent profitable activities have an obvious and pretty significant incentive to believe that those impacts will be minor. We've seen this dynamic play out across environmental regulation globally. Self-referral without independent screening mechanisms is a known weakness in environmental governance, and it's really disappointing to see the government in this bill committing a mistake that we've seen far too many times before. Fourthly, the ultimate test of this legislation will be what happens next, internationally, not domestically. This agreement will not by itself reverse decades of damage. Whether or not governments are prepared to accept real constraints on their activities in international waters will determine whether this agreement marks a turning point or merely another broken promise. Proposals for area-based management tools, the most powerful tool in this framework, namely marine protected areas, are unlikely to be considered until the second COP at the earliest. In the meanwhile, the BBNJ, what it does not do is replace existing bodies. Regional fisheries management organisations and the International Seabed Authority will continue to regulate their respective sectors. How the new treaty's conservation ambitions will mesh with those institutions remains unclear, and it seems pretty likely that we're going to have at least some disputes over authority. Finally, the bill explicitly excludes Antarctica and the Convention area from key provisions. Parts 2, 3 and 4 all contain this carve-out. While there is a legal basis for this in Australia's obligations under the Antarctic Treaty System, its practical effect is that some of the most biologically important and ecologically fragile waters on Earth could well receive less protection under this framework. Deputy Speaker, the High Seas Biodiversity Bill 2026 establishes a long overdue framework for protecting marine genetic resources, strengthening Australia's compliance with our international obligations and providing certainty for our scientific, commercial and research communities. It will contribute to advances in understanding and sustainable use of one of the largest and least understood parts of our beautiful planet. And if properly enforced, it should ensure that Australia plays its part in safeguarding biodiversity and sharing the benefits of those resources. I commend the bill to the House.
I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I am delighted to raise my voice in strong support of the High Seas Biodiversity Bill of 2026 legislation that speaks not just to policy but to purpose. This is about leadership that respects science, values our natural world and acts with urgency. Because the decisions we make now will echo for generations. At its core, this bill enables Australia to protect biodiversity beyond our national waters, across the vast, fragile ecosystems of the high seas. And these oceans cover more than half the Earth's surface. They regulate our climate, sustain global fisheries and support extraordinary life, yet they remain amongst the least protected. The legislation will ratify, this legislation before the House this evening, will ratify the High Seas Treaty, embedded in Australian law, and establish frameworks to regulate damaging activities like unregulated fishing, seabed mining and pollution. It will also support the creation of marine protected areas where ecosystems are most at risk, guided by science and international cooperation. The stakes could not be higher. Without action, we face collapsing fish stocks, disrupted carbon cycles and irreversible damage to marine ecosystems we are only just beginning to understand now. For Australia, an island nation and steward of extraordinary marine environments, inaction is not neutral. It's a choice that actively accelerates the degradation of ecosystems. It's a choice against our climate goals, our regional leadership and future generations. In Newcastle, my hometown, the ocean is central to our way of life. From Stockton Beach to Nobby's Headland and all the way down to the gorgeous Glenrock Lagoon, from our ocean bars, the surfers up and down our coast, across to the whales travelling the humpback highway every year, our connection to the sea runs deep. It shapes our identity, it supports local jobs, it underpins tourism and small business. When oceans suffer, so too do our communities. Labor has a strong record of environmental protection. We rejected the PEP 11 exploration permit off the coast of Newcastle, listening to both the science and the people of Newcastle. And since coming to office in 2022, Labor has protected more than 100 million hectares of land and sea. We've strengthened emissions reduction mechanisms, invested in renewable energy, and backed scientists and traditional owners to deliver real environmental conservation outcomes. This is what effective environmental leadership looks like. It's not slogans, but decisions that stand up. They stand up in our communities, they're going to stand up in our courts, and that puts us on secure footing. In contrast, we've got members in this House who opt often to delay, denial, and go for the short-term thinking. When science calls for urgency, they offer hesitation. When the moment demands action, they fall back on politics. Well, this bill is a test of whether we are serious about protecting our environment or content to just fall behind. Importantly, this legislation is backed by a broad coalition of scientists, environmental organisations and community advocates. Groups like Surfers for Climate, Greenpeace, the Australian Marine Conservation Society, the Worldwide Fund for Nature and Save Our Marine Life are united in calling for stronger ocean protections. They represent Australians who see firsthand the impacts of warming waters, pollution and biodiversity loss. And they are clear. The science is settled, the need is urgent, and the time to act is now. This bill reflects that consensus. It demonstrates what is possible when we listen to the evidence, to the experts, and to our communities. And when we match that with the will to act. It also reflects Australia's role on the global stage. Oceans do not recognise borders, and protecting them requires cooperation. This legislation positions Australia as a constructive partner, working with our Pacific neighbours and international community to safeguard the health of our shared seas. Because when we fail to act, the coast will not be abstract. The cost will not be abstract. It will be borne by future generations through environmental decline, economic loss and diminished global standing. Not a single law will solve this crisis overnight. But this is a critical step towards healthier oceans, stronger ecosystems and a more sustainable future. In this place, we can choose to lead. We can choose to act with courage, guided by science and responsibility. That's why I commend this bill to the House.
And I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the High Seas Biodiversity Bill 2026. This bill concerns areas beyond national jurisdiction, but its consequences are not distant. It goes directly to the health of the ocean systems that sustain Australia's environment, economy and coastal communities. For my electorate of Moore, that connection is immediate. From Trigg through to Iluka, our coastline is central to how people live, work and engage with their community. Clean beaches, healthy marine life and a stable coastline are not abstract environmental outcomes. They are the foundation of local recreation, small business activity and community life. This bill gives effect to Australia's obligations under the High Seas Treaty, which was signed in 2023. It establishes the domestic framework required for Australia to ratify the agreement and participate in its implementation. Deputy Speaker, around 60% of global ocean lies beyond national jurisdictions, yet only a very small portion of this is currently protected. These areas are not separate from us. Ocean systems are interconnected, and what occurs beyond our borders ultimately affects our coastline. That reality is evident in Moore. Pressures such as pollution, changing marine conditions, and impacts on fish stocks do not originate solely within Australian waters. This bill responds to that challenge by establishing a regulatory framework across 3 areas. The first is marine genetic resources, which are biological materials from the ocean with scientific and commercial value. The bill introduces a notification regime requiring Australian entities to disclose their collection and use. This promotes transparency and ensures that access to these resources is managed responsibly within an international framework. There is a clear local connection. Western Australia is home to significant marine research capability, and that work is increasingly translating into practical outcomes. In more, projects such as ULU at the Indian Ocean Research Centre demonstrate how marine research can support sustainable industry, including alternatives to plastic. This legislation supports that work by providing a consistent framework for how marine resources are accessed and utilised. Second, the bill enables Australia to participate in the creation and management of protected areas on the high seas. This contributes to the global objective of protecting 30% of the ocean by 2030. Australia already has a strong domestic record in marine protection. This bill extends that approach beyond our jurisdiction. That matters in more. Marine ecosystems do not operate in isolation. The effectiveness of protections within Australian waters is influenced by what occurs beyond them. Without coordinated international management, those protections are undermined. Third, the bill establishes a regime requiring activities undertaken by Australian entities in areas beyond national jurisdiction to be assessed for their environmental impact. This ensures that risks are identified and addressed before activities proceed. It is a familiar regulatory approach, but its extension to the high seas represents a significant development in global environmental governance. For coastal communities like Moore, this is a practical safeguard. Environmental harm in international waters does not remain contained. It ultimately affects our shoreline. The bill also embeds a precautionary approach, ensuring that uncertainty is not used as a reason to delay action where there is a risk of environmental harm. In addition, it establishes a compliance and enforcement framework, including strengthened civil penalties to ensure the regime is effective in practice. Deputy Speaker, there is also a strategic dimension to this legislation. The high seas are governed through international cooperation. Without ratification, Australia would not participate in decisions that shape how those areas are managed. This bill ensures that Australia has a voice in those processes and can contribute to outcomes in our region. There is also a clear economic interest. Coastal economies depend on the long-term health of marine environments. In Moore, local businesses, tourism operators and community organisations rely on access to a clean and stable coastal environment. Protecting that environment is not only an environmental objective, it's an economic one. The bill ensures that activity is conducted responsibly, transparently and in accordance with agreed international standards. Deputy Speaker, this legislation reflects a straightforward principle. The condition of our coastline is shaped not only by what we do within our borders, but what occurs beyond them. For the people of Moore, this bill is a practical step in protecting the environment they rely on every day. It supports sustainable industry, sustains international cooperation and ensures Australia is contributing to the responsible management of the global ocean. For those reasons, I commend the bill to the House.
And I call the member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Coalition proudly supports the High Seas Biodiversity Bill. This legislation is necessary finally to put in place the UN High Seas Treaty after years of delay under Labor. The people of Cook are huge supporters of the ocean, as am I. Proudly announced as Australia's best beach in 2026, the Bait Bay is the pride of the Sutherland Shire, much of Sydney and much of Australia. And the Coalition has a proud history in the seas and marine parks. It was the Coalition who first created the first marine park, the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. It was the Coalition that created our first national oceans policy. It was the Coalition who made the Great Australian Bight and the member for Grey's electorate as a marine park. It created the framework that allowed the southeast marine parks to be created, and it did the first large expansion of marine parks. So the Coalition has a proud history in supporting our seas and the environment, and we're keen to continue that by supporting this bill. Under the leadership of the Coalition, Australia was engaged in the UN negotiations on these issues, which ensured Australia's exclusive economic zone, which is the third largest in the world, was legally recognised under the Coalition. As a nation, we've benefited enormously as a result of this, in terms of protecting our environment and in terms of managing our abundant national resources and beautiful oceans. The negotiations for the High Seas Treaty happened under the Coalition government until 2022. The Albanese government became a signatory to the treaty in 2024, and it's taken Labor around 2 years to get to this point of ratification. Already, more than 80 other countries, almost 85, have ratified this treaty. Our understanding is Labor are now only getting to this as there's international meetings later this year, so we're getting there late, better late than never, but as almost the 85th country. It is especially disappointing when the Coalition had offered bipartisan support for this legislation throughout the entire process. This bill seeks to create a new regulatory regime and rules to implement the treaty on marine genetic resources and digital sequence information, area-based management tools and environmental impact assessments. This should be done in a way that complements and does not duplicate existing global and regional rules and settings. In addition, the government has adopted the global target of protecting 30% of the world's marine areas by 2030. This is a noble idea. We know this Labor government is often big on targets, but let's hope they can follow through on the delivery. When it comes to many other targets, they're falling short, but we hope to work with them to ensure that our seas are protected and it's in the national interest and it's bipartisan with both. The Coalition looks forward to the government's plans in this area, working with them to make it bipartisan. We understand some of the plans to help achieve the target are being reviewed. We look forward to that more detail, and we look forward to working with this government to protecting our national oceans, protecting these treasures and protecting the local environment.
I call the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in support of the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty Bill 2026. For a nation like Australia, an island continent defined by its relationship with the sea, this legislation is a historic step towards securing the blue heart of our planet. Beyond our national waters lie the high seas. This vast expanse covers 60% of the global ocean, yet currently only 1% of these waters are protected. Today, the Albanese government is acting on that. This bill implements Australia's obligation under the BBNJ, the Marine Biodiversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, the agreement, also known as the High Seas Treaty. And by passing this legislation, we enable Australia to formally ratify this treaty. This will ensure that we remain a global leader in marine protection and a founding party to this landmark international framework. Speaker, this bill is structured into 8 parts designed to provide a robust, transparent and enforceable regulatory regime. At its core, Part 1 mandates as a precautionary approach. This ensures that even when scientific data is evolving, we prioritise the marine health of every decision made under this Act. Part 2 addresses the frontier of deep sea discovery, marine genetic resources. It enables a notification-based regime to ensure that discoveries made in the global commons, such as new medical compounds, are managed transparently, with information deposited and shared in regulated databases for the benefit of all. Part 3 and 4 provide the practical teeth of the treaty. Part 3 allows Australia to give effect to the international marine protected areas, helping us reach the global 30 by 30 target, 30% protecting Australia's land and 30% of its marine areas by 2030. Part 4 introduces a rigorous environmental impact assessment regime, and this ensures that any activity within our jurisdiction that might harm the high seas is subject to the same high standards that we demand within our own borders. Speaker, we're also ensuring that this regime is accountable. Part 5 establishes a public high seas biodiversity register, providing transparencies for certificates and exemptions. Part 6 provides the necessary compliance and enforcement powers, allowing for inspectors, audits and civil penalties to ensure that the rules are followed. Parts 7 and 8 handle the essential administration, including information management and the ability to provide financial assistance to meet our international obligations. Crucially, this Act will be subject to 10 yearly reviews to ensure that it remains fit for purpose as our ocean changes. Some people may ask why this matters to the people of Australia. The answer is simple. Our marine industries, including fisheries and tourism, rely on a healthy ocean. The fish stocks in our waters do not recognise international boundaries. By protecting the high seas, we are safeguarding the health of our own coastal ecosystems and, of course, the environment and the creatures that live in these areas and the thousands of jobs that depend on these industries. Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is committed to working with our partners in the region and beyond. Ratifying this treatment demonstrates our commitment to international law and our dedication to protecting marine life for generations to come. This bill is about legacy. It's about ensuring that the blue heart of our planet continues to beat for our children and our grandchildren. I commend this bill to the House.
I call the member for Corangamite.
Deputy Speaker, for my communities on the Bellarine and Surf Coast, the ocean is part of everyday life. From surfers to fishers, from local cafes to tourism operators, the ocean shapes our economy and our identity. As a Surf Coast local for more than 30 years, I know just how deeply our communities care about our oceans and the need to protect it. They want to see marine life thrive. They want to ensure future generations can enjoy our coastlines, and they expect us, as their representatives, to get the balance right. Because for coastal communities, this is real. It is local and it matters. That's why this bill, the High Seas Biodiversity Bill 2026, is so important and much needed. Deputy Speaker, this legislation gives effect to Australia's obligations under the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. This bill allows Australia to implement and ratify that global agreement. And importantly, Deputy Speaker, it will help protect biodiversity on the high seas. To clarify, the high seas relates to ocean that lies beyond the national waters of any country. They are not under the direct control of any single nation, and they make up the majority of the world's oceans. They cover roughly 2/3 of all oceans across the globe and around half of the planet's surface. And because they sit beyond national borders, they have historically been difficult to manage. No single country is responsible for protecting them, and yet the health of these waters affects everyone. We know the ocean is one connected ecosystem. Ocean currents move nutrients, fish and pollution across the globe. The health of marine ecosystems far from our coastline can influence our fisheries, our weather patterns and our biodiversity so close to home. Deputy Speaker, this treaty is not about just us. It is about global protection of a global asset, our oceans. And as the world gets smaller, the need for stronger protection grows. That's why protecting biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction is not simply a theoretical international issue. It is central to the long-term health of the global ocean, and it is firmly in Australia's national interest. Deputy Speaker, the agreement ratified by this bill is built around 4 key pillars. The first concerns marine genetic resources. Marine organisms often contain unique genetic material that can be valuable for research, medicine and biotechnology. The treaty establishes rules around how these resources are collected and used, and how the benefits arising from them are shared fairly. The second pillar relates to area-based management tools, including the establishment of marine protected areas on the high seas. These tools will allow countries to work together to protect important ecosystems beyond national jurisdiction. The third pillar focuses on environmental impact assessments. Before activities that could harm the marine environment take place, their impacts must be properly assessed. This ensures that development and research activities are carried out responsibly. The fourth pillar deals with capacity building and technology transfer. Many countries do not yet have the resources or capability to monitor and protect marine biodiversity effectively. The treaty creates mechanisms for sharing knowledge, technology and expertise. Together, these pillars form the first comprehensive international system for protecting biodiversity on the high seas. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about responsibility. Responsibility for our environment, responsibility for our communities, and responsibility for future generations. Because the ocean connects us all, and protecting it is a shared task. In my electorate, people understand what is at stake. They see the ocean every day. They rely on it, and they can expect us to act. This bill meets that expectation. It strengthens Australia's leadership. It protects our national interest, and it contributes to a global effort to safeguard the health of our oceans. Because if we want our communities to continue to thrive, if we want our environment to be protected, and if we want future generations to enjoy what we all enjoy today, then we must act. This bill is part of that action. I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
I call the member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. I begin by paying my respects to First Nations people as the traditional custodians of both land and sea country in Australia. First Nations peoples have sustainably used and managed coastal land and sea for more than 65,000 years, and many continue to do so today. Their knowledge and stewardship of the marine environment is an essential element in Australia's ocean story. Australia is an island nation, and the ocean is at the heart of our national identity. It is critical to our economic prosperity, health and social well-being, and it connects us with our region and the rest of the world. Unfortunately, however, our oceans face substantial threats, including from climate change, overfishing, and plastic and other pollution. I'm fortunate to be the member for Whitlam, which is blessed with breathtaking coastal landscapes in the southern Illawarra region, and my electorate office in Shell Harbour is not far from the beautiful Pacific Ocean. One of the jewels in my electorate is the farm at Killalea, which is regarded as the best beach in New South Wales and the second best beach in Australia. This stunningly beautiful place is one of my favourite places in the world. About 4 years ago, the local community succeeded in its campaign to save this extraordinary place from development, and today the 260-hectare Killalea State Park is managed by the National Parks and Wildlife Service as a regional park. This is a fantastic outcome for all those who spent years campaigning against proposed development, including the 682 surfers who jumped on their surfboards and set a new world record for a paddle-out protest. I'm privileged to be a member of Parliament's Standing Committee on Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, and I'm also co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Oceans and Sustainable Development. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the vitally important role that Judge Chambers and Dr. Lucy Buxton from Ocean Decade Australia are playing in supporting the work of the Parliamentary Friends of Ocean and Sustainable Development. My roles on this group and the relevant committee only intensifies my interest in this bill. Speaker, I'm extremely proud of the actions taken by the Albanese Labor government when it comes to protecting our ocean and marine environments. In 2023, we tripled the size of Macquarie Island Marine Park, which lies between Tasmania and Antarctica and is a critical feeding and breeding ground for millions of seabirds and thousands of seals and penguins. A year later, in 2024, we expanded the sub-Antarctic Heard and McDonald Islands Marine Park by almost 310,000 square kilometres, which is an area larger than Italy. As a result, Australia now protects more ocean than any other country on Earth, and for the first time, more than half of Australia's oceans are under protection. Our marine protected areas now cover 52% of Australian waters and a mind-blowing 4.6 million square kilometres of ocean. The objective of the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty is to strengthen the conservation and sustainable use of marine diversity in areas beyond national jurisdictions, and this is critically important. It was adopted at the United Nations on the 19th of June 2023 and opened for signature on the 20th of September 2023. Australia signed on day one, making us a founding signatory. The treaty entered into force on the 17th of January 2026. However, Australia is among a small number of nations that requires legislation prior to ratification, which is why this bill is before the House. The treaty focuses on the high seas, which sit outside individual countries' national waters and exclusive economic zones. The high seas cover more than 60% of the global ocean, yet only about 1% is currently protected. The treaty has four main parts. The first part focuses on marine genetic resources, including the fair and equitable sharing of benefits. The second part focuses on area-based management tools, including marine protected areas. The third part of the treaty establishes a regime for environmental impact assessment of activities. And the fourth part of the treaty focuses on capacity building and the transfer of marine technologies. I am proud that the Albanese Labor government is a recognised leader when it comes to the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty. We were one of the first countries to sign it, and we have been leading with Belize the international negotiations to prepare the treaty for implementation. I support this bill wholeheartedly and am proud to be contributing to its passage through Parliament. Thank you, Speaker.
I call the member for Bennelong.
Last year, I attended the Australian launch of David Attenborough's Ocean documentary. It was a stark lesson of the scale at which humanity is impacting our blue planet. I was struck by images of the bottom trawlers ploughing the seabed, scars so deep, Deputy Speaker, they can be seen from space, ripping coral to shreds and destroying ecosystems that took millennia to form. Every year, 10 million tonnes of marine life are wasted as bycatch. Much of this collapse is invisible to the public, but it's happening on our watch. However, in a way only David Attenborough can, the film also gave us hope. It showed that when we protect the sea, life bounces back quickly and with incredible resilience. The documentary's final plea was simple: protect the high seas, ratify the treaty. Deputy Speaker, with the passage of this bill, Australia does exactly that. Our oceans cover 70% of the Earth, inhabit over 1 million species and absorb 90% of the excess heat from greenhouse gas emissions. For Australia, the stakes are even higher. Our marine industries contribute over $200 billion to our economy. They support over 700,000 jobs. And whilst we've protected over half of our own waters, globally it's a very different story. 60% of the world oceans lies beyond national boundaries, yet currently only 1% of these waters are protected. Australia cannot secure a positive environmental or economic future while the rest of the world's oceans remain a Wild West. This bill allows Australia to ratify the UN's High Seas Treaty, the first comprehensive legal framework in history designed to protect the oceans. Joining 81 other nations committing to a global 30 by 30 target, this treaty allows us to protect our oceans. It's an operational turning point involving scientific reporting and government systems to protect our planet. It's also further evidence that Labor takes the environment and climate change seriously. Since 2022, we've moved past a decade of political point scoring and returned Australia to its position as a credible global leader in conservation and climate action. We understand that a healthy ocean underpins everything: our fisheries, our tourism, our coastal economies, and our cultural identity. As a government, we are protecting the environment not just because it's the right thing to do, but because it's fundamental to our long-term national prosperity. Deputy Speaker, the high seas are a shared global responsibility. By joining with 81 other nations led by Belize, by ratifying this treaty, we are demonstrating our commitment to international law and to the health of our planet. I really want to thank the advocates who helped get this over the line, including Drew Alsop and Damien Spruce from the Minderoo Foundation, as well as the Parliamentary Friends of the Ocean and the Parliamentary Friends of Sustainable Development. They've all worked really hard to put the environment at the forefront of what a good government does. And be it on this, be it on environmental law reform passed late last year, be it on setting a achievable and ambitious emissions reduction target, Deputy Speaker, I hope that Australians know that we have the environment and care for our ecosystems at the centre of what we do. We owe our existence today to a healthy planet. And today, with passing this bill, hopefully we take a step towards ensuring that existence of this beautiful planet continues for generations to come. We don't have any other option, Deputy Speaker. We need to look after this planet.
It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I rise tonight to update the House on the situation across the agricultural areas of my electorate of O'Connor, and it's a case of the good, the bad and the ugly. But I'm going to start with the good first. And last Friday, the Leader of the Opposition, Angus Taylor, wrote to the Prime Minister with a suggestion that the government cut fuel excise or fuel tax in half, which would immediately put 26 cents a litre back into the pockets of motorists. He also suggested that the heavy vehicle road user charge be scrapped temporarily, and that will save our trucking industry 32.4 cents a litre. And I'm very pleased to say that the Prime Minister stood up today and he announced that he was adopting that policy. So that is a very good outcome, I think, not only for the people of O'Connor, the people for Grey, the member for Grey sitting with me here tonight, but also the nation more generally. So I applaud the Prime Minister for picking up on a very good suggestion from the Leader of the Opposition. The other good thing that happened over the weekend, while there was some damage from Cyclone Narell further north, particularly the town of Exmouth and down through the Gascoyne, Carnarvon and other towns in that area received some damage, and my very dear friend and colleague, the member for Durack, is back home with her communities as we speak, and I wish them all the best. But the good that came out of that cyclone was a significant rain-bearing depression that travelled down through the southern part of the state, bringing some very useful rains across the agricultural region. So across my electorate, Quairading had 26 mils, which is a good start for them. Further east it was a little bit drier, Lake Grace 19, Narrabeen 15 mils. But the really good rainfall fell down in the western part of the Great Southern, my hometown of Katanning with 46 mils, Boyart Brook with 44 mils, so excellent start to the season for those areas. Of course, the bad is that fuel supplies are still very, very tight, and most farmers have been gradually filling their tanks. They've been ordering large volumes and getting small increments and hopefully getting those storage tanks full. But as of today, they'll be going flat out, and those large tractors and sprayers, they'll use 1,000 litres a day. Most farming operations would have 3 or 4 of them running, so they will plough through a lot of diesel in a very short period of time. So let's hope that they can keep that fuel up and keep the crop going in. Now, but the ugly, Speaker, is very much the fertiliser situation. So seeding fertiliser, for the most part, is on farm. Most farmers have received their seeding or planting fertiliser, and I think that the crop will go in relatively good shape. The really disturbing and worrying situation is the nitrogen component of the crop. The most commonly used nitrogen fertiliser would be urea. Most of it comes out of the Gulf, and my intelligence tells me that of the 800,000 tonnes of urea required for this year's crop, about 100,000 is either here onshore in Western Australia or on the water. So that's about 700,000 tonnes of urea short. Now, for those who are not familiar with crop agronomy, as the member for Grey certainly is, urea is what adds to the yield. That when you get rain and urea, you grow more biomass, you get more yield, and that's what generates the profit. So for farmers across my electorate, with such a good start, they would be looking at a similar year to last year. If they can get the urea, that was a 27 million tonne crop across Western Australian wheat belt. This year, CBH, the main grain handler in Western Australia, are estimating that without that urea, the crop will be around 15 million tonnes. So that's about a 45% reduction in the crop if farmers can't get hold of that urea. So I applaud the government once again for taking up the suggestion of cutting the fuel excise and the heavy vehicle road user charge, but I urge them to take every step to ensure supplies of nitrogen for this year's crop. It is absolutely vital, not just for those individual farm properties, but for the economy of the West Australian wheat belt, that those farmers get access to that fertiliser. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Speaker, there are moments in politics that come and go, and then there are moments that shape the direction of a state for years to come. The recent South Australian election was one of those moments. It was about choosing a future, a vision and a belief in the direction our state is heading. The people of South Australia have made that choice clear. They have backed Labor and they have backed stability, and they have backed the party with a long-term view for the prosperity of our state. At the centre of that vision stands Premier Peter Malinauskas, who has set out a clear path for jobs, infrastructure, skills and growth, and is delivering it with discipline and purpose. This election result is a reflection of that leadership, steady, focused and future-orientated. I want to acknowledge my colleague and good mate, James Agnes, the new member for Light. James is someone who has never lost sight of who he represents. He cares deeply about the community that welcomed him, and that shows in everything he does. His election is earned through hard work, genuine connection and a commitment to standing up for his community every single day. To Tony Piccolo, I offer my sincere commiserations. 20 years of service to South Australia is no small thing. It is a lifetime of contribution, of advocacy, of putting community first in Light. And while this election did not go his way in the seat of Nadgerry, nothing can take away from what he has given to his state. His legacy is one of dedication and it deserves to be recognised in this place. To James Roth, commiserations as well. He ran a strong, determined campaign, taking the fight right up to the opposition leader. That takes courage, it takes resilience, and it speaks to his belief in the community he sought to represent. I have no doubt we will see more from him in the future. To Nick Champion, my predecessor, as the member for Spence, now the member for Taylor, and serving as Minister for Housing and Urban Development, Minister for Housing Infrastructure and Minister for Planning. Nick has always understood the importance of building communities, not just houses. of ensuring growth is matched with opportunity and that working families are not left behind. His continued contribution to South Australia is significant and deeply valued. To Ella Shaw, the member for Elizabeth. Ella is someone who cares deeply about her community, and more importantly, she fights for it. Day in, day out, she is there, listening, advocating and delivering. Communities like Elizabeth deserve that kind of representation, and they know they have it in Ella. Zoe Bettison, the returning member for Ramsay, an electorate in the heart of Salisbury. Zoe brings energy, experience and a genuine passion for celebrating what makes South Australia unique. We have Rhiannon Pearce, member for King. Rhiannon becomes the Minister for Emergency Services, Minister for Local Government and Minister for Recreation, Sport and Racing. 3 substantial portfolios, but I know the people of South Australia have total faith in Rhiannon, myself included. To John Fulbrook, the member for Playford, a great bloke, plain and simple, and someone I could not think of better to represent his community interests. He understands the North, he understands its people, and he brings that understanding into everything he does. You've done it with a lot going on personally, mate, and I wish you all the best for your new term. Finally, I want to acknowledge Matthew Marazzi, my first campaign manager and someone who knows how to run a campaign with precision and heart. A 10% swing and a victory in the seat of Murray-Alta is no small feat, the result of hard work and a great strategy. This election has shown something important, that when you put forward a clear plan, when you stay focused on people and when you deliver, communities respond. They are interested in a government that shows up, listens and gets on with the job. And that is exactly what the Malinauskas Labor government has done and will continue to do. Because this result is not the end of the work. It is a mandate to keep going, to keep building, to keep investing and to keep delivering, from the city to the regions and especially in communities like those across the northern suburbs. South Australia is moving forward with confidence, with purpose and with a government that is prepared to do the work. And I, for one, look forward to being part of that journey alongside my state colleagues. Congratulations to all new and returning members right across the state of South Australia. You've put on an extremely disciplined campaign over the last 6 odd weeks. You deserve to reap the rewards of what you've gone about and delivered. Well done and keep up the great work. I look forward to working alongside all of you over the coming years. Thank you very much.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Earlier today I attended a briefing that every member of this place should take very seriously. It dealt with one of the most urgent issues before us, the safety of children in an online world that has too often been built without proper safeguards. What we saw and heard today was confronting, but it was also clarifying, because the excuse that nothing can be done no longer exists. The technology exists, the capability exists. What matters now is whether this government has the will to act. We heard from the E-Safety Commissioner, international experts and frontline advocates, and the message was simple. Real-time child sexual abuse can be prevented. Live-streamed abuse can be stopped. Harmful content can be blocked before it is even seen, stored or shared. Not after the harm is done, but before it happens. That is the shift we need, because for too long the system has been reactive. Content taken down later, investigations undertaken after the fact, support offered after the trauma. When it comes to children, that is simply not good enough. We should not be mopping up harm, we should be preventing it. Turning off the tap, not cleaning up the mess. What stood out today is that this can be done without breaking encryption, without compromising privacy, and that matters. Because Australians should not be forced to choose between safety and privacy. We can have both. Safety by design, built into the device, built into the platform, built into the system from the very beginning, not bolted on as an afterthought. And yet, Speaker, we heard clearly that many of the world's largest technology companies already have these tools, but they are not using them where it matters most. That is not a technical failure, that is a failure of responsibility. The under-16 social media reforms are important. Age restrictions matter, but they do not deal with what is happening in real time. They don't deal with adult accounts. They don't deal with live-streamed abuse. They don't deal with encrypted messaging before being used as crime scenes. That is why the next step must be a strong digital duty of care, a duty that shifts responsibility back onto platforms. If you build it, if you profit from it, you must make it safe. We do not accept unsafe toys. We do not accept unsafe cars. So we should not accept unsafe digital platforms. We warned about these risks years ago through parliamentary inquiries and reports that I helped lead. We are now finally seeing courts overseas hold platforms accountable for failing to protect children. The direction is clear. The time for delay is over. There is one principle that should guide everything we do in this place. Protecting children must come first, not second, not after consultation, not after harm occurs. It must come first. That principle must apply not just online, but in our communities as well. And, Mr. Speaker, this brings me to an issue that continues to concern families on the Sunshine Coast. The presence of a New Zealand national accused of serious sexual offences involving children. Authorities were reportedly warned about this individual as early as 2024, and yet action appears to have only followed public exposure, and that was by Current Affair. Speaker, the Minister for Home Affairs has clear powers under Section 501 of the Migration Act, powers that exist for exactly this situation. So the question is simple. Why has this not already been done? Why is this individual still in my community when he should have been deported? No community should ever become a refuge for someone seeking to avoid facing serious allegations involving children. Speaker, today's briefing shows us something very important. This problem is not unsolvable. Prevention is possible. Technology is ready. The law can be strengthened. The power already exists. What we need is action from this government.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Wednesday, Greek communities in Brisbane and around the world marked Greek Independence Day. In Griffith, that day carries a particular resonance because the story of Greek migration, community and contribution is written into the life of our neighbourhoods. In South Brisbane, West End, Highgate Hills and surrounding suburbs, Greek families helped shape the character of this part of Brisbane, and that legacy remains part of who we are today. Greek Independence Day is a celebration of freedom, courage and national pride. It's a day to remember the revolutionaries who put their lives on the line for liberty. It's also a chance for us all in Australia to reflect on the deep bond between our countries and to celebrate the extraordinary contribution Greek Australians have made to our national story. In Griffith, the contribution of Greek Australians is part of the fabric of everyday life. It is there in the community institutions built over generations, in family businesses created through hard work and persistence, and in the culture, warmth and hospitality that has enriched our local neighbourhoods. Greek traditions have not only been preserved here, they have been shared, celebrated and woven into the broader story of Brisbane. St George's Greek Orthodox Church stands as an enduring sign of that history, and the Greek Orthodox community of St George, established in 1929, remains the oldest Greek Orthodox community in southeast Queensland. Across the road from Musgrave Park in West End, the Greek Club continues to be one of those gathering places that tells a bigger story about belonging, continuity and community. And of course, culture is carried forward in smaller, everyday ways as well. In Coorparoo, Baked by M&G is a beautiful and delicious example of that. Twin sisters Mel and Georgia have built an artisanal bakehouse around age-old family recipes, baking fresh to order and sharing the flavours so many of us love, from baklava to kurapiedes and much more. This story of this thriving bakery goes back to 1956 when Mel and Georgia's grandmother migrated from Athens Surviving the hardships of war, their grandmother taught the sisters some simple but heartwarming lessons: to never take good food for granted, cook with love and care, and most importantly, to never leave a crumb sitting on their plates. After graduating our local Loreto College, Mel and Georgia opened up Baked by M&G in honour of their grandmother, who sadly passed away in 2017. A truly beautiful story, and one that fills my heart every time I drop into the store. In West End, Cafe Neo, Brisbane, brings that same spirit in its own way. It is a small Greek and Cypriot cafe on Vulture Street, full of warmth and welcoming faces. Petro has built something really special there, a place where people come to play tavli and cards, talking and slowly sipping ouzo. It's no wonder that people describe Cafe Neo as a place where you feel as though you're sitting in the back of a friend's house somewhere in the Greek Isles. And Mr. Speaker, if you are in need of some dried fruits, olives, cheeses, or of course fresh nuts, I cannot recommend Mixed Nuts on Hargrave Road in West End enough. It was established in 1972 and it's barely changed since then. My family absolutely love brothers George and Emmanuel and their family. Panieri deserves special mention because it's one of the clearest expressions of the Greek contribution to Brisbane's cultural life. The Panieri Festival is Queensland's longest-running cultural festival and the largest Greek festival in Australia. In 2026, Panieri will celebrate its 50th anniversary, and organisers have told me that it will be their biggest and most spectacular celebration yet. What began in 1976 as a simple Sunday picnic in Musgrave Park has grown into one of Brisbane's most loved cultural festivals, bringing people together through the heart, soul and spirit of Greece and attracting up to 50,000 people each year. The Panieri Festival is also a part of the rhythm of South Brisbane and West End. It's the smell of honey puffs and grilled food drifting through Musgrave Park. It's the children learning steps from generations before them. It's families returning year after year and neighbours from every background coming together to celebrate the heart, soul and spirit of Greece. I look forward to joining the Panieri Festival in May. My spirit and, if I am being honest, my stomach can hardly wait for the joyful celebration of culture, community and extraordinary food. Mr. Speaker, tonight I want to say thank you to our Greek Australian community. On Greek Independence Day, we celebrate a great nation born in freedom. We honour those who fought so bravely for liberty, and really importantly, here in Australia, we celebrate too the ongoing contribution of Greek Australians to our great nation.
Evharisto, member for Griffith, and give the call to the honourable member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Speaker. Right now, the cost of diesel in my regional Queensland electorate is sitting anywhere around $3.20 per litre. Unleaded is upward of $2.50. Make no mistake, so much damage has already been done. However, it is pleasing that after taking the Coalition's lead, Hinkler families and small businesses will pay less for fuel because the government finally decided that cutting the fuel tax is a good idea. Finally, taking this crisis seriously. Finally, listening to the calls that we were making last week. Finally, this will provide overdue relief and ease some pressures ahead of Easter. But it won't remove uncertainty in my community. Fuel prices are visibly hitting households in real time, a problem right across regional Australia. The reality is that we still do not have a clear plan to get fuel to the servos that have run dry. Fuel supply is paramount, and the question is, can this government guarantee it? All along, those opposite have provided only cold comfort, suggesting Aussies were in a good position to deal with this crisis. We'll try and explain that to grandparents who are questioning if they can really afford that trip to visit grandkids this Easter. Hospitality staff with reduced hours due to slowing trade. And is it all good if you want to throw a prawn on the barbie on Good Friday? Well, your seafood bill will be up due to the cost of getting a trawler on the water. Seafood supplier and exporter Stephen Murphy from Australian Ocean King Prawn Company in Hervey Bay says the next month is crunch time for the fishing industry. He's worried, especially for the smaller operators. The message ahead of Easter from Stephen is that there is good quality supply for fresh local seafood. So don't buy imports, support the locals first while you can, because if this crisis keeps up, the industry will be seriously struggling to survive. Meanwhile, try telling the farmers of Hinkler that we are in a good position. They are already changing the way they do business. And our truckies and transporters like Just Freight, a local family-owned freight company offering daily services from Bundaberg to Brisbane. Owner Aaron Kemp says their biggest concern is passing on fuel costs. The fuel levies they impose are usually locked in. They are now being revised weekly, and they are at levels never seen before, at around 50%. For businesses like Just Freight, all costs of doing business have risen. The cost of everything, buying vehicles, maintaining them, paying for and retaining staff. Like a farmer watches every drop of water, transport operators are monitoring every mile and every litre of fuel. Aaron is even enforcing new rules to limit truck idling times. While back on the water for tour boat operators taking visitors to the southern Great Barrier Reef, the costs are skyrocketing by upwards of $2,500 every day. And today I was informed that tourists, the drive market bound for my region this Easter, are cancelling tours and holidays altogether. Visitors simply can't afford the fuel to travel, or they're just worried the fuel will run out before they drive home after their holiday. Meals on Wheels in Bundaberg, where I volunteered at Christmas time, has been forced to increase its fuel reimbursement amount for volunteers, a cost that is extremely tough to absorb for a charity like this. The Coalition called on the Albanese government to halve the fuel tax to provide fast, hip-pocket relief. Finally today, the Prime Minister agreed. Don't put the blame on Australians, instead start showing some leadership and get the fuel flowing. Speak on a positive note. It's fitting that you're here sitting in this chamber as I'm pleased to announce Bundaberg State High School's Seth Johnson as the local member for National Youth Parliament 2026 for the seat of Hinkler. The Department of the House of Representatives and Why Australia today revealed the 150 participants for the initiative. As a Bundy High old boy, I'm immensely proud to see Seth represent the youth of Hinkler. Seth is an exceptional young leader, and this is just another string to his impressive bow. I often quote the motto of Bundaberg State High, per ardua ad astra, through hard work, the stars, and that rings true for Seth. I congratulate him on this appointment. And Mr Speaker, I'd just like to take these last moments to wish you, all members and parliamentary staff, and all locals and visitors in the Hinkler electorate a blessed Easter. Easter is a time to pause, reset and spend time with our loved ones. To me, it's about family, faith and community. Please remember in these tough times we're experiencing, if Easter has taught us anything, out of the dark comes light.
Well said by the member Hinkler. Give a call to the honourable member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to talk about what's been on the minds of many Australians over the past 4 weeks, and that's the price of fuel at the fuel pump, and whether fuel will be there, and what it means for the weekly shop or getting to work, or for keeping a small business open, or what it means for farmers. These are questions for everyday life, and because of the conflict in the Middle East, these questions have become urgent questions, and Australians deserve a government that listens and acts, and today the Albanese government delivered. From this Wednesday, the 1st of April, the fuel excise will be halved. That's 26 cents off every litre of petrol and diesel. The ACCC will be watching to make sure that these savings reach every single person at the pump, and any retailer who thinks otherwise will need to answer for it. Motorists are not the only ones feeling it. For freight operators keeping foods on the shelves and critical supplies moving, the squeeze is just as real. That's why the heavy vehicle road user charge is also being cut to zero for 3 months. This is so they can keep on doing work for Australia that Australians depend on. Mr Speaker, I'm particularly proud to be part of the Albanese government today, a government that's brought every state and territory leader together around a single, unified national fuel security plan. I want to explain what that plan actually means for everyday Australians, because people deserve to understand it clearly. The plan has 4 levels. The first is around planning and preparedness. The second about keeping Australia moving. The third is about taking targeted action. And the fourth is around protecting critical services for all Australians. So for level 1, which is plan and prepare, the government needs to understand and trace the supply chain, and also there is updated supply and price reporting. We are now at level 2, which is about keeping Australia moving. At this level, supply is still operating, but there are localised disruptions. The government is taking precautionary steps to shore up supply, releasing reserves and working with international partners and asking Australians to make voluntary choices. Take only what is needed, use public transport where it is possible. Now, if conditions worsen, then we will go to level 3, which is about taking targeted action. This means that the government will coordinate more actively to where fuel gets to ensure that gets to where it's needed most, and also give people practical measures to help reduce demand across the entire economy. And then we have level 4, which is about protecting critical services. This is the most serious setting, where fuel is directed to essential users, hospitals, emergency services, utilities and life-supporting infrastructure. The Prime Minister has been clear. We hope that we do not exceed level 2, but having levels 3 and 4 planned means that Australians can have confidence that we have planned for every scenario. And while we manage the immediate fuel challenges, we're also building for what comes next. The other thing that we need to make sure that we're aware of is what the fuel crisis means for fertilisers. So one of the things that the Albanese government has helped support is a new urea plant in Western Australia. This is a $6 billion facility that's under construction right now. Urea is not just a fertiliser for our farmers. It has many uses, including use in modern trucks through the additive AdBlue. Urea is important to the supply chains. It helps modern trucks run, and it literally helps food grow. By investing in domestic urea production, we are making sure that the next time the world is hit by a global shock, Australia is not scrambling to secure supply from the other side of the world. That's long-term thinking that our country deserves. That's what responsible government looks like. And these fuel and fertiliser actions did not come from nowhere. Over the past 4 weeks, the government has released 762 million litres from the strategic reserve. We've changed fuel standards to unlock more supply and doubled penalties for price gouging and secure supply with Singapore. I know cost of living is tough, and we continue to work hard on this.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.